The 10,098 meeting of the Security Council is called to an order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is the situation in Middle East, including the Palestinian question. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of Algeria, Armenia, Australia, Austria, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Cuba, Egypt, Germany, Iceland, India, Indonesia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Iraq, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Japan, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Lebanon, Malaysia, Maldives, Mexico, Morocco, Namibia, Norway, the Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Qatar, the Republic of Korea, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to participate in this meeting. It's so decided. I propose that the Council invite the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine to the United Nations to participate in this meeting in accordance with the provisional rules of procedure and the previous practice in this regard. There be no objection. It's so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Mr. Ramirez Alakbarov, the Deputy Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process and United Nations Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator, to participate in this meeting. It's so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I also invite the following to participate in this meeting: His Excellency, Mr. Jaime Hermida Castillo, Vice Chair of the Committee on the Exercise of Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People; His Excellency, Mr. Stavros Lamberdinis, Head of the Delegation of the European Union to the United Nations; and His Excellency, Mr. Majid Abdulaziz, Permanent Observer of the Permanent Observer Mission of the League of the Arab States to the United Nations. It's so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of the item 2 of the agenda. I'll now give the floor to Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, Excellencies, I brief you today at the moment of both profound opportunity and considerable risk. In front of us, we see a potential turning point for Gaza, a genuine chance for a better future. But many uncertainties remain. In parallel, we also see a continued unraveling in the occupied West Bank and a region mired in tension. The announced start of the second phase of the President Trump's 20-point plan, comprehensive plan, is a critical step in consolidating the ceasefire in Gaza, alongside the establishment of subsidiary bodies of the Board of Peace, including the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza and the Office of the High Representative for Gaza. I have just returned from Cairo, where I met with the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza to discuss how the United Nations can best support the committee's effort to provide critical public services, facilitate humanitarian aid, and lay the groundwork for reconstruction in Gaza, in line with the UN Security Council Resolution 2803. The task at hand is monumental. It requires full coordination among all stakeholders, taking into account the existing systems and capacities. The United Nations stands ready to support the committee and the Palestinians in Gaza as they start the arduous work of rebuilding. I welcome the recovery of the last hostage in Gaza, and I am relieved that they have been returned to Israel for burial. I extend my condolences to the family of Ran Gvili. With all hostages returned, I hope that the process of healing for the families of all of those affected may begin. Implementation of the next phase of the comprehensive plan must advance in good faith. I'm encouraged by Israel's announcement on 25th January that Rafah crossing will open to pedestrian movements in both directions. Demilitarization of the Gaza Strip is essential to enable conditions and security arrangements that are urgently required to facilitate the work of the National Committee across the entire Strip. Mr. President, my last visit to Gaza affirmed one truth. The people in Gaza are ready and eager to lead the way to a better, more stable future. Less than 2 weeks ago, amidst enormous misery and pain, I witnessed inspiring resilience and hope. Youths taking their exams and excelling in the most difficult of circumstances. Farmers who are unable to import seeds, but still finding ways to plant greenhouses repaired with makeshift materials, and small business owners devising ingenious solutions when faced with scarce materials and a devastated market. Such efforts are being replicated across Gaza. They deserve our support. But nevertheless, nearly the entire population in Gaza remains in need of humanitarian assistance. Heavy rainfall and cold temperatures has exacerbated the suffering of more than 1.5 million displaced Palestinians in Gaza, who had little or no means to seek safe shelter. I heard firsthand how families sat vigil through the night just trying to hold down the four corners of their tents. I saw a little girl carrying heavy stones just to prevent her shelter from blowing away in the wind. I don't know her age, but she looked to me being just 4-year-old. The shelter response has suffered from restrictions for the entry of vital materials and technical expertise. As a result, shelter sites in Gaza do not meet the scale of the needs or international standards. Transitional shelter sites must provide access to much needed essential services. Above all, they must be voluntary and dignified and in line with humanitarian principles. The support of all stakeholders is needed. Mr. President, across all sectors, humanitarian actors are still unable to operate at scale in Gaza. Their work is being hindered by insecurity, custom clearance challenges, the limited number of partners authorized by Israeli authorities to bring cargo into Gaza, delays and denials of cargoes at crossing, and limited routes available for transporting supplies within Gaza. While the Jordan corridor remains a humanitarian lifeline, current volumes entering Gaza through back-to-back arrangements represent only a fraction of what was previously achieved when the direct route was operational. Since 10 October, only 9% of 2720 processed aid has entered Gaza via Jordan. Fully utilizing existing proven regional corridors remains essential to saving lives in Gaza. Entry of mobile homes, rescue equipment, fuel, and medical supplies continues to be severely restricted, endangering the lives of tens of thousands of IDPs and patients. To address this, materials must enter at scale. Access to public infrastructure and agricultural land remains restricted. Meanwhile, regular detonations of residential buildings are continued and repeated population displacements have occurred. On 30th December, Israel announced its plans to suspend the operations of some international NGOs. The government also notified 37 NGOs that their registration would expire at the end of 2025 due to what Israel says is the failure to comply with the new regulations, triggering a 60-day review period. Banning these NGOs will have a significant impact on the humanitarian response across the OPT. I urge Israel to immediately reverse this decision. Despite the ceasefire, the Israeli military continues to conduct military operations with airstrikes, shelling, and gunfire occurring across the street. Armed exchanges also persisted with Palestinian militants. Attacks in the vicinity or of or beyond of so-called yellow line are happening daily, and hundreds of Palestinians have been killed since the ceasefire began, including many women and children. Civilians must be protected at all times. Amid the obstacles, we also have seen some welcome actions. The continued arrival of aid via Egypt, Jordan, Israel, occupied West Bank, and Cyprus has been critical. This has helped increase the volume of supplies brought into Gaza and led to improvements in nutrition status of the population. But more needs to be done. Mr. President, I would like to devote the remainder of my briefing to addressing the spiraling dynamics in the occupied West Bank. Every month, the United Nations and many others in this Council emphasize the gravity of the unfolding situation. But that has yet to translate into meaningful action on the ground. Negative trends are entrenched daily. The reporting period was marked by continued violence with extensive Israeli military operations, settlement expansion, settler violence, demolition, and large-scale detentions. In late December and early January, Israeli forces conducted intensified raids across Jenin, Nablus, Hebron, and Ramallah, frequently involving live fire and raising serious concerns about the use of lethal force. A 16-year-old boy was shot and killed during a raid in Kabatia on 20th December and after reportedly throwing a brick toward an IDF soldier. And multiple Palestinians were killed or fatally wounded during the operation south of Nablus. There have been large-scale arrest campaigns of Palestinians by Israeli security forces, including children, amidst reports of ill treatment and torture and continued deaths in custody. Palestinian attacks against Israelis have also persisted. On 26 December, a Palestinian man killed 2 Israelis, including a woman, in 2 ramming and stabbing attacks in northern Israel. At the same time, settler violence intensified. In December, repeated settler attacks led to the displacement of the entire community of Hirbet Yanun in Nablus Governorate, and in January we saw the forcible displacement of some 80 households from Ras Ain Auja in Jericho Governorate. Demolitions and large-scale land seizures continued across the northern West Bank. Evictions in East Jerusalem's Silvan neighborhood on 4th January and extensive demolitions in Tulkaram Nur Shams refugee camp at the end of December underscore how violence, displacement, and territorial fragmentation are converging on the ground. Meanwhile, settlement expansion has been rapid and relentless. The combination of settlement advancement, state land declarations, and persistent establishment of outposts is carving up and making vast swaths of land inaccessible for Palestinian use in the occupied West Bank. During the reporting period, approximately 1,860 housing units were advanced in the Area C. This includes 120 housing units at Sanur, a settlement that was evacuated in 2005. Additionally, 2,850 housing units were advanced in East Jerusalem. These includes 2 large-scale plans, a plan for 1,500 housing units in residential towers in a government complex between Sheikh Jarrah and Mount Scopus, and a plan in East Talpiot for 950 housing units in several residential towers. The Israeli government has also published tenders for over 4,770 in Area C, including 3,401 housing units in E1, which, if built, would effectively sever the connection between the northern and southern West Bank. In recent weeks, the pressure campaign against UNRWA has also sharply escalated in an effort to end its operation in the occupied Palestinian territory. On 29 December, the Israeli Knesset passed legislation instructing Israeli authorities to seize UNRWA's compound in Sheikh Jarrah and Kafr Akab, and requiring utilities and financial service providers to deny service to UNRWA or any of its facilities. On 12 January, Israeli forces raided an UNRWA health center in occupied East Jerusalem and ordered it to close. A week later, Israeli forces forcibly entered the UNRWA headquarters in occupied East Jerusalem with bulldozers demolishing the buildings. And officials have made abhorrent calls for the annihilation of UNRWA staff. These acts are flagrant violation of international law and the privileges and immunities of the United Nations. I call on the Israeli government to abide by the October 2025 advisory opinion by International Court of Justice, which states that Israel is obliged under international law to facilitate UNRWA's operations, not hinder or prevent them. Despite significant increases in international support in 2025, the unilateral withholding by Israel of all Palestinian clearance revenues continues. The Palestinian Authority continues to face the growing fiscal crisis resulting in partial payment of civil servant salaries and a reduction in services. Nearly $2.5 billion of clearance revenues remains withheld by Israel. Mr. President, Israeli government policies have facilitated a number of destructive trends: rapid settlement expansion and its related infrastructure, the creation and legalization of outposts, widespread demolitions and displacements, state land declarations, deepening movement and access restrictions, and expansion of municipal boundaries. Persistent and extreme settlers' violence, frequently accompanied or supported by Israeli security forces, continues to inflame tensions, forcibly displace Palestinians, and exacerbate instability. The consequences have been severe, deepening the occupation, fragmenting Palestinian space, and strengthened territorial contiguity for settlement. And ultimately, these steps are further undermining the prospects for peace and the establishment of a two-state solution. Unless urgently addressed, they may also jeopardize progress on implementing the second phase of the ceasefire agreement. Mr. President, the implementation of the second phase of the Gaza ceasefire plan is critical and will require our firm and collective commitment. There is a genuine opportunity to lay the foundations for a more stable and secure future for Palestinians and Israelis, and advance the goal of legitimate Palestinian government that reunifies Gaza and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, and chart a course toward ending the occupation and advancing a political process that will ultimately end the conflict. The UN will continue to support Palestinians and Israelis to end the conflict and to realize a two-state solution in line with previous United Nations resolutions and international law. Mr. President, I thank you and this Council for your attention.
I thank Mr. Alakbarov for his briefings. I now give the floor to the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine.
Mr. President, at the outset, allow me to thank you for presiding over this open debate at such a pivotal moment for peace, justice, and human dignity. Allow me also to welcome the ministers who are with us, to thank Mr. Ramiz Al-Akbarov for his briefing, and to welcome again our friends, the 5 elected new members of the Security Council, Bahrain, Colombia, Democratic Republic of Congo, Latvia, and Liberia. 80 years after the end of the Second World War, the core principles upon which the United Nations were founded remain as critical as ever. The right of peoples to self-determination, the prohibition on the acquisition of territory by threat or use of force, and the rule of international law as the guarantor of the rights of individuals, regardless of race, religion, or nationality, and of nations, large and small. Those principles are the expression of the wisdom finally acquired by humanity following a devastating war, where peoples around the globe endured and witnessed aggression, genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes on a scale that altered the course of history and led to the founding of these United Nations to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war and to ensure international peace and security. It is these very principles that are at stake and under threat in Palestine. Asserting them there is upholding them everywhere. Abandoning them there is jeopardizing them everywhere. Mr. President, We welcome the ceasefire agreement reached last year under President Trump's plan, and we commend the personal engagement of President Trump and the U.S. administration, as well as the tireless efforts of the mediators who have worked to implement it. We supported the ceasefire in good faith, even in the face of repeated breaches, with at least 500 Palestinians killed since the ceasefire came into effect, with many more wounded and ongoing destruction by the occupying power, and while life-saving assistance, including shelter, continues to be obstructed in the depths of this harsh winter. We support the plan because it offered an immediate path toward ending the killing and suffering, the famine, and unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe inflicted on the Palestinian people in Gaza. While we recognize that thousands of lives have been saved by the ceasefire, these goals are yet to be fully achieved. We welcome the completion of the release of all Israeli hostages and prisoners alive and deceased, including the recovery of the remains of the last Israeli body 2 days ago. We had repeatedly said that only a ceasefire could allow for this to happen. Yet, we must ask, what about the countless Palestinian families whose loved ones have been killed, with thousands of bodies still crushed and buried under rubble, yet to be found, yet to be identified, and to be given dignified burial? What of the families who waited for the return of thousands denied, tortured, humiliated, starved, raped, or missing, raped or missing? What of the entire families obliterated from existence, or the survivors of genocide left with grave injuries and amputations, who will carry the devastation with them for all their lives? What of the trauma and loss of an entire people? The suffering of the Palestinian people, civilian men, women, and children, must be ended with equal urgency. Healing, recovery, and justice are indispensable and a right for all. Full implementation of Phase 1 obligations, including an immediate end to the killing and unrestricted humanitarian access across the Gaza Strip, is essential. These are not new demands. They are the repeated calls of this Council and constitute obligations under international law. Moreover, Israel must end its ongoing war against humanitarian actors, including UNRWA and vital NGOs, whose safety and ability to operate have been repeatedly undermined. The destruction of UNRWA facilities, including the seizure and destruction of its headquarters in occupied East Jerusalem, which was also set ablaze, and the targeting of humanitarian personnel, and now the attempt to ban and expel recognized and respected NGOs operating on Palestinian territory, demonstrate total contempt for the very mechanisms established to protect and assist civilians. It is an attack on the United Nations by one of its members in ways we had never witnessed before. The advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on Israel's humanitarian obligations must be fully respected. But instead of compliance, we have witnessed continued obstruction to aid delivery, continued violations of the Charter and Convention on the Privileges and Immunities of the United Nations, and continued grave breaches of international humanitarian law by the occupying power. In this regard, we call the letters of the Secretary General to the Security Council, to you, and General Assembly, including that in light of the gravity of the Israeli government's actions, and I quote, "A situation may exist in which a difference has arisen between the United Nations and the State of Israel regarding, among other things, the interpretation or application of the General Convention," end of quotation of the letter of the SG. Furthermore, we are obliged to underscore yet again, Israel is not the sovereign in the Palestinian territory. This illegal occupation has no rights whatsoever in occupied Palestine, including in Jerusalem. Mr. President, the ceasefire's permanence and success requires that Israel cease trying to dictate the future of Gaza and to fully withdraw from the territory. Gaza is an integral part of the Palestinian territory. I repeat, Gaza is an integral part of the Palestinian territory. It belongs to the Palestinian people, nobody else. And any transitional arrangements must fully respect our people's rights and our sovereignty over the occupied Palestinian territory. The Gaza Strip must be reunited with the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, without delay. And our people's right to self-determination and independent statehood, enshrined in the principles and purposes of the UN Charter, which I began with, and in numerous resolutions of the Security Council, General Assembly, ICJ rulings, and in peremptory norms of international law, cannot be disposed of. Israel has to abandon its plans to forcibly displace and replace our people across occupied Palestine. In the West Bank, Israeli military attacks and settler terrorism continue unabated, systematically driving Palestinians from their homes. Settlements continue to be advanced, all tools of rampant annexation. In this regard, we warn of the dangerous Israeli escalation against Palestinian cities, villages, and refugee camps in the West Bank, including the implementation of the so-called E1 settlement project. This must be stopped. The last families in Ras Ain al-Auja have been forced from their land, leaving no Palestinian presence in what was once a thriving community. This was the largest shepherding community in the southern Jordan Valley and the last to survive Israelis' ethnic cleansing in the area. United Nations reporting has now documented a record level of West Bank displacement in the last 2 years. Around 40,000 Palestinians violently and forcefully transferred from their homes, the highest figure ever since 1967. Despite the long-standing demands by the international community, including the Security Council for decades, for a halt to such illegal colonial practices, Israel persists with its impunity, entrenching its illegal occupation of our land and people every single day. This must be stopped. Mr. President, these events are not isolated. They are part of a sustained pattern that threatens not only the Palestinian people, but the foundational principles of this organization. This cannot be ignored. Yet, we still see a chance for peace. I repeat, yet we still see a chance for peace. A real historical opportunity to end the occupation, to realize Palestinian rights, to achieve just and lasting peace in accordance with international law and UN resolutions. The Palestinian Authority is working in impossible circumstances to uphold its responsibilities It is working to retrieve the bodies of Palestinians, to restore education, to revive the health sector, to provide shelter and assistance, to reopen the Rafah crossing in both directions, to prepare for recovery and reconstruction. It has persisted in its decision to embark on a peaceful path to freedom and has not deviated from it. It has conducted difficult reforms while being undermined politically and financially. It has adopted the principle of one state, one government, one law, and one weapon. Palestine is a reliable partner for peace, if peace is the objective. Palestine is a reliable partner for peace if peace is the objective. The whole world can testify to that. But the Israeli government's objective is not peace, it is domination. Netanyahu yet again bragged that he will never allow a Palestinian state to emerge. He went further, reaffirming Israel will retain control from the river to the sea, promising eternal occupation, a delusional idea that will continue depriving our region of the prospects and promise of peace. Mr. President, the Palestinian people have an inalienable right to self-determination, including the right to the independence of their state. Any implementation of peace plans must be uphold this right fully and unequivocally, and must preserve the unity and territorial integrity of the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and the Gaza Strip. There must be no administrative or legal, or I should rather say illegal, measures that entrench division and occupation instead of bringing an end to them. Mr. President, the best way to consolidate the ceasefire is to move towards a just peace. This requires the mobilization of the international community as a whole, in charting a clear path away from occupation and war towards shared peace, security, and prosperity as foreseen by the New York Declaration and supported overwhelmingly by the member states of these United Nations. We must all work together to advance these noble objectives. We welcomed the launch of Phase 2 of the ceasefire agreement and the establishment of transitional bodies to help administer Gaza in the transitional period ahead of reunifying the West Bank and Gaza Strip under the Palestinian Authority as stated by this Council. Palestine must be central to and fully represented in any processes that determines its future. We reiterate our readiness to work with the United States and regional and international partners to ensure respect for the ceasefire agreement in line with international law. Our people are waiting for the recovery and rebuilding promised to them after so much pain and loss inflicted on them. We cannot let them down. Palestine needs a just peace more than any other country because it suffers most in its absence. It is seeking a peaceful path to freedom. We are seeking a peaceful path to freedom. It should be encouraged and supported, not undermined. We want our rights, the rights accorded to all nations, nothing more, but also nothing less and nothing else. I repeat, we want our rights, the rights accorded to all nations, nothing more, but also nothing less and nothing else. Free Palestine, peace in the Middle East, and I thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the permanent observer of the observer state of Palestine, for his statement. I'll now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I would like to thank the briefer and welcome the ministers who joined us today and the new members of the Security Council. Mr. President, from the first day of the war in Gaza, Israel has been clear before this Council about its goals. We had two goals: every hostage home, Hamas disarmed. With the return of Ran Gvili, I can finally say that the first goal has been achieved. Every hostage been brought home. What many believed was impossible is now a fact. We said we would bring them home, all of them, no matter how long it took. Now, for the first time since 2014, there is not a single Israeli hostage held in Gaza. This achievement was secured by the brave soldiers of the Israeli Defense Forces, young men and women who stepped forward with incredible determination, resolve, and courage. They defended our people. They brought our hostages home. They did so under fire, under pressure, and under relentless scrutiny, including from within this very chamber. Israel owes them a profound debt. The world owes them one as well. This effort was also driven and sustained by the leadership of the United States. The peace framework advanced by President Donald Trump and his administration created a path forward. Today, for the first time in 843 days, I sit in this chamber without the yellow hostage pin on my lapel. Everyone in Israel wore it, until yesterday. This is a moment of deep national significance for Israel. This moment also carries a message far beyond Israel. Western liberal democracies do not cave to terrorists. They do not reward mass murder. They do not trade their values for silence. The message is clear for every terrorist organization watching us. Kidnapping civilians does not bring legitimacy. Violence does not deliver political gains. Terror does not win. Israel now advances its second goal with the same determination and clarity. Hamas must be disarmed. The next steps are grounded in Phase 2 of the peace plan, supported by Israel, key international players and partners, and this Security Council. Phase 2 is written. It is structured. It provides for the establishment of a responsible governing framework for Gaza. There are positive signs. However, one obstacle remains: Hamas disarmament. The choice now rests with Hamas. Acceptance of full disarmament enables progress. Refusal places full responsibility on Hamas for the consequences. Clarity is essential about what disarmament actually means. Disarmament does not mean staged handovers for cameras. It does not mean weapons hidden underground while promises are made above ground. There is no real disarmament until Hamas's military infrastructure is dismantled. That includes weapons, command centers, and terror tunnels. No economic rebuilding can take place while Hamas remains armed. No civilian future can exist while a terrorist army controls Gaza. A genocidal terrorist organization should not have any weapons. Hamas understands this reality. That is why it delays, that is why it deceives. But don't just take Israel's word for it. Hamas put this in writing. In the final days of last year, Hamas released this manifesto. Very impressive one. This document, a copy of which was sent to all of your missions this morning, removes all doubt about Hamas's real intentions. They wrote it. It wasn't us. In this document, it says very clearly, It rejects disarmament. It rejects giving up political power. It denies the atrocities of October 7th. It justifies and glorifies its mass murder. Hamas even boasts about its strategy and diplomacy. In its own words, it calls one of the achievements of October 7th the collapse, and I quote, of Israel's image as a Western democracy. That tells you everything. This is not the language of peace, even when dressed up as diplomacy. It is a roadmap for future violence. Do not fall into Hamas's playbook. Do not let its propaganda write your talking points. Hamas still remains heavily armed. Let me show you the numbers. It still holds thousands of rockets, anti-tank missiles, and tens of thousands of Kalashnikov rifles. In total, Hamas still holds roughly 60,000 assault rifles. These weapons are used not only against us, against Israel, but against Gazans who oppose Hamas rule. This is not a movement preparing for peace. This is a terrorist army preparing for its next war. Israel has fully implemented phase 1 of the agreement. Since the beginning of the October ceasefire, the volume of aid has increased sharply. Let's take a look at the numbers. More than 33,000 trucks have entered Gaza since October 10, 2025. They delivered over 850,000 tons of food, 8,300 tons of medical supplies, more than 420,000 tents. Every week, more than 4,200 trucks enter Gaza. 12 field hospitals are operating today. Israel does not limit UN assistance and has invited agencies to increase daily deliveries. Israel has opened all major crossings into Gaza and earlier this week announced the reopening of the Rafah crossing. Aid is flowing, coordination continues. Mr. President, while attention remains fixed on Gaza, another crisis demands urgency. Iran. The Ayatollah regime is brutally repressing and murdering its own people. Behind 20 days of internet and telephone shutdowns and blackouts, civilians demanding freedom are executed, arrested, and silenced. Reports now indicate fatalities exceeding 30,000. That number should shock this council. Imagine for 1 minute a Middle East without this regime. Think about it for 1 minute. Billions of dollars would no longer be spent funding terror. Lebanon can regain its sovereignty finally from the claws of Iranian-backed Hezbollah. Syria could stop serving as an Iranian weapons corridor and move towards stability finally. Palestinians in Gaza and Judea and Samaria could focus on improving their lives instead of being trapped by armed radicals. The problem is not the people of the region. The problem is the regimes and militias that profit from chaos. Look at Yemen. Yemen offers another clear example of how the Iranian regime exports hate. The Houthis are not fighting over borders. They have no border with us. They have no border with the US. They have no border with most countries here. They are not fighting over land. The flag tells the entire story. Look at the flag of the Houthis. That's what it says in Arabic. Allah Akbar, Al-Maut li-America, Al-Maut li-Israel, Alana al-Yahud, Al-Nasr lil-Islam. In English, God is great, death to America, death to Israel, curse on the Jews, victory to Islam. That is the official flag of the Houthis. This is radicalism. It is insanity. That hatred did not originate in Yemen. It was cultivated, funded, and armed by Tehran. The Iranian regime diverted its own people's money to fund terror instead of providing basic needs. This is how the Iranian regime operates. It builds networks of violence and exports them across the Middle East and beyond. A regime that massacres its own people cannot be trusted to respect others. The world's most extreme regime must never obtain the world's most dangerous weapon. Israel has no hostility toward the people of Iran. Their courage is undeniable. Their struggle for freedom deserves support. Their future must be free of tyranny. Hope, however, is not a strategy. As Hamas is dismantled, the Iranian regime must be confronted with the same seriousness. The same clarity must apply. The same standards must hold. Israel's position is unmistakable. Every hostage was brought home. Hamas must now be dismantled completely. Gaza must be demilitarized and de-radicalized. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Israel for this statement. I now give the floor to the members of the Council. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Sarah Beslow Nyanti, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Liberia.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank the Somali presidency for convening this high-level debate and the briefers for their insightful interventions. Mr. President, Excellencies, the Middle East is not a distant theater of conflict. It is a central test of whether this Council can still shape outcomes rather than merely cataloging suffering. In the Middle East, we do not confront one crisis. We face a chain reaction of wars, reprisals, and unresolved grievances, each feeding the next. Liberia's own experience reminds us that silencing guns matters, but peace does not come from silence of the guns alone. It comes from choices made early, deliberately, and sustained over time. Mr. President, for millions in the Middle East, war is not an interruption of life. It is life itself. There are people who are born under bombardment, who learn adulthood under occupation or siege, and who will grow old without ever knowing what it means to live without fear. Entire lives, full lives, have been lived inside conflict from the first breath to the last. And nowhere is this tragedy more unforgivable than in the lives of children. Some babies die while trying to nurse from mothers whose bodies have nothing left to give. They die not from rare diseases or unavoidable fate, but from hunger, blockade, displacement, and decisions made far from their cries. This is not abstract. This is happening in real time. Children are growing up inside the wreckage of our choices. They inherit wars they did not declare, hatreds they did not choose, and borders drawn more fiercely than compassion. They carry the cost of adult power struggles because the international community has too often accepted delay, denial, and turning a blind eye as its policy. While children elsewhere worry about exams, football matches, music, friendships, and what they might become in the future, children in the Middle East learn how to stay safe during explosions and the best route to take to find food. They live in fear, not knowing what it means to be free. This is not only a moral failure, it is a strategic catastrophe that recycles violence, enmity, and hate. Mr. President, Excellencies, the reality of the Middle East is unfortunately grim, but the horizon beckons hope. Liberia notes recent diplomatic efforts aimed at reducing violence and reopening political space in Gaza and across the region. We applaud initiatives led by Qatar, Egypt, and the United States, other regional leaders, and other stakeholders, which have helped to create momentum toward de-escalation, improved humanitarian access and dialogue. Progress, however, is fragile, but progress matters. Let's be clear, this momentum must be sustained. Therefore, Liberia encourages continued engagement with this Council and with all stakeholders to deepen the progress, seize every opportunity, and consolidate the gains already made. History shows that diplomatic openings will close inevitably, not because they are imperfect, but because they are abandoned. Mr. President, no conflict has more broadly defined the region than the one between Israel and Palestine. Liberia is concerned by this protracted conflict. We reiterate the urgent need for immediate and sustained de-escalation and for expanding humanitarian access that is predictable and safe. Liberia continues to support a negotiated two-state solution consistent with relevant Security Council resolutions. Security that lacks political legitimacy cannot endure. Crisis management, however necessary, cannot substitute for a genuine peace process. Mr. President, Excellencies, force can dominate a moment, but only justice can shape a future. If force worked, we would not be here having this debate. What is not resolved through dialogue will resurface louder, angrier, and more dangerous. Hence, any solution must be shaped with the involvement of all concerned stakeholders. Mr. President and Excellencies, beyond Gaza, we are alarmed by rising tensions along the blue line between Israel and Lebanon. We recall Security Council Resolution 1701 and support UNIFIL's stabilizing role. In Syria, humanitarian suffering continues amid political paralysis. Resolution 2254 remains the agreed framework for sustainable peace. Regional engagement must translate into a political movement that is inclusive, but not an acceptance of permanent stagnation. In Yemen, fragile steps toward de-escalation offer a chance that must not be squandered. Dialogue remains the only path that does not end in more deaths and destruction. Peace in the Middle East cannot be defined simply by what ends. It must be defined by what begins. Dignity, justice, and the freedom for people to build ordinary lives. It must offer a future where Jews and Palestinians, Christians and Muslims, Arabs and non-Arabs can live not only side by side, but together working in the same hospitals, trading in the same markets, studying in the same universities, protecting shared water sources, building businesses, and competing in ideas rather than arms. Finally, Mr. President, Liberia will close with the following. We call for expanded regular humanitarian corridors into Gaza and all conflict zones in the region. We urge support for confidence-building measures facilitated by UN peace-building measures, peacekeeping, regional partners' support. We encourage regional actors and international partners to sustain diplomatic momentum and avoid the collapse of current openings. We call on all stakeholders to support efforts that restore political legitimacy, governance capacity, and economic stability for both Israelis and Palestinians. And we stress the need to promote regional commitments to stop the use of children in conflicts and to shield schools and hospitals from attacks or misuse. Liberia stands ready to work with all Council members for sustainable peace in the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Nyanti for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Georgios Gerapetraidas, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the Deputy Special Coordinator for his briefing and welcome the new elected members of the Council. We're looking forward to working with all of you. Distinguished colleagues, as Greece continues its tenure on this Council, we do so with clarity of purpose and a strong sense of responsibility. At a time when the international system is facing profound challenges, the United Nations and the Security Council in particular continues to provide the central and indispensable framework for dialogue, cooperation and collective action in support of international peace and security. Greece's foreign policy is firmly grounded in respect for the Charter of the United Nations and the principles enshrined therein, respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, the inviolability of borders and the prohibition of the threat of use of force. These principles are not abstract ideals. They constitute the foundation of a stable international order and guide our collective work within this Council. Peace in the Middle East is an urgent moral, political and humanitarian imperative. Greece consistently supports all initiatives that can have a tangible, positive impact on the ground and bring the region closer to a lasting peace and stability. In this spirit, we have strongly supported the comprehensive plans for Gaza and voted in favor of Security Council Resolution 2803. We acknowledge the progress achieved towards sustained ceasefire and the implementation of the 20-point Gaza peace plan endorsed by this Council. We have been very relieved that the body of the last hostage has been returned to his family. This development concludes a deeply painful chapter for the families. It also opens the path for the full implementation of Phase 2, which is a truly decisive moment. This next step must include full disarmament of Hamas and other armed groups. Addressing Israel's legitimate long-term security concerns is a key precondition for sustainable peace. The nomination of a Palestinian National Committee for the administration of Gaza, with the support of the presidency of the Palestinian Authority, is a welcome development. It represents an important step towards legitimate and accountable governance, which is indispensable for stability, reconstruction, and long-term peace. The future reconstruction of Gaza must be credible, coordinated, and firmly anchored in legitimate governance structures and embedded in a broader political and credible political horizon. Gaza and the West Bank is a single, indivisible territorial unit for a future Palestinian state. The path forward is clear: a credible political process leading to a two-state solution, allowing Palestinians and Israelis to live side by side in peace and security. Greece stands ready to contribute actively and responsibly to the peace process, including through the scaling up of humanitarian assistance and the development aid in the West Bank. It continues to provide treatment to children from Gaza in Greek hospitals. We are also actively contributing to efforts aimed at stabilizing security conditions in Gaza, including through our participation in the Civil-Military Coordination Center. Overall, our objective is clear: to help prepare the ground for the day after in Gaza, in close cooperation with the Palestinian National Committee and the Palestinian Authority, as well as with key regional partners such as Egypt. Peace requires the protection of civilians. Today, despite significant progress on the delivery of food and other goods, the humanitarian situation in Gaza remains difficult. Harsh weather conditions, devastated infrastructure, and shortages of food, water, and medical supplies continue to exacerbate suffering. Humanitarian access, including via Cyprus Maritime Corridor, must therefore be unimpeded. We're also concerned with recent developments affecting UNRWA, notably the demolition of its facilities in East Jerusalem. Beyond Gaza, the situation in the West Bank is steadily deteriorating. Rising settler violence, including against Christian communities, erodes trust and fuels instability on the ground. We also call for a halt to settlement activities, including in the E1 area. As the Greek Prime Minister stated during his recent visit to Ramallah and Jerusalem, Greece's support for the Palestinian Authority is unwavering. It remains the legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, and as such must be empowered politically and financially. The Palestinian Authority has been very serious in promoting reforms. Withheld tax revenues must be released immediately. Equally, the preservation of the status quo of the holy sites in Jerusalem is of paramount importance. Jerusalem is not only a city of profound religious significance, but a litmus test for coexistence and mutual respect. Mr. President, turning to Lebanon, this Council's visit to Beirut last December was more than symbolic. It sent a clear message: Lebanon is not alone. We welcome the progress achieved in Phase 1 of the National Disarmament Plan, which brings Lebanon closer to restoring full control over its territory in line with relevant Security Council resolutions. Nevertheless, disarmament must be coupled with sustained capacity building as well as clear plan for reconstruction. Greece considers Lebanon as a key partner for peace. It will support Lebanon in its efforts for security and prosperity. It recently delivered military equipment to the Lebanese armed forces and stands ready to do more. In the same vein, we welcome the organization of an international conference in Paris on March 5, aiming at garnering international support toward the LAF, and we're looking forward to our participation. For Syria, Mr. President, 2025 has been a landmark year. The fall of the Assad regime gives a historic opportunity to a country of great importance for the Arab world and the Eastern Mediterranean. Greece stands by Syria and is offering support bilaterally and in its capacity as EU and Security Council member. We must acknowledge the progress achieved so far, but we should also not disregard the persisting challenges. We welcome the assurances by the Syrian government regarding adherence to international law and good neighborly relations. We expect them to be honored, especially in terms of maritime delimitations with neighboring states. Syria's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity must be fully respected. We also support the country's engagement with the United Nations and warmly encourage its further enhancement, looking forward to the prompt establishment of the Office of the Special Envoy in Damascus. At the same time, we should not forget that 2025 was marked by violence against Alawites, Druze, Christians, and lately the Kurds. We need more information, clarity, and indeed accountability. We reiterate the need for an inclusive transition and protection of all Syrians, including women, without any discrimination whatsoever due to religious or ethnic background, as a prerequisite for stability and recovery. Syria's wealth lies in its diverse and pluralistic society. Civilians must be protected under all circumstances. The latest developments in the northeast prove how fragile the transition remains and causes concern. The ceasefire agreement reached between the Syrian government and the SDF should be fully implemented by all sides. We call on all actors, including external actors, to act with restraint and avoid escalation that could destabilize the country and exacerbate ethnic tensions. The protection of Kurds must be fully ensured and their political and cultural rights safeguarded in a united Syria. We would also like to underline the need to tackle terrorism and extremism and address the military and security sector reform. In particular, the fight against Daesh, ISIS should continue, and detainees camps must be fully safeguarded. Finally, on Yemen, we reaffirm our full respect for the sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, and we call upon all parties to engage constructively and in good faith in an inclusive, Yemeni-led and Yemeni-owned political process under the auspices of the United Nations. Despite the escalation in the south, we remain vigilant. While the situation in the Red Sea is becoming more complicated, we reiterate the importance of maritime security and freedom of navigation. The Red Sea constitutes a vital waterway for the region and the world, and the Houthis continue to pose a serious threat in this regard. Greece, honoring its long maritime tradition, will continue to support regional and international activities and provide her leadership to EU naval operation Aspides in line with Council resolutions and in full respect of international law. In conclusion, Mr. President, Greece remains fully committed to working with all members of this Council, with the United Nations and with regional partners to turn commitments into action so that hope prevails over suffering, dignity over despair, and peace becomes a reality delivered. As a country of the Eastern Mediterranean, Greece is deeply conscious of the direct impact that instability in the region has on international peace and security. This awareness, together with our long-standing commitment to multilateralism and international law, underpins our readiness to act as a constructive and reliable partner in efforts to promote dialogue, de-escalation, and lasting peace. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Jared Petraeus for his statement and now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Deputy Special Coordinator Al-Akbarov, for your briefing. It was good to spend time with you late last year. Welcome to our colleagues, Your Excellencies of Foreign Ministers from Greece and Liberia. I think first and foremost, we should truly take heart that Ron Gavili's remains have finally returned to his family, who have suffered through unthinkable hardship for far too long. His funeral was today, and we hope his return brings a measure of solace and closure for the family that I also had the honor to spend some time with. And I think we all hope the remains of all the deceased are returned to their loved ones, those that were killed in this horrible war started by Hamas, so that these families can have some type of closure and peace. Colleagues, for the first time since 2014, and over a decade, Hamas and its terrorist affiliates no longer hold any hostages in Gaza. That's extraordinary, and we should take note of it. And I hope all those who claimed Hamas didn't know the locations of every hostage understand, frankly, their error. It is only due to the relentless efforts of the Israeli people and government, the tireless work of President Trump, his special envoys, Witkoff and Kushner, and the strong pressure put on Hamas, brought to bear by not only the United States, but our partners in the region, that all the hostages have at last returned home, and we could take those yellow ribbons off our lapels. Colleagues, on January 16th, President Trump celebrated the formation of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza. For the first time since 2007, the people of Gaza who desperately want peace, and they want peace and not Hamas, its supporters or its enablers, they have an opportunity to chart a peaceful future for the Gaza Strip. We are grateful, deeply grateful, for Dr. Ali Sheikh's leadership of the National Committee and for our partnership with those serving alongside him to restore public services, to rebuild civil institutions, and to stabilize daily life in Gaza. Last week in Davos, President Trump announced the Board of Peace, and with it, the transition to phase 2 of the 20-point plan, both of which were established and endorsed by this committee in Resolution 2803. The results of phase 1 speak for themselves. A ceasefire that the entire world were begging for and demanding, humanitarian aid that was so desperately needed, and the release and return of all hostages to their families. Phase 2 will advance the full demilitarization and reconstruction of Gaza in line with the President's plan and with Security Council Resolution 2803. On behalf of the United States, I would like to thank all those that have committed to joining the Board of Peace, especially fellow council members Bahrain and Pakistan. Under President Trump's chairmanship, the Board of Peace is acting and not just talking. With the President's vision and tenacity, the board will help realize a new Gaza and a break from this decades-old cycle of violence. We realize it's unconventional. Change makes some uncomfortable. But with this innovative approach, we are leaving behind decades of wasted time, wasted money, and wasted chances for peace. And we are already seeing results. With the cooperation and assistance of Israel and our Board of Peace partners, over 55,000 trucks have entered Gaza, bringing food, shelter, and medicine since the ceasefire began. Over 1.3 million people have received food assistance in December. We welcomed the reopening of Allenby Gate and King Hussein Bridge, the crossing between Israel and Jordan. and we welcome the full reopening of the Rafah border crossing, which will expedite the flow of medical evacuations. But we must take care. Assistance cannot devolve into dependence, and with support from the High Representative for Gaza, Nikolai Mladinov, the National Committee will restore essential services throughout Gaza and foster an economy where opportunity replaces unemployment and dependence. But before we can reach this goal, Hamas and other militant groups must lay down their arms. Point 1 of the President's 20-point plan is that Gaza will be a de-radicalized, terror-free zone that does not pose a threat to its neighbors. They must live up to their end of the bargain. Point 2 is that Gaza will be redeveloped for the benefit of the people of Gaza who have suffered for far too long and for more than enough. Only de-radicalization, only disarmament, only demilitarization will bring Gaza prosperity and stability, and we, along with our partners on the Board of Peace and in consultation with the National Committee, will apply pressure to Hamas to honor its commitment and to disarm. Hamas must not have any role in the governance of Gaza, directly or indirectly, in any form, period. All military, terror, and offensive infrastructure, including tunnels and weapon production facilities, will be destroyed and not rebuilt. International, independent monitors will supervise a process of demilitarization of Gaza to include placing weapons permanently beyond use through an agreed process of decommissioning and supported by an internationally funded buyback and reintegration program. New Gaza will be fully committed to building a prosperous economy and a peaceful coexistence with its neighbors. We salute and thank our friends who have agreed to contribute to the International Stabilization Force. Under the leadership of Major General Jasper Jeffers of the United States Army, the ISF will begin to establish control and stability so that the Israeli Defense Forces can withdraw from Gaza based on standards, milestones, and timeframes linked to demilitarization. These will be agreed upon between the IDF, the ISF, the guarantors, and the United States with an objective of a secure Gaza that no longer poses a threat to its neighbors or its citizens. Colleagues, the United States remains fully committed to working in close partnership with Israel, with key Arab and Muslim majority nations, and with the international community to bring the peace, the prosperity, and the security and dignity to the region that its people deserve. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for his statement and now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. I thank Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov for his briefing, and I also join others in welcoming the foreign ministers of Liberia and Greece to the Council today. This week brought the long-awaited return of the final remaining hostage in Gaza, Ran Gavili, killed while defending families at Kibbutz Alumim during the brutal Hamas attack on October the 7th. As my Foreign Secretary said, our thoughts are with Ran's family as they now finally lay him to rest. The suffering of October the 7th and the devastating conflict that followed serve as a powerful reminder of the importance of our collective efforts to secure lasting peace in the Middle East. I will make 3 points. First, we welcome the announcement of the Palestinian National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, an important step in implementing the peace plan and putting Palestinians at the heart of efforts to recover and rebuild. We call for the swift implementation of Phase 2 of the peace plan as set out in Security Council Resolution 2803, including the withdrawal of Israeli forces, the decommissioning of Hamas's weapons, the deployment of the ISF, and a clear timeline for transition of governance from the Board of Peace to a reformed Palestinian Authority. Hamas can have no role in the future governance of Gaza. Second, for the peace plan to succeed, we must also see urgent action to address the still catastrophic humanitarian situation. The UN reports that at least 9 infants have died of hypothermia this winter, including a 3-month-old baby last week. This is completely unconscionable, especially when life-saving shelter and medical supplies remain at the border, blocked by Israeli authorities. We welcome Israel's commitment to partially open the Rafah crossing. But this is not enough. Rafah and all crossings must be fully opened to allow life-saving humanitarian supplies to enter at scale. The UK condemns Israel's egregious attacks against UNRWA's compound in East Jerusalem and its restrictions on the work of international NGOs. These are the backbone of the humanitarian response, providing $1 billion of funding annually. And without them, Palestinians will face yet more suffering. We call on Israel to fulfill its humanitarian commitments under President Trump's 20-point plan and its obligations under international law. Finally, we cannot allow the deeply concerning trajectory of Israeli actions in the West Bank to undermine our efforts to secure peace. We condemn ongoing settler violence and outpost construction in Area B. And we call upon the Israeli government to tackle this with effective law enforcement and accountability measures as needed. Israeli movement restrictions and incursions into Area A must cease. We oppose ongoing illegal settlement expansion, including recent developments around E1. President, we cannot afford to lose momentum towards peace. The UK remains committed to supporting swift implementation of Resolution 2803 and to forging a new future built upon a two-state solution with Israelis and Palestinians living in peace, security, and dignity. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for his statement and now give the floor to the representative of China.
谢谢主席，我感谢阿拉克巴罗夫副特别协调员的通报。中东是人类文明的摇篮，却长期饱受战乱之祸、流离之苦，是全球热点问题最集中的地区。当前，中东再次站在历史的十字路口，安全形势敏感脆弱，各种矛盾相互叠加。巴勒斯坦问题仍是中东问题的核心。国际社会应当进一步凝聚共识，推动巴勒斯坦问题早日得到全面、公正、持久解决。第一，以维护和平稳定为首要，立即停止一切暴力冲突。我们欢迎所有人质或人质遗体均已返回以色列。加沙第一阶段停火协议达成已经3个多月，但军事袭击仍未停止，平民伤亡不断攀升。约旦河西岸局势紧张，占领方持续扩大定居点，纵容定居者暴力。中方呼吁有关各方，特别是以色列，全面遵守停火协议，推动实现加沙全面持久停火。以色列应立即停止定居点活动，遏制定居者暴力， 第二，以缓解平民苦难为关键，畅通被占领土人道援助。加沙人道局势仍然危急，人道物资准入受到限制。我们敦促以色列履行国际人道法义务，开放全部过境点，解除人道物资准入限制，停止对人道机构的打压。近日，联合国近东巴勒斯坦难民救济和工程处在东耶路撒冷的馆舍遭到强拆和纵火，中方对此表示严重关切。以色列有义务确保工程处的特权、豁免和正常履职。第三，以两国方案为遵循，稳妥推进加沙战后安排。加沙是巴勒斯坦人民的家园，加沙的战后安排事关巴勒斯坦问题的政治解决。任何关于加沙未来的安排，都应坚持8人制8原则，尊重巴勒斯坦人民的意愿，照顾中东国家的合理关切，并同两国方案相衔接。中方将继续支持巴勒斯坦在加沙战后治理中的主体地位。安理会肩负着维护国际和平与安全的首要责任，应当继续对加沙局势和战后安排保持密切关注，发挥应有作用。主席，当前伊朗局势引发广泛关注，中东地区战云密布，紧张气氛不断加剧。伊朗是独立的主权国家，伊朗的事情应由伊朗人民自主决定。中方希望并支持伊朗保持国家稳定，支持维护伊朗主权、安全和领土完整。武力解决不了问题，任何军事冒险行动只会将地区推向不可预知的深渊。我们呼吁各方恪守联合国宪章宗旨和原则，反对干涉别国内政，反对在国际关系中使用或威胁使用武力。中方希望美方等有关方面正视国际社会和地区国家的呼声，多做有利于中东和平稳定的事，避免激化矛盾，火上浇油。主席，中东是中东人民的中东，不是大国博弈的角斗场，也不应成为域外国家地缘争夺的受害者。中方愿同国际社会一道，尊重中东人民的自主选择，重视地区国家的合理关切，共同为促进中东和平稳定发挥建设性作用。谢谢主席。
I thank the representative of China for his statement and now give the floor to the representative of France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je remercie tout d'abord Monsieur le coordonnateur spécial adjoint pour le processus de paix au Moyen-Orient, Monsieur Ramiz Alakbarov, pour son exposé. Je souhaite également la bienvenue à leurs excellences Madame la ministre des Affaires étrangères du Libéria et Monsieur le ministre des Affaires étrangères de Grèce, et je salue la présence de nos collègues, les représentants permanents de Palestine et d'Israël, ainsi que la participation de nombreux États à ce débat ouvert. Monsieur le Président, 100 jours après la conclusion du cessez-le-feu à Gaza, grâce aux efforts des États-Unis, de l'Égypte, de la Turquie et du Qatar que nous saluons, l'urgence humanitaire à Gaza demeure. La réponse aux besoins immenses de la population reste insuffisante. Il est urgent qu'Israël lève tous les obstacles à l'accès humanitaire. Pour que les Nations unies et les ONG puissent opérer de manière indépendante et impartiale partout dans Gaza, conformément au droit international humanitaire, nous demandons que cesse d'abord le désenregistrement de dizaines d'ONG internationales, dont de nombreuses françaises. Deuxièmement, les pressions croissantes envers l'UNRWA, qui se sont traduites notamment par la démolition de son siège à Jérusalem, en violation des privilèges et immunités de l'ONU. Troisièmement, les restrictions excessives sur les biens, y compris ceux dits à double usage. Et enfin, quatrièmement, la fermeture persistante de certains points de passage. À ce titre, le point de passage de Rafah doit être pleinement ouvert dans les deux sens, conformément au plan de paix. Monsieur le Président, la France rend hommage à Ran Dvili, dernier otage israélien retenu par le Hamas, dont la dépouille a pu être rapatriée en Israël. Elle adresse ses condoléances à sa famille et à ses proches. Cette restitution met le point final au cauchemar, commencé par les attaques terroristes du Hamas le 7 octobre et la capture inhumaine de 251 personnes qui furent soumises à un insoutenable cauchemar. Ce rapatriement ouvre la voie au plein engagement de la deuxième phase du plan de paix du président Trump en 20 points pour Gaza, qui doit permettre d'aboutir à une paix durable. La France salue les efforts des médiateurs en ce sens et elle appelle toutes les parties à respecter leurs engagements. La formation d'un comité national pour l'administration de Gaza, partie intégrante de la Palestine, est un élément essentiel de l'appropriation par les Palestiniens de cette nouvelle phase. Il doit, ce comité national, se déployer sur le terrain et répondre aux besoins urgents de la population, avec le soutien de l'autorité palestinienne et le soutien de la communauté internationale. La France entend y contribuer pleinement. Cette étape doit ouvrir la voie au désarmement du Hamas, qui ne doit plus avoir sa place dans la gouvernance de Gaza, et au retour d'une autorité palestinienne réformée à Gaza, afin de rétablir un horizon politique crédible pour la solution à deux États, conformément à la déclaration de New York. S'agissant de l'établissement du Conseil de la paix, son texte fondateur soulève des questions politiques et juridiques, notamment quant à son champ d'application et à sa gouvernance. Pour la France, son action s'inscrit dans le cadre de la résolution 2803 et dans le respect de la charte de l'ONU. À cet égard, il importe que le Conseil de sécurité puisse être régulièrement tenu informé de l'état d'avancement de la mise en œuvre de la résolution 2803. Monsieur le Président, la situation en Cisjordanie et à Jérusalem-Est continue de se dégrader. Les violences des colons, l'accélération de la colonisation, y compris l'avancée du projet E1, l'intensification des opérations militaires et les atteintes au statu quo des lieux saints sapent les perspectives de paix, y compris la mise en œuvre du plan de paix. La France condamne toute violence. Elle condamne l'attaque commise par un Palestinien ayant fait 2 morts dans le nord d'Israël le 26 décembre dernier. Elle condamne l'attaque de colons le 17 janvier à l'est de Ramallah, au cours de laquelle des résidents locaux et des ressortissants étrangers, dont une Française, ont été agressés. Nous demandons aux autorités israéliennes de faire toute la lumière sur cette attaque et d'engager des poursuites contre ses auteurs. Au-delà, nous rappelons que la paix et la sécurité, pour les Israéliens comme pour les Palestiniens, passent, comme l'a rappelé fortement notre Assemblée générale en septembre dernier, par la solution des deux États, Israël et Palestine, dans toutes ses dimensions. Monsieur le Président, la France souhaite aussi saisir cette occasion pour adresser au Conseil et à la région 2 messages. Tout d'abord, l'importance du respect du cessez-le-feu en Syrie et de l'intégration des forces démocratiques syriennes dans l'armée syrienne et les institutions étatiques. Deuxièmement, la nécessité d'appuyer les progrès des autorités libanaises en faveur du monopole de l'État sur les armes. La France organisera à cet titre, avec les États-Unis et les Arabies saoudites, une conférence internationale de soutien le 5 mars prochain à Paris. Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of France for his statement and now give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me also thank Deputy Special Coordinator Alec Barrow for his informative briefing. Mr. President, we are relieved that the earthly remains of the last hostage held in Gaza since the terror attack on October 7 has finally been returned, and we hope that this can contribute to healing for the families affected. Denmark welcomes the announcement of Phase 2 of President Trump's peace plan. This moment carries a fragile but powerful promise, a hope that suffering may give way to stability. But hope on its own cannot rebuild lives. It needs to be supported by concrete actions. The Security Council has a key role in overseeing the implementation of Resolution 2803, including the work of the Board of Peace. While some elements of the Charter of the Board of Peace raise concerns, we wish the Board of Peace will be successful in implementing the peace plan for Gaza and effective as a transitional administration in Gaza in line with Resolution 2803 and the UN Charter. With the formation of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, we count on Palestinians to be involved in matters related to Palestinian territory. As we are entering Phase 2, we call on Hamas and other armed groups to decommission their weapons, because Hamas and other terrorist organizations must be disarmed and no longer play a role in Gaza. Furthermore, we call on Israel to facilitate a full reopening of the Rafah border crossing in both directions. These are central elements of the peace plan. Mr. President, despite some improvements, the humanitarian needs in Gaza remain vast and urgent. Families continue to struggle for shelter, protection, and medical care. The deregistration of at least 37 international non-governmental organizations operating in Gaza and the West Bank risks undermining the progress that has been made. International NGOs are responsible for nearly 3/4 of all shelter-related activities and deliver more than 80% of basic necessities. Their presence and unimpeded access are crucial to meeting urgent needs at the scale required. We call on Israel to reverse this decision. We also urge Israel to urgently allow for unrestricted access of aid, including dual-use items. As specified in Resolution 2803, this Council has underscored the importance of full resumption of humanitarian aid in a manner consistent with the humanitarian principles. Humanitarian assistance must never be obstructed. It is not a bargaining chip. It is a lifeline for the civilian population. The health system must also be restored, and patients in need of specialized care must be able to be transferred for treatment, especially to the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, through the medical corridor in place before October 7, 2023. The UN-led humanitarian system remains best placed to undertake the monumental task of getting aid into those in need. United Nations agencies, working hand in hand with international NGOs, form the backbone of life-saving assistance and recovery in Gaza. In this regard, we echo the Secretary General's deep concern over Israel's adoption of legislation in December 2025 to cease UNRWA operations. These laws must be repealed without delay. Israel's demolition of an UNRWA compound in East Jerusalem last week is unacceptable and a violation of the UN's privileges and immunities under the UN Charter and international law. The inviolability of UN premises must be upheld, the privileges and immunities of UNRWA personnel respected, and all seized assets returned. As we look to the next stage of the peace plan for Gaza, we must not forget the West Bank, where unprecedented devastating developments are currently unfolding. As we heard from the Deputy Special Coordinator, this includes record numbers of expansions of illegal Israeli settlements, settler violence, intimidation, the seizure of farmland, and destruction of crops with widespread impunity. Families are forced to flee their homes. A recent example was the displacement this week of all 120 families in Ras Ain al-Auja Bedouin community in the Jordan Valley due to the escalating violence by the Israeli settlers. We urge Israel to immediately halt these measures. Mr. President, peace demands a clear path forward. A two-state solution remains the only viable option for long-term sustainable peace, one in which Gaza and the West Bank are reunited and where Palestinians and Israelis alike can live in security, freedom, and dignity. We hope that the implementation of the second phase of the peace plan will help turn the page and open a new chapter for Gaza. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Denmark for her statement and now give the floor to the representative of Panama.
Gracias, señor presidente. Agradecemos la exposición informativa presentada por el doctor Ramiz Alakbarov, coordinador especial adjunto y coordinador residente de la Oficina de las Naciones Unidas para el Proceso de Paz en Medio Oriente. A su vez, extendemos una cordial bienvenida a los ministros de Relaciones Exteriores de Liberia y Grecia, así como a todos los distinguidos representantes de las delegaciones que nos distinguen hoy con su participación. Los acontecimientos recientes en el Medio Oriente confirman la naturaleza dinámica y compleja de la región, marcada por desafíos multidimensionales que exigen una atención sostenida y coordinada de la comunidad internacional. Pese al alto al fuego en vigor desde el 10 de octubre, la situación sobre el terreno en Gaza continúa siendo extremadamente frágil. Si bien el cese de hostilidades ha reducido la intensidad del conflicto, sigue siendo insuficiente para garantizar una protección efectiva y sostenida de la población civil. En ese contexto, Panamá reconoce los esfuerzos de mediación emprendidos por los Estados Unidos, Qatar, Egipto y Turquía como una contribución determinante para alcanzar un alto al fuego duradero y sostenido. De igual manera, reconocemos los esfuerzos del sistema de las Naciones Unidas y de sus socios humanitarios que han permitido avances concretos en un entorno sumamente adverso. No obstante, dichos avances siguen siendo frágiles y dependen de un acceso humanitario pleno, seguro, sostenido y sin obstáculos administrativos o burocráticos que impidan su operatividad. Hace unos días se confirmó la liberación de los restos mortales de Ran Givli, último de los 251 rehenes capturados donde el atroz ataque terrorista de Hamas del 7 de octubre de 2023. Reiteramos nuestras condolencias a todos los familiares de las víctimas y expresamos la esperanza de que el pueblo de Israel pueda poner punto final a este trágico episodio. Panamá votó en este Consejo a favor de la resolución 2803 de 2025, convencidos de la necesidad de abrir un espacio político que permitiera consolidar el cese de hostilidades, facilitar la asistencia humanitaria y sentar las bases para una fase de estabilización y transición en Gaza. Ese espacio ofrece una oportunidad que no debe perderse. Consideramos que los mecanismos previstos en dicha resolución para la implementación del plan de paz, incluida la Junta de Paz, deben ser impulsados de manera coordinada y contar con el acompañamiento efectivo de las Naciones Unidas, en particular del Consejo de Seguridad, como fuente primigenia de su legitimidad. Expresamos nuestra preocupación por los recientes hechos que han afectado las instalaciones de UNRWA y reafirmamos el principio de inviolabilidad de los locales de Naciones Unidas, así como los privilegios e inmunidades de su personal que los estados están obligados a respetar. Instamos a que las organizaciones no gubernamentales que han acompañado el enorme esfuerzo humanitario, pese a las extremas condiciones en el terreno, puedan continuar haciéndolo sin obstáculos para que contribuyan a la conclusión exitosa del plan de paz. Reafirmamos que la última vía sostenible y humana es aquella que permita a los pueblos de Israel y Palestina vivir lado a lado, en paz, seguridad y dignidad, y en un futuro ojalá cercano. Por otra parte, observamos con preocupación las medidas desproporcionadas adoptadas por el gobierno de la República Islámica de Irán en respuesta a manifestaciones ciudadanas destinadas a expresar demandas legítimas de libertad. Las detenciones arbitrarias, las desapariciones forzadas, las restricciones a la libertad de reunión y las acciones dirigidas a silenciar a las familias de las víctimas contravienen las obligaciones internacionales en materia de derechos humanos y refuerzan la urgencia de darle voz al pueblo iraní y una apertura hacia la comunidad internacional. En cuanto a Siria, Panamá reafirma su respaldo al proceso de transición política liderado y asumido por los sirios. Y subrayamos que una paz duradera solo será posible mediante la integración inclusiva de todas las minorías, respetando la soberanía nacional y la integridad territorial del país. Valoramos los esfuerzos recientes de las autoridades interinas por priorizar la contención y el diálogo en Alepo y sus alrededores y reafirmamos la obligación de todas las partes de cumplir el acuerdo del 19 de enero, respetar el derecho internacional humanitario y proteger a la población civil. Asimismo, Panamá subraya que el terrorismo sigue constituyendo una amenaza grave para la paz y la seguridad de la región. Reiteramos la necesidad de que se prevenga la reactivación de grupos terroristas, se gestione de manera segura los centros de detención y se garantice la repatriación responsable de combatientes extranjeros. También mantenemos una atención especial sobre la situación en el sur de Yemen, donde las últimas semanas se ha registrado un aumento de tensiones y enfrentamientos que afectan gravemente la seguridad, la estabilidad y las condiciones humanitarias de la población civil. En este contexto, reiteramos la necesidad de priorizar una agenda genuinamente nacional y subrayamos el papel central que corresponde al propio pueblo yemení en las decisiones relativas a su futuro y a la gobernanza de su país. De igual forma, la situación en el Líbano continúa caracterizándose por una elevada volatilidad. La visita realizada por este Consejo en diciembre permitió constatar la fragilidad del alto al fuego vigente, las persistentes tensiones a lo largo de la frontera sur y los desafíos asociados a la implementación de la Resolución 1701 del 2006. Panamá reafirma la importancia de preservar la estabilidad a lo largo de la línea azul, de respetar plenamente el mandato de la Fuerza Provisional de las Naciones Unidas en el Líbano y de fortalecer el apoyo al ejército libanés como pilar esencial de la soberanía y la integridad territorial del país. Reconocemos asimismo a las mujeres que en todo el Medio Oriente, desde la sociedad civil y los espacios políticos que logran ocupar, abren caminos hacia la igualdad y la justicia, recordándonos que no puede haber paz ni desarrollo sin su participación plena, segura y significativa. Señor presidente, el futuro del Medio Oriente no puede construirse a espaldas de sus pueblos, ni los modelos impuestos desde el exterior, ni la intransigencia de actores políticos sin legitimidad ni respaldo popular ofrecen soluciones a los complejos desafíos que enfrenta la región. La estabilidad de la región y su contribución a la paz y la seguridad internacionales serán el resultado de la suma de acciones que, aunque parezcan pequeñas, reflejan el sacrificio de mujeres y hombres que salvan vidas, alimentan a los más vulnerables, educan a los niños y eligen cada día la paz por encima de la violencia, dando fe de que el mejor futuro es el que se construye con base al respeto al diferente. Muchas gracias.
I thank the representative of Panama for his statement and now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Господин председатель, благодарим заместителя спецкоординатора ООН по ближневосточному мирному процессу Рамиза Алакбарова за брифинг о положении дел в регионе. Динамика ситуации последних дней в зоне Палестино-израильского конфликта дает основания для осторожного оптимизма и надежды на окончательный переход от логики конфронтации и насилия к дипломатии и экономическому возрождению. Приветствуем возвращение в Израиль тела последнего заложника Рона Гвили, что стало возможным благодаря передаче информации о его местонахождении палестинцам. Пусть раны, нанесенные израильской нацией 7 октября 2023 года, еще свежи, будем надеяться, что это символическое событие, ознаменовавшее окончательное воссоединение всех семей со своими близкими, заложит прочный фундамент для восстановления отношений между двумя народами. При этом ни в коем случае не следует забывать и о палестинцах, потерявших близких или разлученных со своими родными. Помимо свыше 70 тысяч погибших от ударов, голода и холода, палестинцев с момента прекращения огня в октябре 2025 года из-под завалов Газы выкопано 710 тел, тысячи продолжают покоиться там. Обнаружение каждого из них имеет не меньшее значение для палестинского народа и дела примирения. Отмечаем долгожданное начало второй фазы мирного плана президента Трампа, о котором 14 января объявила американская сторона. Запуск работы переходных структур в анклаве, в первую очередь Национального комитета по управлению Газой во главе с опытным функционером ПНА Али Шаасом, закладывает основу для процесса восстановления сектора. Убеждены, что успех в реализации мирной инициативы возможен лишь при неукоснительном уважении интересов и прав палестинского народа, а также при тесной координации временных структур с ПНА. Подчеркиваем недопустимость любых планов по насильственному перемещению газовитян, какими бы благовидными предлогами они ни обставлялись. Ожидаем в обозримой перспективе восстановления административного, политического и экономического единства Газа и Избри, включая Восточный Иерусалим, в рамках палестинского государства в границах 1967 года. Ждем от американской стороны больше конкретики по поводу перспектив развертывания в секторе международных стабилизационных сил, в том числе по составу, численности и мандату данной миссии. Исходя из многолетнего опыта миротворческих операций, полагаем, что эффективность МСС будет напрямую зависеть от наличия согласия сторон и способности беспристрастно выполнять подмандатные задачи. При этом применение силы должно быть строго ограничено во избежание втягивания миротворцев в качестве одной из сторон конфликта. В целом полагаем, что дальнейшая реализация мирного плана потребует от посредников фокусировки на поиске комплексного переговорного решения проблемы разоружения палестинских группировок и вывода израильских подразделений из Газы. Попытки силового решения ни к чему не приведут. Господин председатель, теперь, когда тело последнего заложника было возвращено, у израильской стороны не осталось никаких оснований для дальнейшего промедления с выполнением своих гуманитарных обязательств в отношении газовитян. Хотели бы напомнить, что гумобязательства Израиля заложены в пунктах 7 и 8 мирного плана президента Трампа, а также в оперативном параграфе 3, одобрившей его резолюции СБ ООН 2803, где прямо указывается на важность возобновления полномасштабной доставки гуманитарной помощи в сектор Газа через сотрудничающие организации, включая ООН. Речь идет в том числе и о необходимости полноценного открытия КПП «Рафах», о чем было объявлено только 26 января, то есть спустя 3,5 месяца после заключения соглашения о прекращении огня. К сожалению, гуманитарная ситуация в Газе продолжает оставаться катастрофической в условиях тотальных разрушений и ограничений на поставки грузов. Сохраняющиеся запреты на проведение гумопераций и ввоз необходимых товаров, а также техники для расчистки завалов, серьезно усугубляют положение газовитян. Палестинцы продолжают погибать под израильскими ударами, страдать от голода, фактического отсутствия медицинской помощи и доступа к образованию, к которым добавились зимние холода. С 10 октября 2025 года порядка 500 человек были убиты, как минимум 9 умерли от переохлаждения. Информация, поступающая от гуманитарных организаций, наглядно свидетельствует о несоразмерности масштабов гуманитарных потребностей и фактического уровня реагирования. Более того, вызывает серьезную обеспокоенность тенденция к дальнейшему сужению гуманитарной активности, в том числе посредством введения Израилем дополнительных требований к регистрации гуманитарных неправительственных организаций на долю которых приходится значительная часть жизненно важной работы. Исходя именно из острых нужд и насущных потребностей палестинцев, мы анонсировали готовность предоставить $1 миллиард США из замороженных прежней американской администрацией российских активов на проекты по восстановлению и реконструкции сектора Газа. Призываем Израиль воздержаться от действий, подрывающих гуманитарное реагирование, и обеспечить гуманитарным структурам безопасный и беспрепятственный доступ, необходимый для преодоления последствий одного из самых острых кризисов современности. Господин председатель, особого внимания требует ситуация вокруг БАПОР. На протяжении десятилетий агентство играло ключевую и безальтернативную роль в оказании помощи палестинскому населению как на ОПТ, так и в соседних арабских странах. Мандат агентства был продлен на очередной трехлетний период до 30 июня 2029 года резолюцией 8078 Генассамблеи ООН, за которую проголосовало подавляющее большинство стран-членов. На БАПОР также лежит историческая ответственность за обеспечение выполнения резолюции 194 о праве палестинских беженцев на компенсации и возвращение. При этом сегодня агентство сталкивается с беспрецедентным давлением и системными препятствиями в своей деятельности. К сожалению, БАПОР вынужден направлять значительные усилия не только на поддержку нуждающихся, но и на защиту собственных сотрудников от угроз, давления и преследований. Израильская сторона запретила поставки электроэнергии и воды на объекты БАПОР, отменила налоговые льготы и иммунитеты от судебных исков, право на использование банковских и платежных средств. До конца января начнется принудительное отключение от системы электро- и водоснабжения школ, клиник и коммунальных объектов агентства, что отразится на получении социально значимых услуг десятками тысяч арабских жителей Восточного Иерусалима. С начала эскалации боевых действий в Газе убито 309 сотрудников БАПОР. Выражаем искренние соболезнования родным и близким и призываем к беспристрастному расследованию и привлечению виновных к ответственности. Отмечаем недавнее заявление генерального секретаря ООН с решительным осуждением антибапоровского курса Израиля, включая снос 20 января штаб-квартиры агентства. Выражаем озабоченность подобными беспрецедентными шагами. Призываем израильское руководство отменить их и воздерживаться от дальнейшей односторонней кампании против ООНовской гуманитарной структуры, соблюдать свои обязательства в качестве страны-члена ООН. Напоминаем о содержащемся письме генерального секретаря от 8 января опции с передачей вопроса в Международный суд в случае невозможности решить разногласия по Конвенции о привилегиях и иммунитетах ООН от 1946 года в двустороннем порядке. Касательно Иерусалима отмечаем приверженность резолюциям 476 и 478 Совета Безопасности ООН о его оккупированном статусе и непризнании действий Израиля по распространению на город своего суверенитета. Господин председатель, позиция нашей страны по палестино-израильскому регулированию принципиальна и не подвержена конъюнктуре. Подтверждаем нашу поддержку двугосударственной формуле и справедливому решению палестинской проблемы на общепризнанной международно-правовой основе, без которых невозможно достижение подлинного мира и прочной безопасности на Ближнем Востоке. Благодарю вас.
I thank the representative of Russian Federation for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also join colleagues in thanking Deputy Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, Mr. Ramiz Al-Akbarov, for his comprehensive briefing. And we welcome UN's continued commitment to remain engaged on the Palestinian question in all its aspects. Pakistan welcomes the convening of this open debate at a time when cautious diplomatic progress coexists with serious humanitarian situation and continued violations on ground in Gaza and the rest of the occupied Palestinian territory. Mr. President, the unresolved Palestinian question is at the core of the instability in the Middle East. Palestinian people have endured decades of illegal occupation marked by dispossession, brutal repression, and the denial of their inalienable rights, including the right to self-determination. Over the past 2 years in Gaza, this suffering escalated to an unprecedented scale, resulting in widespread civilian casualties, mass displacement, almost total destruction of infrastructure, and severe humanitarian deprivation. Against this backdrop, the international community sought to re-anchor efforts towards diplomacy and a credible political pathway towards peace. Initiatives such as the High-Level Conference on the Peaceful Settlement of the Question of Palestine, held last July, as well as President Trump's 20-point peace plan, subsequently endorsed by the Security Council Resolution 2803, reflect this renewed engagement. In line with Resolution 2803, the commencement of the second phase of the peace plan, including the establishment of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza and the establishment of the Board of Peace and executive committees, are important steps. As intended in the plan, these measures should now help consolidate the ceasefire, secure a permanent cessation of hostilities, facilitate transitional arrangements, enable recovery and reconstruction, ensure the provision of humanitarian assistance at scale, and prepare the ground for a sustainable and credible political process towards Palestinian self-determination and statehood. However, we are deeply concerned that the fragile situation in Gaza remains under constant strain. Ceasefire violations continue unabated and civilian lives remain at risk. Increased pressure on international humanitarian organizations, including deregistration measures and restrictions on humanitarian operations, are impeding assistance and protection for the most vulnerable. We strongly condemn Israel's continued attacks on the UN premises and UNRWA, including the recent demolition of UN compound in the Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood of occupied East Jerusalem. Such actions undermine the stabilization efforts and threaten the limited progress achieved so far. UNRWA's operations remain essential and must be safeguarded. Pakistan, together with other Arab and Islamic countries in the Group of Eight, has joined the Board of Peace in support of its mandate as endorsed by the Security Council Resolution 2803. In a joint statement, the foreign ministers of the group reiterated their support for the peace efforts led by President Donald Trump and reaffirmed their commitment to implementing the mission of the Peace Board as a transitional administration as set out in Comprehensive Plan to End the Gaza Conflict and endorsed by Resolution 2803, aimed at consolidating a permanent ceasefire, supporting the reconstruction of Gaza, and advancing a just and lasting peace grounded in the Palestinian right to self-determination and statehood in accordance with international law, thereby paving the way for security and stability for all countries and peoples of the region. To ensure that current initiatives deliver tangible results, Pakistan underscores the following priorities. First, globally, on the process and its objectives. We hope that the Board of Peace, under the framework of Resolution 2803, will lead to concrete steps towards the implementation of a permanent ceasefire, further scaling up of humanitarian aid, reconstruction of Gaza, and realization of the right to self-determination of the people of Palestine through a credible, time-bound political process consistent with international legitimacy and UN resolutions, resulting in an independent, sovereign, and contiguous state of Palestine based on pre-1967 borders, with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. That, Mr. President, is the ultimate goal supported by the international community. Palestinian-led governance and institutional strengthening, with a central role of the Palestinian Authority, are indispensable in this regard. Second, and specifically on ceasefire, full respect for the ceasefire must be ensured with a view to a permanent cessation of hostilities. Any military escalation, unilateral measures, or provocations must be strongly countered as they jeopardize civilian protection and undermine confidence building. Third, on the humanitarian situation, attacks on UN premises, UNRWA, humanitarian organizations and personnel, and their facilities, as well as administrative restrictions on international organizations, are unacceptable and contrary to international humanitarian law. Full, safe, sustained, and unimpeded humanitarian assistance at scale must be ensured. UNRWA's role in this regard remains critical. Fourth, recovery and reconstruction. That should begin without delay, with no annexation, forced displacement, or alteration of the territorial unity of the occupied Palestinian territory. The contiguity of Gaza and the West Bank is indispensable for the viability of the Palestinian state. Fifth, illegal settlement activity, settler violence, and attempts to alter the demographic, legal, or historical character of the occupied territory, including the holy sites, must cease immediately. Israel, the occupying power, must also be compelled to immediately halt its illegal and destabilizing actions in Syria and Lebanon in violation of their sovereignty and territorial integrity and the relevant Security Council resolutions. Israel must completely vacate all occupied Arab territories. Sixth, accountability is indispensable, for without justice and respect for international law, there can be no durable peace. And finally, the political horizon. A credible, irreversible, and time-bound process culminating in the realization of Palestinian statehood in accordance with international legitimacy. All diplomatic initiatives, including President Trump's Gaza peace plan, a high-level conference on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine, and the Global Alliance for the Two-State Solution, must reinforce one another through coordinated and concrete implementation. The international community, particularly this Council, bears the responsibility to translate renewed engagement into measurable change on the ground for the betterment of the Palestinian people. Pakistan's solidarity with the Palestinian people remains firm and unwavering. We stand ready to work with members of the Council, regional and international partners, and the United States to advance a just and lasting solution to the Palestinian question and a comprehensive peace in the Middle East. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for his statement and now give the floor to the representative of Kingdom of Bahrain.
السيد الرئيس، يطيب لي بداية أن أتقدم بالشكر لسعادتكم ولوفد جمهورية الصومال الفيدرالية الشقيقة على رئاستكم المتميزة لمجلس الأمن هذا الشهر، وأشكر السيد رامز لاكروف نائب المنسق الخاص لعملية السلام على إحاطته، كما أرحب بأصحاب السعادة وزراء خارجية اليونان وليبيريا في اجتماعنا اليوم، وأرحب بجميع المشاركين في هذه الجلسة. سيد الرئيس، تتطلع مملكة البحرين وشعوب منطقة الشرق الأوسط والعالم إلى إنهاء الصراع الفلسطيني الإسرائيلي الذي استمر لنحو 80 سنة وكبد المنطقة خسائر فادحة لا تعوض في الأرواح والأعيان والمقدرات والبنى التحتية، وحرم أجيالا متعاقبة من فرصة العيش في أمن واستقرار وحرية وكرامة في ظل غياب الحل العادل والدائم للقضية الفلسطينية. إن مملكة البحرين تؤمن إيمانا راسخا بضرورة أن يسود خطاب السلام والأمل في المنطقة وتوفير بيئة آمنة مستقرة مستدامة لتلبية حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق في تقرير المصير وإقامة دولته المستقلة ذات السيادة جنبا إلى جنب مع دولة إسرائيل، بما يسهم في تعزيز السلم والأمن والازدهار لصالح جميع شعوب المنطقة وصون المصالح الدولية كافة، وذلك عن طريق انتهاج الحلول السلمية لإنهاء هذا الصراع عبر الحوار والتفاوض والمساعي الدبلوماسية. ويأتي انعقاد هذه الجلسة متزامنا مع إحياء اليوم الدولي للتعايش السلمي الذي بادرت بلادي مملكة البحرين باقتراح اعتماده في الأمم المتحدة، انطلاقا من إيمانها بأن ترسيخ ثقافة الحوار والاحترام المتبادل والتسامح والتعايش بين الشعوب يشكل أساسا لا غنى عنه لتحقيق السلام العادل والمستدام، ولا سيما في منطقة عانت طويلا من النزاعات والصراعات كمنطقة الشرق الأوسط. وإذ تشيد مملكة البحرين بالمبادرات الإيجابية التي تمهد الطريق نحو تحقيق السلام العادل والشامل والدائم في المنطقة، تجدد ترحيبها بالإعلان عن بدء المرحلة الثانية من الخطة الشاملة لإنهاء الصراع في غزة برعاية فخامة الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب، وما تضمنته من تشكيل اللجنة الوطنية الفلسطينية لإدارة قطاع غزة بوصفها هيئة انتقالية مؤقتة، متمنين للجنة التوفيق في مهامها من أجل خدمة أبناء الشعب الفلسطيني والحد من معاناتهم وتحسين ظروفهم المعيشية. وفي هذا السياق جاء توقيع مملكة البحرين على ميثاق مجلس السلام في دافوس بناء على توجيه حضرة صاحب الجلالة الملك حمد بن عيسى آل خليفة ملك مملكة البحرين ترحيبا بالدعوة الموجهة إلى جلالته من فخامة الرئيس الأمريكي للانضمام إلى مجلس السلام، إيمانا من المملكة بأهمية الدفع قدما نحو التطبيق الكامل لخطة السلام المطروحة بشأن قطاع غزة بما تمثله من إطار دولي داعم لحماية وصون الحقوق المشروعة للشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق وتحقيق السلام المستدام في المنطقة. وتؤكد مملكة البحرين تقديرها للجهود التي تبذلها الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية في سبيل وقف الحرب وإحلال السلام المستدام في المنطقة، معربة عن أملها في أن يسهم مجلس السلام في تعزيز ودعم الاستقرار وتحقيق التنمية والازدهار للجميع. كما تدعو مملكة البحرين كافة الأطراف إلى العمل على إنجاح الجهود الدبلوماسية الأخيرة ولا سيما خطة ترامب للسلام، والتأكيد على اللجوء إلى الحوار والتفاوض لمعالجة أي عقبات أو شواغل، مؤكدين أهمية تثبيت وقف شامل ودائم لإطلاق النار في غزة وتسهيل إيصال المساعدات الإنسانية بشكل مستدام وكاف إلى المدنيين في القطاع، والبدء في إعادة الإعمار والتعافي. كما نؤكد رفض أي محاولات أو مخططات للتهجير القسري من الأراضي الفلسطينية أو التوسع الاستيطاني الذي يعد خرقا لقرار مجلس الأمن 2334 أو المساس بالوضع التاريخي أو الديني القائم في مدينة القدس، باعتبارها مدينة احتضنت على مر التاريخ الديانات السماوية الثلاث اليهودية والمسيحية والإسلام في تآخٍ وسلام. وتؤكد في هذا الإطار على مخرجات القمة العربية 33 قمة البحرين ومبادرتها التي شملت الدعوة إلى عقد مؤتمر دولي للسلام وتكثيف الجهود الدبلوماسية الرامية إلى زيادة الاعتراف الدولي بدولة فلسطين ودعم قبولها كدولة كاملة العضوية في الأمم المتحدة، وضرورة ضمان الحق في التعليم والخدمات الصحية للمتأثرين من الصراعات في المنطقة. كما نؤكد على أهمية دعم كافة الجهود الإقليمية والدولية الهادفة إلى رفع المعاناة عن الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق، ومن ضمنها الجهود الإغاثية التي تطلع بها الأمم المتحدة عن طريق وكالة الأمم المتحدة لإغاثة وتشغيل اللاجئين الفلسطينيين الأونروا لتقديم الدعم والإغاثة لملايين اللاجئين في الأراضي الفلسطينية والأردن وسوريا ولبنان إلى حين التوصل إلى حل سياسي عادل وشامل يضمن كافة حقوقه المشروعة وفق القانون الدولي وقرارات الشرعية الدولية. وتشيد مملكة البحرين بالخطوات الإيجابية التي تنتهجها السلطة الفلسطينية، ومنها قبولها بخطة فخامة الرئيس الأمريكي بشأن غزة وبقرار مجلس الأمن رقم 2803 باعتبارهما مسارا إيجابيا نحو وضع دائم ومستقر في قطاع غزة كجزء لا يتجزأ من الدولة الفلسطينية. كما ترحب مملكة البحرين بعزم السلطة الفلسطينية إجراء الانتخابات المحلية في الضفة الغربية وقطاع غزة في 15 من أبريل المقبل، تأكيدا على أهمية المسار الديمقراطي ومشاركة الشعب الفلسطيني في تقرير مستقبله. وفي الختام تجدد مملكة البحرين دعوتها للمجتمع الدولي إلى ضرورة دعم حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني في إقامة دولته الوطنية المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية وفقا لحل الدولتين وقرارات الشرعية الدولية ذات الصلة وقبولها كدولة كاملة العضوية في الأمم المتحدة. كما نؤكد على ضرورة العمل على تحقيق السلام العادل والشامل والمستدام في الشرق الأوسط وفق كافة قرارات الأمم المتحدة ذات الصلة وآخرها القرار 2803 ومبادرة السلام العربي لعام 2002، مؤكدين في هذا الإطار على التزام مملكة البحرين بصفتها عضوا في مجلس الأمن بمواصلة العمل مع أعضاء المجلس وسائر الأطراف المعنية لدعم الجهود الرامية إلى ضمان حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني المشروعة والمساهمة الفاعلة في تحقيق سلام عادل ودائم في الشرق الأوسط بما يحفظ الأمن والاستقرار الإقليمي ويصون السلم والأمن الدوليين ويتيح فرصة الازدهار لشعوب المنطقة كافة. وشكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank the representative of the Kingdom of Bahrain and now give the floor the representative of the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Monsieur le Président, la République démocratique du Congo tient à féliciter la République fédérale de la Somalie pour la diligence avec laquelle elle a dirigé les travaux du Conseil de sécurité tout au long du mois de janvier qui s'achève et pour avoir pris l'initiative d'organiser ce débat trimestriel sur la situation au Moyen-Orient, y compris la question de la Palestine. Nous saluons la présence dans cette salle du coordonnateur spécial adjoint pour le processus de paix au Moyen-Orient, ainsi que celle de leurs excellences Madame et Messieurs les ministres des Affaires étrangères du Libéria et de la Grèce. La République démocratique du Congo demeure préoccupée par la persistance des tensions et des foyers d'instabilité à travers le Moyen-Orient, notamment en Syrie, au Yémen ou encore au Liban. La région est marquée par l'enchevêtrement des crises politiques, sécuritaires et humanitaires, la fragmentation des dynamiques régionales, la multiplication des acteurs armés et le risque permanent d'escalade rappellent l'urgence d'une approche globale, cohérente et fondée sur le respect du droit international afin de prévenir toute extension des conflits et préserver la paix et la sécurité régionale. Monsieur le Président, notre propos de ce matin va plus se focaliser sur la question palestinienne, épicentre de la crise au Moyen-Orient. Cette réunion intervient 2 mois après le momentum consacré par l'adoption de la résolution 2803. Elle offre l'opportunité pour le Conseil de se saisir en ce début d'année 2026 des prémices d'un retour à la paix et à la stabilité au Moyen-Orient, particulièrement dans la bande de Gaza. Le Conseil a, par cette résolution, proposé un cadre pour une transition inclusive à Gaza, ce qui constitue une avancée importante. La crédibilité du Conseil de sécurité dépendra de sa mise en œuvre effective et transparente. D'emblée, la République démocratique du Congo aimerait saluer le leadership des États-Unis d'Amérique ainsi que les actions du Qatar, de la République arabe d'Égypte et de la République de Turquie dans la conclusion du plan d'ensemble visant à mettre fin au conflit à Gaza, particulièrement dans les efforts engagés pour l'obtention d'un cessez-le-feu entre les parties en conflit. Cette avancée historique suscite certes l'espoir d'une dynamique positive en faveur des populations piégées par la guerre, mais conduit également à rappeler, une fois de plus, la prévalence de la retenue, du dialogue et de la diplomatie comme solution aux crises, même les plus aiguës. Aussi, la situation de Gaza rappelle que, sans volonté politique réelle et sans engagement sincère, aucune désescalade ni aucune paix ne peuvent être envisagées. Monsieur le Président, la République démocratique du Congo note avec satisfaction les avancées sur le plan politique et diplomatique dans la résolution de la crise à Gaza. Elle salue notamment la récente nomination des animateurs du Conseil de paix et du Comité national pour l'administration de Gaza. Elle tient néanmoins à attirer l'attention du Conseil sur la situation humanitaire qui demeure profondément alarmante. La protection des civils, du personnel humanitaire et des infrastructures civiles doit rester une priorité absolue, conformément au droit international humanitaire. Malgré une amélioration partielle de l'acheminement de l'aide, les besoins demeurent immenses. La République démocratique du Congo appelle avec insistance à garantir un accès humanitaire sûr, rapide et sans entrave, ainsi qu'à un appui financier accru pour soutenir la réponse humanitaire des Nations unies. À cet égard, nous soulignons la nécessité d'une approche constructive face au rôle de l'Office de secours et des travaux des Nations unies pour les réfugiés de Palestine dans le Proche-Orient et les garanties de sécurité à accorder aux agents des Nations unies pendant l'exercice de leur mandat, en particulier celles touchant à la protection des populations civiles vulnérables. Monsieur le Président, pour conclure, les membres du Conseil ont une responsabilité collective de veiller au respect du cessez-le-feu et de s'assurer que celui-ci se transforme en une paix durable. Ils sont appelés à rester unis, vigilants et engagés afin d'accompagner les parties vers une stabilité réelle au bénéfice de toutes les populations de la région. Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of the Democratic Republic of the Congo for his statement, and now give the floor to the representative of Latvia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank Deputy Special Coordinator Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov for his briefing. Mr. President, there are prospects for stability in the Middle East. The terrorist networks of Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis have been severely degraded. The failed Iranian regime has been weakened. And its nuclear program has been set back decisively. The collapse of the Assad regime has brought relief to millions of Syrians and contributed to the wider stability of the region. As a fragile ceasefire in Gaza continues to hold, we must collectively engage in its consolidation. We need to build on this progress to end the immense human suffering of the Palestinian people and to provide them with opportunities to secure their daily livelihoods, reconstruct infrastructure, and regain their dignity and future. The people of Israel have to be assured that they can live in peace, security, and without the daily threat of terrorism. At last, 843 days since October 7, all of the hostages taken by Hamas are finally returned home. Our thoughts and prayers are with the Gwili family and all other families that endured this horror. Mr. President, Latvia supports the full implementation of President Trump's comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict. It must serve as a building block for broader stabilization in the Middle East. We welcome the launch of Phase 2 of the comprehensive plan, which has commenced with the announcement of the Executive Board, the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza. We also welcome the work of the Civil Military Coordination Center. Further on, it is imperative that Hamas disarms and relinquishes power. we look forward to the Board of Peace in its transitional administration capacity, as endorsed by the Security Council Resolution 2803, to provide strategic oversight of the implementation of the comprehensive plan and redevelopment of Gaza for the benefit of its people. We also await the International Stabilization Force to be generated and to fulfill its security role. Mr. President, with the transitional governing bodies taking up their duties, there is a pathway for tangible reconstruction and development, with drinking water and food, as well as hospitals and schools to be accessible to everyone throughout Gaza. The Palestinian Authority has to be assisted in building institutional capacities, implementing its reform agenda, and addressing security challenges. Mr. President, the past 2 years have confirmed that breaking the cycle of violence requires sustained investment in a viable political solution, a peace that addresses the security concerns and the legitimate aspirations of both Israelis and Palestinians. We should not lose sight of the objective of the two-state solution in accordance with international parameters as defined by Security Council resolutions and the New York Declaration endorsed last September. A just and lasting peace requires Gaza and the West Bank to be addressed as one unified entity. The unprecedented levels of violence, land confiscations, house demolitions, and settlement expansion that are emerging across the West Bank undermine international efforts aimed at achieving peace and stability in the region. We strongly oppose any steps towards territorial or demographic change in occupied Palestinian territories and urge Israel to halt its settlement policy in the West Bank. Mr. President, the ultimate value of any plan is determined not by its quality on paper, but by its effective and efficient execution in the real world. We commend the dedication and courage of humanitarian workers who, despite extremely difficult circumstances, have responded swiftly to the urgent needs of civilians in Gaza. The immediate flow of aid following the peace agreement last October provided a vital lifeline, and it should be continuously ensured without interruption or obstruction. Humanitarian needs remain immense and are further exacerbated by dire weather conditions, with most civilians still lacking access to shelter, clean water, and basic medical care. In this regard, the adoption of new registration requirements for international non-governmental organizations raises serious concerns about their potential impact on humanitarian assistance. Safeguarding and enabling predictable and non-discriminatory operating environment remains essential to ensure that this vital assistance can continue in line with international humanitarian and human rights law. We call on Israel to engage in meaningful dialogue with affected stakeholders. Mr. President, the situation in Iran has reached an alarming level of repression. The regime has killed thousands of innocent protesters. It continues to carry out mass repression and an attempt to silence protesters. Latvia stands in solidarity with the brave people of Iran. We demand an immediate end to the violent oppression of its people who are simply exercising their fundamental rights. Iran's ongoing support for armed proxies and its aggressive regional interventions undermine security and stability across the Middle East and beyond. The continued material support of the Iranian regime to Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is despicable. Mr. President, we also take note of certain positive developments in the region that merit continued support from the international community. We welcome the Lebanese government's political commitment and efforts to foster economic recovery, reconstruction, and security, including steps taken to ensure the state's monopoly on weapons. We reaffirm our support to the implementation of the Security Council Resolution 1701 and the important role of UNIFIL. Emerging from decades of violence and grief, the new Syria has a historic opportunity to shape a future of peace, security, and prosperity for its people and neighbors. We welcome the efforts of Syrian transitional government to sustain security and advance an inclusive political transition and socioeconomic recovery. In conclusion, let me emphasize that at a time when there is a glimmer of hope for stability and lasting peace in the Middle East, the international community must strengthen its collective commitment to this goal. In doing so, we must focus on the needs of people and their aspirations for security and dignity. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Latvia for his statement and now give the floor to the representative of Colombia.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Por la convocatoria a este debate abierto, agradezco al coordinador especial Ramiz Alakbarov por su presentación y saludo a las delegaciones que participan en esta sesión. Al tomar la palabra por primera vez como miembro de este Consejo en una sesión dedicada a la cuestión de Palestina, Colombia reitera su solidaridad con el pueblo palestino y su compromiso con la realización de sus derechos inalienables, incluido el derecho a la autodeterminación. Señor presidente, han transcurrido más de 3 meses desde la puesta en marcha de la primera fase del Plan de Paz para Gaza. Mientras se anuncian discusiones sobre una segunda fase, persisten las violaciones reiteradas y cada vez más graves del cese al fuego, así como restricciones al acceso humanitario impuestas por Israel. Han sido 3 meses en los que los sobrevivientes del genocidio en Gaza han enfrentado la destrucción total de sus medios de vida, soportando las inclemencias del invierno, mientras la potencia ocupante mantiene cerrados los cruces, restringe de manera injustificada el ingreso de bienes esenciales para la supervivencia y arremete contra más de 37 organizaciones humanitarias que constituyen la única línea de vida para millones de palestinos. A lo anterior se suma el uso sistemático de la tortura, tratos crueles, inhumanos y degradantes, incluida la violencia sexual contra palestinos detenidos, entre ellos mujeres y niños. Estas prácticas, documentadas por mecanismos de las Naciones Unidas, se han intensificado en los últimos 2 años y se cometen en un contexto de casi total impunidad. El nivel de crueldad de estos hechos exige una condena clara y la rendición de cuentas inmediata. Mientras tanto, la campaña de desinformación contra el Organismo de Obras Públicas y Socorro de las Naciones Unidas para los Refugiados de Palestina en el cercano Oriente no cesa. A los gravísimos ataques, la demolición y destrucción deliberada de infraestructura de las Naciones Unidas en el complejo de UNRWA en Sheikh Jarrah, se suman decisiones adoptadas por el Knesset que contravienen de manera flagrante los privilegios e inmunidades de las Naciones Unidas y desconocen las obligaciones de Israel conforme al derecho internacional, como lo ha dejado claro la Corte Internacional de Justicia en su opinión consultiva del 22 de octubre de 2025. Señor presidente, no podemos perder de vista que la paz y la estabilidad solo pueden construirse sobre principios, sobre la justicia, la rendición de cuentas y el pleno reconocimiento del derecho inalienable del pueblo palestino a la autodeterminación. La única salida justa y sostenible es la solución biestatal y la construcción de un Estado palestino soberano, viable y contiguo dentro de las fronteras previas a 1967. En las actuales circunstancias, este Consejo debe ser absolutamente claro en lo siguiente. Primero, ninguna línea de armisticio puede interpretarse como una redefinición de fronteras internacionalmente reconocidas y la anexión de territorios, tanto en Gaza como en Cisjordania, es inadmisible. Segundo, el desplazamiento forzado de la población y la creación de guetos son inaceptables e incompatibles con el derecho internacional y la dignidad humana. Tercero, el respeto de los principios de neutralidad, independencia y humanidad en la entrega de ayuda humanitaria es innegociable y la ONU debe permanecer en el centro de la respuesta, inclusive a través de UNRWA. El acceso a servicios básicos como salud, educación y alimento para la población palestina depende actualmente del trabajo de UNRWA y las ONG cuyo trabajo está siendo obstaculizado. Permítame, señor presidente, referirme ahora a la situación en Cisjordania, incluida Jerusalén Oriental, que no deja de ser cada vez más alarmante. En los últimos meses hemos sido testigos de una escalada sin precedentes en la violencia de los colonos, frecuentemente alentada por las propias autoridades israelíes y perpetrada con la aquiescencia o protección de las fuerzas de seguridad de la potencia ocupante. La expansión acelerada de los asentamientos, la aprobación de nuevas unidades por parte del Knesset, los ataques contra universidades e infraestructura civil, la asfixia deliberada de la economía palestina y los atentados cotidianos contra la vida y la propiedad de la población palestina no dejan duda sobre la existencia de una política sistemática orientada a hacer imposible la vida para los palestinos en toda Cisjordania. Esta dinámica de anexión de facto y de jure socava la posibilidad de la solución de dos estados. Señor presidente, la persistencia de la ocupación y la ausencia de una solución justa a la cuestión de Palestina continúan teniendo repercusiones directas sobre la estabilidad regional. Aunque los esfuerzos nacionales de Siria y Líbano son evidentes, estos se ven socavados por acciones que atentan contra su soberanía, independencia, unidad e integridad territorial. Este Consejo debe persistir en el acompañamiento a dichos esfuerzos nacionales, reiterando la urgencia de implementar de manera consistente y efectiva sus propias resoluciones, en particular las resoluciones 1559 y 1701. Antes de concluir, deseo subrayar un principio fundamental. El futuro de Palestina debe ser decidido por el pueblo palestino. No son aceptables nuevas formas de protectorado ni esquemas de administración externa que reproducen lógicas coloniales, ni en Palestina ni en ninguna otra parte del mundo. La autodeterminación es una piedra angular de esta organización y Colombia continuará defendiéndola. El Consejo de Seguridad tiene la responsabilidad primaria del mantenimiento de la paz y la seguridad internacionales y no puede ceder sus competencias a mecanismos opacos o parciales. Seguiremos de cerca los avances en la implementación de la segunda fase del Plan de Paz, de conformidad con lo autorizado por la Resolución 2803. Hacemos un llamado a mantener este Consejo oportunamente informado y a incorporar plenamente las prioridades y necesidades del pueblo palestino. En nuestra responsabilidad como Estados miembros, garantizar que las Naciones Unidas sea parte integral de los esfuerzos para alcanzar una paz justa, sostenible y duradera en Palestina y en toda la región de Oriente Medio. Una paz basada en el respeto de la vida, el derecho internacional y la dignidad humana. Muchas gracias.
I thank the representative of Colombia for her statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of Somalia. Excellencies, it's my honor in my capacity as the President of the Security Council to convene this high-level quarterly open debate on the Middle East. I welcome Her Excellency Ms. Sarah Baisolov Nayanti, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Liberia, and His Excellency Mr. Georgios Geropetraitis, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece, to the meeting. I also want to thank Special Coordinator Alakbarov for his valuable briefings. We meet as the Middle East faces an overlapping political, security, humanitarian, and socio-economic crisis, challenges whose effects are felt far beyond the region. The common thread running through this crisis is the urgent need for a sustained international engagement, renewed trust in multilateral diplomacy, and unwavering commitment to the Charter of United Nations. Let me begin with Palestine, where the ongoing tragedy in Gaza continues to shock the world's conscience. For years, civilians have endured relentless bombardment, mass displacement, and the collapse of essential services. The scale of destruction and catastrophic humanitarian conditions demand that this Council act with unity and resolve. Somalia stresses the international humanitarian law must be upheld fully without exception. The protection of civilians, humanitarian personnel, UN staff, and civilian infrastructure is a binding legal obligation. We reiterate the imperative of an immediate, comprehensive, and sustainable ceasefire and unhindered humanitarian access through multiple entry points. Just 2 days ago, the Council debated the rule of law among nations, a principle central to peace, security, and equality for all states. Yet, Israel has repeatedly violated these tenets without remorse or remedy. Its actions in Gaza, the West Bank, and beyond defy the international law, Security Council resolutions, and the most basic norms of the international system. This persistent impunity undermines not only justice in the Palestine, but also the credibility of this Council and the international order. Somalia is gravely concerned by Israel's escalating campaign against UNRWA, which remains vital for the survival and the dignity of millions of Palestinian refugees. UNRWA is not only a humanitarian actor, it's a lifeline delivering essential services to a population under occupation. Undermining UNRWA is a violation of humanitarian principles and abdication of Israel's responsibility as occupying power under the international law. Israel must ensure the welfare of Palestinian population, not obstruct or penalize those who provide critical support. We further condemn Israel's recent actions to recognize secessionist group in northwestern Somalia as an independent entity and reported plan to forcibly relocate Palestinians in the region in Somalia. Such actions are direct violation of Somali sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, and threatens the draw of Horn of Africa into the destabilized currents of the Middle East conflict. Attempts to impose new political realities on African continent set a dangerous precedent and erode the norms of international law and regional stability. The forced displacement of Palestinians from their homeland is unacceptable under international law. Any externally imposed scheme to relocate population or redraw borders will only deepen grievances, inflame tensions, and risk expanding the conflict. We are also deeply troubled by Israel's actions at the Holy Mosque in Jerusalem. Such provocations violate the sanctity of the world's most revered sites and threaten to ignite religious tensions across the region. Respect for religious sites is a fundamental obligation, and all parties must refrain from actions or rhetoric that endanger these sacred places and fragile coexistence they symbolize. The future of Gaza and the West Bank must be shaped by Palestinians themselves, restoring their political and territorial unity. Somalia reaffirms the two-state solution grounded in the relevant UN resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative and the New York Declaration remains the only credible framework for peace, justice, and security for Palestinians and Israelis. Turning to Lebanon, the situation along the Blue Line remains deeply concerning. Israel's violation of 1701 are a serious concern and cross-border exchange and a constant risk of miscalculation threaten to drag the region into wider conflict. Somalia emphasizes the UNIFIL safety and freedom of movement must be respected at all times. The stability, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Lebanon are essential for regional equilibrium. In Syria, the consequences of conflict remain acute. The country faces political stagnation, humanitarian distress, and ongoing instability. Any unilateral measures or externally driven arrangement risk undermining Syria's unity and sovereignty, and humanitarian access must be safe, principled, and predictable. Resolution 2254 remains the only international agreed framework for the lasting settlement. We urge renewed commitment to Syrian-owned process that advance national reconciliation and safe voluntary return of the refugees. Repeated Israeli strikes inside Syria, which escalate tensions, must cease in line with international law. In Yemen, the reopening of Aden Airport, stabilization in parts of the south have improved access, but shifting control and continued detention of UN and humanitarian staff in the north are unacceptable and must end. Chronic underfunding threats, life-saving operations, Yemen's path to peace requires Yemeni-owned process grounded in established references. Stability comes when all parties honor their commitment and ensure weapons remain under state control. We reject against any attack on Yemeni sovereignty, territorial integrity, national unity, and independence. Regional dynamics involving Iran remain worrisome. Rising tensions across the maritime area, the land domains risk miscalculation and expanding conflict. Somalia underscores the urgent need for restraint, de-escalation, and respect for sovereignty. A structured regional dialogue grounded in non-interference and mutual respect is essential to stability. Across all these crises, one truth stands out. The Middle East challenges are deeply interconnected, and the common denominator is clear. Lasting peace and stability can only be achieved when all parties respect international law, uphold the responsibility, and embrace dialogue over confrontation. Fragmented responses will not yield sustainable solutions. Somalia urges coherent, principled engagement from this Council and renewed investment in political processes that put the aspirations and the dignity of the region's people at their core. In that context, the late U.S. President Jimmy Carter's commitment to peace shaped the region, notably through the Camp David Accords, and a breakthrough that proved dialogue and respect for agreement can replace conflict. I close excerpts from his book, Palestine, Peace, Not Apartheid. I quote, "The bottom line is this: peace will come to Israel and to the Middle East only when the Israeli government is willing to comply with international law, with a roadmap of peace, with official American policy, with wishes of the majority of its own citizens, and honor the previous commitments by accepting its legal borders." End of quote. I now resume my function as the President of the Council. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 3 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. The flashing light on the microphone will prompt speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 3 minutes. I now give the floor to the representative of Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أتقدم إليكم بالشكر على عقد هذه الجلسة، وإلى النائب المنسق الأممي الخاص لعملية السلام السيد رامز أكبروف على إحاطته القيمة، كما وأرحب بمشاركة معالي وزيرة خارجية ليبيريا ومعالي وزير خارجية اليونان معنا في هذه الجلسة. ويشرفني أن أدلي بهذا البيان باسم المجموعة العربية. نجتمع اليوم في لحظة مفصلية بعد أكثر من عامين من الحرب التي شنتها إسرائيل على قطاع غزة، وتؤكد فيها المجموعة العربية على أهمية التزام إسرائيل باتفاق وقف إطلاق النار فيها الذي تم التوصل إليه في تشرين الأول 2025 بجهود أمريكية، والكف عن انتهاكاتها له، وتطالب بتنفيذ اتفاق وقف إطلاق النار بجميع مراحله وبنوده. وبهذا الصدد تثمن المجموعة العربية الدور الذي اطلع به فخامة الرئيس الأمريكي في التوصل إلى اتفاق وقف إطلاق النار، والجهود الحثيثة التي بذلتها كل من جمهورية مصر العربية ودولة قطر وجمهورية تركيا في إنجازه. ونؤكد على أهمية بدء المرحلة الثانية منه وصولا إلى تطبيق خطة الرئيس ترامب الشاملة وقرار مجلس الأمن رقم 2803 بالكامل. ونشدد على أهمية إطلاق جهود التعافي المبكر وإعادة الإعمار في جميع أنحاء غزة، وأن مستقبل قطاع غزة يجب أن يستند على وحدته وارتباطه مع الضفة الغربية وبها، وأن تتولى السلطة الوطنية الفلسطينية صاحبة الولاية مقاليد الحكم في القطاع وضمان وحدته مع الضفة الغربية بما في ذلك القدس الشرقية، وضمان ممارسة الشعب الفلسطيني حقه في تقرير المصير واستقلال دولته. تدين المجموعة العربية كافة الإجراءات الإسرائيلية العسكرية والسياسية والتشريعية والمالية الرامية لتقويض السلطة الفلسطينية، وتطالب المجتمع الدولي بالتصدي لها. السيد الرئيس، إن تشكيل مجلس السلام واللجنة الوطنية الفلسطينية لإدارة قطاع غزة بوصفهما هيئتان انتقاليتان مؤقتتان أنشئتا عملا بقرار مجلس الأمن رقم 2803 يجب أن يؤدي إلى تثبيت الوقف الدائم لإطلاق النار ومنع التهجير والضم وانسحاب إسرائيل الكامل من القطاع ودعم إعادة إعمار غزة والدفع نحو أفق سياسي حقيقي يفضي إلى استقلال الدولة الفلسطينية ذات السيادة على خطوة الرابع من حزيران 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية، وتحقيق السلام العادل والشامل وفقا لقرارات الشرعية الدولية ومبادرة السلام العربية وعلى أساس حل الدولتين. كما تشدد المجموعة على ضرورة إلزام إسرائيل القوى القائمة بالاحتلال برفع جميع القيود والعوائق أمام إدخال المساعدات الإنسانية وفتح جميع المعابر دون انتقائية أو تأخير بما يضمن وصولها إلى جميع أنحاء القطاع امتثالا لالتزاماتها بموجب القانون الدولي وقرارات مجلس الأمداد الصلة. السيد الرئيس، تجدد المجموعة العربية إدانتها لجميع السياسات والممارسات الإسرائيلية غير القانونية في الأرض الفلسطينية المحتلة بما في ذلك في الضفة الغربية، باستمرار التوسع في الاستيطان وهدم المنازل ومصادرة الأراضي واستمرار إرهاب المستوطنين. ونشدد على أن لا سيادة لإسرائيل على الضفة الغربية المحتلة أو أي جزء من الأرض الفلسطينية. وبهذا الصدد تثمن المجموعة تأكيد فخامة الرئيس الأمريكي منع إسرائيل ضم الضفة الغربية. السيد الرئيس، ترحب المجموعة باعتماد الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة قرارها المؤيد لإعلان نيويورك بشأن استقلال الدولة الفلسطينية وتنفيذ حل الدولتين الصادر عن المؤتمر الدولي حول التسوية السلمية للقضية الفلسطينية وتنفيذ حل الدولتين الذي ترأسته المملكة العربية السعودية والجمهورية الفرنسية. كما تشدد المجموعة على أن القدس الشرقية هي جزء لا يتجزأ من الأرض الفلسطينية المحتلة وأن لا سيادة لإسرائيل عليها، وعلى ضرورة احترام إسرائيل الوضع التاريخي والقانوني القائم للمقدسات الإسلامية والمسيحية فيها. ونؤكد أن إدارة أوقاف القدس وشؤون المسجد الأقصى المبارك التابعة لوزارة الأوقاف والشؤون والمقدسات الإسلامية الأردنية هي الجهة القانونية صاحبة الاختصاص الحصري بإدارة شؤون الحرم القدسي الشريف كافة وتنظيم الدخول إليه في إطار الوصاية الهاشمية التاريخية على المقدسات الإسلامية والمسيحية في القدس الشريف. كما تؤكد المجموعة على أهمية دور لجنة القدس ووكالة بيت مال القدس الشريف الذراع التنفيذي للجنة ودعم كل ما تقوم به اللجنة من جهود. السيد الرئيس، تشدد المجموعة العربية أيضا على أهمية دور وكالة الأنروا الذي لا غنى عنه في تقديم الخدمات الحيوية لأكثر من 5.5 مليون لاجئ في جميع مناطق عملها وفقا لتفويضها الأممي، وفي هذا السياق نعيد التذكير بالرأي الاستشاري لمحكمة العدل الدولية الصادر في تشرين الأول 25 الذي أكد أن إسرائيل ملزمة بأن تضمن الاحترام التام لحرمة مقرات الأمم المتحدة وحصانتها بما في ذلك وكالة الأونروا. ومن هذا المنطلق تدعو المجموعة مجلس الأمن والمجتمع الدولي إلى تحمل مسؤولياته القانونية والتصدي للقرارات والخروقات الإسرائيلية المدانة التي تستهدف الأونروا، وآخرها تهديم مباني داخل مجمع الأونروا في حي الشيخ جراح في القدس الشرقية، كما وتجدد دعوتها للمجتمع الدولي لتوفير الدعم السياسي والمالي للوكالة للتمكن من الاطلاع بدورها الذي لا غنى عنه. وتدين المجموعة الإجراءات التعسفية الإسرائيلية ضد مؤسسات المجتمع المدني والمؤسسات الإنسانية العاملة في الأرض الفلسطينية المحتلة، وتطالب بوضع حد لها. سيد الرئيس، فيما يخص سوريا، تدين المجموعة جميع الاعتداءات الإسرائيلية على سوريا والتوغل داخل أراضيها، والذي يعد خرقا فاضحا للقانون الدولي وعدوانا على سيادة سوريا وتصعيدا خطيرا يزيد من التوتر والصراع. وتطالب المجتمع الدولي ومجلس الأمن بالتحرك الفوري لتطبيق القانون الدولي وإلزام إسرائيل بوقف عدوانها والانسحاب من الأراضي السورية التي تتواجد فيها في خرق واضح لاتفاق فض الاشتباك لعام 74. وتعيد المجموعة التأكيد أن الجولان السوري هو أرض سورية محتلة وترفض قرار إسرائيل ضمه وفرض سيادتها عليه. أما فيما يخص لبنان، ترحب المجموعة العربية بجهود الحكومة اللبنانية بإعلان الجيش اللبناني الانتهاء من تنفيذ المرحلة الأولى من خطة حصر السلاح التي تواكب عزم الدولة اللبنانية بسط سيطرتها على كامل أراضيها وبقوتها الذاتية، وتتطلع لانعقاد المؤتمر الدولي لدعم الجيش اللبناني وقوى الأمن الداخلي في 5 آذار المقبل الذي تستضيفه فرنسا بمسعى مشكور من السعودية وقطر ومصر وفرنسا والولايات المتحدة. وتدين المجموعة الانتهاكات الإسرائيلية اليومية لسيادة لبنان وللقرار 1701 بما في ذلك استمرار احتلالها ل5 مواقع حدودية في جنوب لبنان وإنشاء ما يسمى بالمناطق العازلة داخل الأراضي اللبنانية. وتدعو مجلس الأمن إلى تحمل مسؤولياته وإجبار إسرائيل على وقف اعتداءاتها والانسحاب من جميع الأراضي اللبنانية المحتلة فورا وإطلاق سراح جميع الأسرى اللبنانيين. ختاما سيد الرئيس، المجموعة العربية تجدد تأكيدها على أن السلام العادل والشامل والدائم هو خيار عربي استراتيجي، ويظل السبيل الوحيد لتحقيق هذا السلام هو قيام الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة ذات السيادة على خطوط الرابع من حزيران 67 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية المحتلة وفقا للمرجعيات المعتمدة لمبادرة السلام العربية وقرارات الشرعية الدولية ذات الصلة. شكرا سيدي الكريم.
The representative of Hashemite Kingdoms of Jordan for his statement, and now give the floor to the representative of Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since 1947, the question of Palestine has remained on the United Nations agenda, making it the longest-running issue before this organization. It is not merely a territorial dispute, but a defining political and moral issue whose resolution remains essential to peace and stability in the Middle East. The Philippines welcomes the cessation of hostilities in Gaza and the progress achieved under the comprehensive plan endorsed by the Security Council in Resolution 2803. After 2 years of devastating conflict and immense civilian suffering, the ceasefire offers an opportunity to stabilize a situation that has long threatened international peace and security. At the same time, the ceasefire remains fragile, making immediate and sustained Council attention to the implementation of the Gaza peace plan as essential. In this regard, the Philippines wishes to underscore the following. First, humanitarian conditions in Gaza remain critical. While access has marginally improved, civilians continue to face severe food insecurity, widespread displacement, and the collapse of essential services, further aggravated by winter conditions. Free, safe, and unimpeded humanitarian access must be ensured without delay. In this connection, due to recent developments in East Jerusalem, we are deeply concerned over the ability of the United Nations to provide the necessary humanitarian assistance so urgently needed by the Palestinian people, especially in Gaza. Secondly, the Philippines welcomes the UN Security Council Resolution 2803 on the implementation of the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict. We note that the resolution calls upon member states and international organizations to work with the Board of Peace to identify opportunities to support the reconstruction of Gaza and for the World Bank and other financial institutions to facilitate and provide financial resources to support the reconstruction and development of Gaza, including through the establishment of a dedicated trust fund. Thirdly, stabilization and reconstruction should lead to a long-term and credible political horizon. The Philippines thus reaffirms its support for the two-state solution as the only viable and lasting path to peace. We support renewed diplomatic efforts, including the New York Declaration and the Global Alliance to advance lasting peace in the Middle East. Mr. President, as a committed partner, pathfinder, and peacemaker, the Philippines stands ready to work with the Council and other members of the international community to work towards a just and lasting peace in the Middle East. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Philippines, and I now give the floor to the representative of Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening this meeting, and we also thank all briefers for the valuable briefing. Indonesia aligns ourselves with the statements to be delivered on behalf of the OIC, the Non-Aligned Movement, the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People, and the core group of the Shared Commitment of UNRWA. In my national capacity, allow me to make the following statement. Indonesia reiterates our unwavering commitment to a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace in the Middle East, with the peaceful resolution of the question of Palestine at the center. While collective support for the peaceful resolution continues to grow, the reality on the ground stands in painful contrast. We deplore ongoing violence in Gaza and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, that undermines prospect for peace. We all understand that violence will only beget more violence. It is therefore our collective duty to take decisive action to end this catastrophe, ensuring the two states can live side by side in peace and security within their own sovereign and independent territories in accordance with internationally agreed parameters and relevant UN resolutions. To this end, Indonesia underscores three urgent priorities. First, any peace plan should aim towards a peaceful, just, and lasting solution. The effectiveness of the second phase of the comprehensive peace plan must be ensured to bring humanitarian assistance on the ground. Indonesia welcomes the establishment of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, and our decision to join the Board of Peace with other countries of the Group of 8 is based on our clear commitment to preserving the two-state solution and continue to be guided by Security Council Resolution 2803. This led me to my second point, preserving the centrality of the Security Council. As the custodian of international peace and security, the responsibility to advance and safeguard an effective peace process remains with this Council. The Council must remain seized to ensure that all efforts and processes remain anchored in UN Charter and international law. This requires the Council to exert its leadership through consistent monitoring for compliance and ensuring UN agencies and UN-led humanitarian efforts serve as an integral part of the peace process. Third, protection of civilians, cessation of violence, and unimpeded humanitarian access are prerequisites for credible political horizon. These are not optional, these are legal obligations. We are therefore gravely concerned on the continued attacks on UNRWA, a blatant violation of international law, including the Convention of Privileges and Immunities of the UN and the ICJ advisory opinion in October 2025, which will deprive millions of civilians of much-needed life-saving assistance. This Council must be able to move beyond condemnation and rise to its responsibilities to halt all violence and violations of international law, to bring a genuine political momentum and create a just and lasting peace. Mr. President, Indonesia continues to reaffirm our principled position that the entire peace process must lead to end illegal occupation of the Palestinian territory and achieving the two-state solution. This is key to lasting peace in the Middle East. The international community must act with unity, resolve, and moral clarity to ensure that peace, justice, dignity, and humanity prevail. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Indonesia for his statement. There is still a number of speakers remaining on the list for this meeting. I intend, with the concurrence of the members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until 3 p.m. today. The meeting is suspended.
10,098th meeting of the Security Council is resumed. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 3 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. The flashing light on the microphone will prompt speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 3 minutes. I now give the floor to the representative of Austria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Recent developments such as the ceasefire, the release of all hostages, the return of the remains of the last deceased hostage this week, renewed dignity through the delivery of desperately needed humanitarian assistance, and the establishment of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza were important first steps to halt the immense suffering of the Palestinian population and to embark on the long and arduous road of recovery and reconstruction for all sides. However, obstacles on this path still remain. We call upon Israel to allow international NGOs to operate and deliver life-saving aid to civilians in need in Palestine. This Council's Resolution 2803 is a critical pillar of the efforts to stabilize Gaza. We commend the United States and all partners from the region, particularly the group of 8 Arab and Muslim countries, for their leadership. Going forward, all measures aimed at the stabilization and reconstruction of Gaza must be taken in full compliance with this resolution, the UN Charter, and international law. Gaza is and remains Palestinian and must be reunited with the West Bank and East Jerusalem under a single legitimate Palestinian administration. In this context, Austria welcomes the initiation of Phase 2 of the peace plan and the nomination of members of the Palestinian Technocratic Government and Executive Board under UNSC Resolution 2803. Palestinians must be in the lead of building a functioning administration in Gaza. At the same time, it is very clear that after the horrific attacks of 7th of October, Hamas must not have any place in Gaza's future governance. It must disarm and relinquish control once and for all. Mr. President, the reconstruction of Gaza will require massive and concerted efforts from many partners. Austria, as many others, stands ready to contribute. Just last week, our Foreign Minister Beate Meindl-Reisinger hosted a roundtable discussion with Austrian enterprises to explore avenues for reconstruction efforts in Gaza and also in Syria. These efforts come in addition to our humanitarian support of more than 83 million euros since 7th of October 2023. But let me be clear, humanitarian aid and reconstruction alone cannot substitute for a political horizon. In the long run, the only sustainable objective is a negotiated two-state solution in which 2 independent states, Israel and Palestine, live side by side in peace and security. The New York Declaration, drafted by France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and endorsed by the General Assembly with over 140 votes, including ours, provides an important framework for advancing this vision. Unilateral actions that undermine this perspective, including the continued expansion of settlements in the West Bank and the withholding of tax revenues, are violations of international law, and they must stop immediately. We therefore condemn the recent legislation on annexation and support further EU sanctions against radical settlers. Finally, Mr. President, allow me to reiterate Austria's continued support for UNRWA as a stabilizing factor in the region, not least through the delivery of educational and health services. Austria will continue to support UNRWA and calls on the agency to continue its path for reforms in line with the recommendations of the Colonna report. It is on this basis that Austria supported the mandate renewal of UNRWA by the GA last December. Austria also welcomes the ICJ's advisory opinion of 22nd of October, which reconfirmed Israel's obligations vis-à-vis UNRWA and the UN more broadly. In this context, the recent demolition of UNRWA's headquarters in East Jerusalem constitutes a stark violation of these obligations. Excellencies, Austria's commitment to international law, human dignity, and the United Nations as the unique, legitimate, universal forum to advance peace and security is unwavering in Gaza, in Middle East, and beyond. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Austria for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Germany.
Thank you, President. First of all, the return of the body of Ran Gvili, the last remaining deceased hostage to Israel, is a huge relief, and we hope that his family can now find some closure. Mr. President, colleagues, we must now continue to work towards a durable peace in Gaza and the region, and I would like to make 4 points on the way ahead. First, Germany welcomes the start of the second phase of the Gaza peace plan and the establishment of the transitional authorities for Gaza. We look forward to continuing our close cooperation with the United States and all other partners to implement the 20-point plan in accordance with the Security Council Resolution 2803 and in line with humanitarian principles and international law. Second, despite improvements over the last months, the humanitarian situation in Gaza remains dire, and a further substantial increase in humanitarian assistance is urgently needed. Humanitarian access into Gaza must be unhindered, with the United Nations and its agencies, including UNRWA, playing a central role in accordance with their mandate. In this regard, we stress the continued and paramount importance of urgent UNRWA reforms. The demolition of the UNRWA headquarters in East Jerusalem constitutes an unacceptable violation of the UN Convention on Privileges and Immunities. At the same time, Phase 2 must go beyond humanitarian relief. Easing of restrictions for dual-use items, which are urgently needed for early recovery, is paramount, and the rehabilitation of infrastructure must start now without delay. We welcome the announced opening of the Rafah crossing point in both directions, and further steps must follow to increase movement and access from and into Gaza. With over $400 million in humanitarian assistance since October 23, Germany is one of the largest humanitarian donors for the Palestinian people. We're willing to make a significant contribution also towards the stabilization and the reconstruction of Gaza as soon as circumstances permit. Third, Hamas must disarm now and allow for peaceful transition, with the Palestinian Authority ultimately assuming control over Gaza. Germany is ready to cooperate with the transitional authorities and will actively support efforts to establish security and political stability. We've deployed personnel to the Civil Military Coordination Center, and we will continue to contribute to the training of Palestinian security forces through bilateral initiatives and through the European Union. Fourth, lasting peace in Gaza and beyond requires a long-term political horizon and vision. This can only be achieved through a negotiated two-stage solution that ensures security for Israel and realizes Palestinian self-determination. A strong and reformed Palestinian Authority is essential, and Germany is the largest bilateral donor to the PA, with commitments exceeding $1 billion. Germany will continue to support the PA, including the reform process. And Mr. President, let me end by saying two things. Germany stands ready to work with the international community so that we together seize the current momentum to improve the lives of the people in Gaza and to create the conditions for lasting peace, security, and stability for Israelis and for Palestinians. And finally, I would like to underline that the Security Council and the United Nations remain the central platform for peace, and that international law provides the indispensable framework for achieving peace and security. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Germany for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Lebanon.
سيد الرئيس، بداية أهنئكم على ترأسكم أعمال المجلس لهذا الشهر، وأشكركم على تنظيم هذا النقاش الذي يأتي في توقيت دقيق، وأغتنم المناسبة لأرحب بأصحاب المعالي الوزراء من ليبيريا واليونان، ويتقدم بالشكر إلى الأعضاء الخمسة غير الدائمين الذين انتهت ولايتهم، ولأرحب بالأعضاء الخمسة الجدد متمنيا لهم التوفيق ومتطلعا إلى العمل معهم بروح من التعاون البناء. سيد الرئيس، يستمر لبنان ببذل كافة الجهود تنفيذا لقرار الحكومة اللبنانية الثابت ببسط سلطة الدولة على كامل أراضيها وضمان حصرية السلاح بيدها، بما في ذلك في المخيمات الفلسطينية انسجاما مع اتفاق الطائف وقرار مجلس الأمن 1701 وإعلان وقف الأعمال العدائية. ويواصل تنفيذ التزاماته الوطنية والدولية، ويؤكد عزمه على الاستمرار بالإصلاحات المنشودة، كما يسعى إلى تعزيز انتشار الجيش اللبناني على امتداد الوطن. وكما بات معلوما، فقد دخلت خطة الجيش لحصر السلاح مرحلة متقدمة بعد تحقيق أهداف المرحلة الأولى بشكل فعال وملموس على الأرض. وبات الجيش اللبناني مسيطرا على جنوب الليطاني عملانيا، موسعا حضوره ومؤمنا المناطق الحيوية باستثناء الأراضي والمواقع التي لا تزال تحتلها إسرائيل. وفي هذا السياق نتطلع إلى مؤتمر دعم الجيش اللبناني والقوى الأمنية في باريس بتاريخ 5 آذار المقبل، لما يشكله من محطة أساسية لتعزيز قدرات الجيش والمؤسسة العسكرية. ونجدد شكرنا لفرنسا على الاستضافة، ولأعضاء اللجنة الخماسية الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والمملكة العربية السعودية وقطر ومصر، وبطبيعة الحال فرنسا على دعمهم المستمر. السيد الرئيس اختار لبنان خيار التفاوض، ويواصل انخراطه في آلية التنسيق. في المقابل تمضي إسرائيل في سياسة العدوان الممنهج عبر شن غارات جوية على قرى لبنانية مأهولة تطال المدنيين مباشرة. إن هذا السلوك من قبل إسرائيل يدل بوضوح على رفضها الالتزام بتعهداتها القانونية كافة، فاستمرارها بالاحتلال واستمرار الاعتداءات والخروقات من جانبها لم ولن يخدم أمنها ولا استتباب الأمن والسلم الإقليميين. إذ تجدد الدولة اللبنانية تمسكها الكامل بسيادتها وسلامة أراضيها، فإنها تحمل إسرائيل المسؤولية الكاملة عن تداعيات هذه الاعتداءات، وتدعو المجتمع الدولي لا سيما الجهات الراعية لاتفاق وقف الأعمال العدائية إلى تحمل مسؤولياتها واتخاذ الإجراءات الفاعلة لوقف هذه الانتهاكات وانسحاب إسرائيل من جميع الأراضي اللبنانية المحتلة فورا وبشكل كامل، وإطلاق سراح جميع الأسرى اللبنانيين لديها. السيد الرئيس، لقد أكد وكيل الأمين العام لعمليات السلام السيد جون بيير لاكروا خلال زيارته للبنان مطلع هذا الشهر أن التعاون بين اليونيفيل والجيش اللبناني وثيق وممتاز، وبهذا الشأن يتطلع لبنان إلى الخيارات التي سيعرضها الأمين العام لمرحلة ما بعد انتهاء اليونيفيل، مع التأكيد على أهمية الحفاظ على وجود قوة دولية تحت مظلة الأمم المتحدة، بما يسهم في ملء الفراغ أو أي فراغ محتمل وتعزيز الاستقرار في الجنوب والمنطقة. سيد الرئيس، يستمر لبنان من خراطه مع سوريا بشكل بناء وإيجابي على أساس الاحترام المتبادل للسيادة والاستقلال ومبدأ عدم التدخل في الشؤون الداخلية، ويجدد التزامه بإقامة أفضل العلاقات معها. سيد الرئيس، أن قرارات الحكومة اللبنانية ذات الصلة بالإصلاحات السياسية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية وبحصرية السلاح وتوفير العيش الكريم والآمن لكل مواطنيها هي قرارات ثابتة لا رجعة عنها، ولبنان اليوم أكثر إصرارا من أي وقت سابق على المضي قدما في هذا المسار السيادي والإصلاحي، وهو لن يقبل أي استدراج أو أي انزلاق في صراعات لا على أرضه أو من أرضه على الآخرين. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank the representative of Lebanon for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Qatar.
السيد الرئيس، نشكركم على عقد هذا الاجتماع، ونشكر القائم بأعمال المنسق الخاص لعملية السلام في الشرق الأوسط على إحاطته، وننضم إلى بيانات المجموعة العربية والمجموعة الإسلامية وحركة عدم الانحياز. السيد الرئيس، نجتمع اليوم في ضوء الجهود الجارية لتنفيذ اتفاق وقف إطلاق النار في قطاع غزة، والاتفاق المبني على خطة الرئيس دونالد ترامب رئيس الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية الشاملة لإنهاء الحرب، واستكمالا لجهود وساطة مشتركة تواصلت لعامين برغم الصعوبات، أقر على إثر مساعي دولة قطر وجمهورية مصر العربية والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وجمهورية تركيا. وقد تم الإعلان مؤخرا عن بدء المرحلة الثانية من الاتفاق، وهو ما تأمل دولة قطر أن يسهم في تثبيت التهدئة ومعالجة الأوضاع الإنسانية المتدهورة في القطاع. قد أعلنت دولة قطر مع باقي الدول الثماني العربية والإسلامية التي شاركت في القمة متعددة الأطراف مع الرئيس الأمريكي انضمامها إلى مجلس السلام، مؤكدين دعم تنفيذ مهمة المجلس بوصفه هيئة انتقالية كما وردت في الخطة الشاملة واعتمد قرار مجلس الأمن 2803، والرامية إلى تثبيت وقف دائم لإطلاق النار وإعادة الإعمار والدفع نحو السلام العادل والدائم المستند إلى تلبية حق الشعب الفلسطيني في تقرير المصير وإقامة دولته وفقا للقانون الدولي. كما رحبت دولة قطر مع الوسطاء جمهورية مصر العربية وجمهورية تركيا بتشكيل لجنة التكنوقراط الفلسطينية لإدارة قطاع غزة، معربين عن الأمل في أن يمهد ذلك الطريق لتنفيذ المرحلة الثانية وفق خطة الرئيس ترامب. وتواصل دولة قطر من خلال ممثلها في المجلس التنفيذي لغزة الإسهام في الجهود الهادفة إلى ترسيخ الحكم الفعال وتعزيز السلام والاستقرار في القطاع. كما سارعت دولة قطر بعد الاتفاق إلى مواصلة جهوده الإنسانية بما في ذلك إرسال شحنات من الغذاء والدواء ومواد الإيواء، وإلى دعم إعادة الإعمار في القطاع من خلال عمل اللجنة القطرية لإعمار غزة. السيد الرئيس، تؤكد دولة قطر على أهمية أن يؤدي تنفيذ القرار 2803 إلى ضمان وقفا شاملا ومستداما لإطلاق النار، وإيصال المساعدات الإنسانية الكافية بدون قيود أو عراقيل، وإعادة إعمار القطاع والانسحاب الإسرائيلي الكامل من القطاع، وعدم تهجير الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق. كما أن هناك حاجة ملحة لتوسيع جهود التعافي المبكرة فورا وتوسيع نطاقها، ورفع القيود فورا عن إدخال وتوزيع الإمدادات الأساسية، وإعادة تأهيل البنية التحتية والمستشفيات، وفتح معبر رفح في الاتجاهين وفقا لما نصت عليه الخطة الشاملة. وحيث أنه لا بديل عن التنفيذ الفعال للاتفاق، فإن دولة قطر تدين بشدة اعتداءات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي على القطاع وتعدها تصعيدا خطيرا، وتؤكد ضرورة تضافر الجهود الإقليمية والدولية للحفاظ على الاتفاق والالتزام به. سيد الرئيس، وفيما يخص الجمهورية العربية السورية، ترحب دولة قطر باتفاق وقف إطلاق النار والاندماج الكامل بين الحكومة السورية وقوات سوريا الديمقراطية كخطوة مهمة نحو توطيد السلم الأهلي وتعزيز الأمن والاستقرار وبناء دولة المؤسسات والقانون. ونثني على جهود الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية التي أسهمت في التوصل للاتفاق. وتجدد دولة قطر دعمها لسيادة سوريا واستقلالها وسلامة أراضيها، وتدين القصف والتوغلات الإسرائيلية التي تنتهك السيادة والقانون الدولي وتقوض جهود إحلال السلام في المنطقة. وكذلك تجدد دولة قطر موقفها الداعم لسيادة وسلامة أراضي الجمهورية اللبنانية الشقيقة، وتدين الغارة الإسرائيلية على مخيم عين الحلوة للاجئين الفلسطينيين التي تمثل اعتداء على الشعب الفلسطيني الأعزل وانتهاكا للسيادة اللبنانية وخرقا للقانون الدولي. ختاما السيد الرئيس، سوف تواصل دولة قطر مساعيها مع الشركاء الدوليين لترسيخ الأمن والاستقرار في المنطقة، كما ستواصل التزامها بدعم الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق حتى ينال جميع حقوقه المشروعة، وفي مقدمتها حقه في تغيير مصيره وإنهاء الاحتلال ووقف أنشطة الاستيطان وإقامة دولته المستقلة كاملة السيادة والقابلة للحياة على حدود عام 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية وفقا لقرارات الشرعية الدولية ومبدأ حل الدولتين. وشكرا لكم السيد الرئيس.
I thank the representative of Qatar for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Egypt.
السيد الرئيس، تتوجه جمهورية مصر العربية بالتهنئة إلى جمهورية الصومال الفيدرالية الشقيقة على جهود وفدها المقدرة في رئاسة المجلس لهذا الشهر. السيد الرئيس، تؤكد مصر على أن المرحلة الراهنة التي تمر بها منطقة الشرق الأوسط تقتضي تكثيف الجهود الدولية والإقليمية للانتقال من مقاربات إدارة واحتواء الأزمات إلى مسارات تسوية شاملة ومستدامة تبنى على أسس راسخة تعالج جذور الصراعات بشكل منصف وعملي وتضع حداً للاحتلال الإسرائيلي للأراضي الفلسطينية. وإيمانا من مصر بما تقدم، فقد استضافت قمة شرم الشيخ للسلام في أكتوبر 2025، والتي مثلت خطوة حاسمة نحو طي صفحة الحرب الأليمة التي لا منتصر فيها، وفتح صفحة جديدة تتجسد فيها الإرادة الجماعية للمجتمع الدولي لتحقيق السلام العادل والاستقرار المستدام في الشرق الأوسط، مع رفض أي أفكار من شأنها تهجير الفلسطينيين من أراضيهم أو تقسيم قطاع غزة أو فصله عن الضفة الغربية، وصولا إلى الانسحاب الإسرائيلي من قطاع غزة تنفيذا للمرحلة الثانية من خطة الرئيس ترامب. وفي هذا السياق نسجل مجددا خالص التقدير لجهود الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية بقيادة الرئيس ترامب لإنهاء الحرب في غزة، وندعو إلى مواصلة الانخراط الأمريكي النشط في تنفيذ مراحل خطة الرئيس ترامب للسلام في غزة. كما نسجل بالتقدير دور الشركاء وجميع الأطراف الداعمة لتنفيذ اتفاق وقف الحرب. وتشدد مصر على حتمية الالتزام الأمين بتنفيذ ما تم التوصل إليه في قمة شرم الشيخ للسلام ولقرار مجلس الأمن رقم 2803، وتدعو جميع الأطراف إلى الوفاء بتعهداتها إزاء ترتيبات وقف إطلاق النار وتسهيل النفاذ الآمن والكامل للمساعدات الإنسانية، وتكثيف المساعي لإطلاق جهود التعافي المبكر وإعادة إعمار قطاع غزة، بما لا يقتصر على إعادة الإعمار المادي فحسب، بل يشمل كذلك استعادة مقومات الحياة الطبيعية بما في ذلك الخدمات الأساسية والبنية المجتمعية، ودعم فرص العيش الكريم وتثبيت السكان في أراضيهم تحقيقا للاستقرار. تحقيق الاستقرار لكافة الجهود التي تستهدف إعمال حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني المشروعة غير القابلة للتصرف، وفي مقدمتها حقه في تقرير مصيره وإنهاء الاحتلال وتجسيد دولته المستقلة على حدود 4 يونيو عام 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية، باعتبار ذلك الضمانة لتحقيق السلام العادل والدائم لجميع دول وشعوب المنطقة، بما يوفر واقعا جديدا يمكن التعايش معه، وهو ما يتسق مع المخرجات الإيجابية لمؤتمر نيويورك بشأن حل الدولتين. ونعرف في هذا الخصوص عن ارتياح مصر للزخم الدولي المتنامي الداعم للاعتراف بدولة فلسطين، وندعو إلى توسيع نطاق هذا الاعتراف وحصول فلسطين على العضوية الكاملة بالأمم المتحدة. سيد الرئيس، تؤكد مصر على أهمية النظر إلى قرار مجلس الأمن رقم 2803 وغيره من قرارات المجلس والجمعية العامة ذات الصلة بالقضية الفلسطينية، وخاصة قرار المجلس 2334 لسنة 2016 باعتبارها إطاراً مرجعياً واحداً متكاملاً للتعامل مع القضية الفلسطينية ومع حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني وتطلعاته المشروعة في دولة ذات سيادة على خطوط 4 يونيو 1967. السيد الرئيس، لا يزال الوضع الإنساني في الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة بالغ الخطورة على ضوء الإمعان الإسرائيلي في انتهاك القانون الدولي والقانون الدولي الإنساني وقرارات مجلس الأمن، وخاصة القرار 2334 لسنة 2016. وتدين مصر من هذا المنبر كافة الممارسات الإسرائيلية المتعلقة بمواصلة التوسع الاستيطاني وتصاعد عنف المستوطنين والاقتحامات العسكرية وهدم المنازل وتهديد والعمل على تهجير المدنيين الفلسطينيين من أراضيهم، فضلا عن التضييق المتعمد على المنظمات العاملة في المجال الإنساني والمجتمع المدني، ولا سيما وكالة الأونروا والتي تعد شريان الحياة والأمل لملايين الفلسطينيين. ومن هنا فإننا نطالب إسرائيل بالتوقف الفوري عن كافة هذه الاعتداءات الممنهجة بحق الشعب الفلسطيني في كل أرجاء الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة، والوفاء بالتزاماتها الدولية وتسهيل النفاذ الآمن والمستدام للمساعدات الإنسانية، والكف عن تسييس العمل الإغاثي أو استخدامه كأداة ضغط، واحترام ولاية وكالة الأونروا وامتيازاتها وحصاناتها وضمان قدرتها على أداء مهامها. ختاما السيد الرئيس، إن تحقيق السلام الشامل في المنطقة يتطلب الانسحاب الإسرائيلي الكامل من الجولان السوري المحتل، وتنفيذ كافة قرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة، وتدين مصر الاعتداءات الإسرائيلية المتكررة وانتهاك حرمة وسلامة الأراضي السورية، فضلا عن الانتهاكات المستمرة لإعلان وقف الأعمال العدائية في الجمهورية اللبنانية الشقيقة، بما في ذلك احتلال مواقع حدودية وإنشاء مناطق عازلة داخل الأراضي اللبنانية في انتهاك صارخ للقرار 1701. وتجدد مصر دعمها الكامل لسوريا ولبنان في حماية سيادتهما واستقلالهما ووحدة أراضيهما. تعيد مصر التأكيد على أن السلام العادل والدائم في الشرق الأوسط لن يتحقق بفرض الأمر الواقع، وإنما عبر معالجة الجذور الحقيقية للصراع، وفي مقدمتها إنهاء الاحتلال واحترام القانون الدولي والالتزام بقرارات الأمم المتحدة. وستواصل مصر انطلاقا من مسؤولياتها ودورها الإقليمي في دعم مسارات السلام والإسهام بما لديها من مقومات وخبرات وثقل سياسي وديموغرافي في المساهمة مع الشركاء الإقليميين والدوليين في بناء مستقبل أكثر أمنا واستقرارا لكافة شعوب منطقة الشرق الأوسط. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank the representative of Egypt for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Monsieur le Président, voilà l'objectif que nous partageons toutes et tous, une paix juste et durable au Moyen-Orient. La Suisse demeure convaincue que la réalisation de la solution à deux États, conformément au droit international, constitue le seul moyen pour atteindre ce but. Nous appelons au respect du droit international, y compris du droit international humanitaire et des droits humains, ainsi qu'à la mise en œuvre de la résolution 2803, de la déclaration de New York et de l'ensemble des résolutions pertinentes de ce Conseil. À l'appui d'une mise en œuvre du Gaza Peace Plan, conforme au droit international, la Suisse a récemment alloué 23 millions pour soulager les besoins humanitaires, renforcer les institutions palestiniennes et promouvoir le dialogue. Nous saluons les progrès réalisés dans l'annonce du passage à la deuxième phase du Gaza Peace Plan. La remise de la dernière dépouille d'otages est un pas important. Cela étant, d'importants défis subsistent. Nous déplorons les violations du cessez-le-feu et appelons à son strict respect. Les obligations du droit international humanitaire restent applicables malgré le cessez-le-feu. La Suisse rappelle l'obligation qui incombe à toutes les parties d'autoriser et de faciliter un accès humanitaire sûr, rapide et sans entrave à toutes les personnes dans le besoin. Un tel accès constitue un élément central du plan de paix dont nous demandons la mise en œuvre effective, notamment par l'ouverture inconditionnelle et complète de tous les points de passage, y compris Rafah. Nous appelons Israël à respecter ses obligations de puissance occupante, telles qu'énoncées dans l'avis consultatif de la CIG du 22 octobre 2025. Israël doit lever toutes les restrictions imposées aux partenaires humanitaires, y compris aux Nations Unies, aux ONG internationales, ainsi qu'aux organisations de la société civile. Cela inclut la réinscription des ONG internationales. Nous réitérons l'obligation de garantir la protection du personnel humanitaire et onusien, y compris du personnel local, ainsi que de leurs installations. Nous condamnons les récentes actions menées par Israël contre l'UNRWA. La démolition de son siège à Jérusalem-Est constitue une violation du droit international, en particulier de la Convention sur les privilèges et immunités des Nations Unies. Nous sommes également profondément préoccupés par la recrudescence des violences en Cisjordanie, de la part des forces de sécurité israéliennes et des colons, ainsi que par les démolitions de bâtiments et les déplacements forcés. Ces violences et activités déstabilisatrices doivent cesser immédiatement et faire l'objet d'enquêtes indépendantes. La Suisse rappelle que l'occupation, y compris les colonies, est illégale et doit prendre fin. Monsieur le Président, concernant la région, la Suisse appelle les autorités iraniennes à mettre fin immédiatement aux violences contre les manifestants et à garantir leurs droits humains et libertés fondamentales. La Suisse est par ailleurs profondément préoccupée par les violences au Yémen, en Syrie et au Liban. Seule une approche fondée sur le dialogue et le respect du droit permet une résolution durable des différends. Il est essentiel d'œuvrer conjointement au sein des cadres multilatéraux éprouvés afin de promouvoir la paix, la stabilité et la sécurité. Nos bons offices restent à disposition. Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of Switzerland for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Portugal aligns itself with the statements that will be delivered by the European Union and the core group of the UNRWA shared commitments. We would like to add the following remarks in our national capacity. We welcome the launch of the Phase 2 of the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict, and we thank all those involved, especially the United States of America, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey. We stress that the UN and all its agencies, as well as international NGOs, must continue to fulfill their roles in this new phase. We also welcome the announcement of the limited reopening of the Rafah crossing in both directions and reiterate our call for a full-fledged reopening, allowing for humanitarian aid at scale. Besides reconstruction efforts, aid should allow for immediate relief in terms of decent housing and access to energy, as the humanitarian situation in Gaza remains grievous. Furthermore, the Palestinian Authority should be involved in the administration of the Strip in preparation for its return. We remain concerned with developments in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and its holy sites. We are particularly concerned with settlement expansion, settler violence and attacks against UNRWA, most recently the demolition of its headquarters in East Jerusalem, all of which are illegal under international law, as recalled in the latest ICJ advisory opinion. Phase 2 should create the conditions that will allow for the reconstruction of Gaza and the implementation of the two-state solution, promoting a just and lasting peace in the Middle East, in line with the New York Declaration. For its part, Portugal formally recognized the State of Palestine last September. Mr. President, in the wider region, Syrians, Lebanese, Yemenis, and Libyans also deserve respect for their country's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, namely by external actors. In Syria, we welcome the new extension of the ceasefire between the new authorities and the SDF, while stressing the need for an inclusive political process in which every Syrian can live securely, equally, and in dignity. We also welcome the agreement between Syria and Israel on a joint fusion mechanism. In Lebanon, we welcome the announcement of the completion of the first phase of the National Disarmament Plan, and we commend the government's efforts. We also reiterate our support for the full implementation of Resolution 1701 and for the country's territorial integrity. In Yemen, we support an inclusive Yemeni-led and Yemeni-owned political process under the auspices of the UN, with full respect for its territorial integrity and sovereignty. Mr. President, Portugal remains committed to the rule of law and an international system with the UN at its center. Our positions are coherent and consistent across every file, and as such we will continue to strive for a just and peaceful solution to the Palestinian question, anchored on the relevant UN resolutions. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Portugal for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to thank Somalia for holding this open debate. And I want to thank Mr. Alakbarov for update on the latest developments in the Middle East. We align ourselves with the statements that will be delivered by the head of the EU delegation on behalf of the EU member states, as well as by Ireland on behalf of the UNRWA Shared Commitments Group. Mr. President, yesterday the world commemorated the Holocaust Remembrance Day, the day to remember millions of Jews, Roma and others who perished in death camps. It is a day to recommit to protection of human rights, to protection of civilians, to never again, and a day to apply the lessons of Holocaust to today's world. Colleagues, since I last addressed this Council, the Middle East has been shaken by new and deeply concerning developments. Firstly, a United Nations compound has been bulldozed in East Jerusalem. The same UN compound that has been targeted for nearly a year has been crushed to ruins. The UN has been not only denied the right to operate, but the right to exist. Let that sink in. A UN compound enjoying full privileges and immunities under international law has been bulldozed by a member state of this organization. Is this how we are going to deal with disagreements from now on? By destroying, by erasing, by burning? Council silence on accountability for the attack could indeed encourage such reflections. The right of Palestinian refugees to return to their land, however, cannot be erased, not burned. It goes without saying that Slovenia condemns these actions in the strongest terms and calls for their immediate cessation and restoration of UN premises. We recall the ICJ's advisory opinion on obligations of Israel not to impede the operations of the UN and its entities. Secondly, despite a fragile ceasefire, civilians in Gaza continue to be attacked, shelled, and intimidated. Children have frozen to death during winter storms, left with little or no shelter amid the rubble. They were killed while collecting firewood. We call upon all parties to uphold the ceasefire and allow space for peace to take root and for reconstruction to begin. Slovenia supports the peace plan in its entirety and welcomes the launch of Phase 2. We anticipate the disarmament of Hamas, further withdrawal of IDF from Gaza, and the opening of Rafah crossing. We welcome the release of the remains of the last hostage, Ran Gvili, and we welcome the appointment of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza. But make no mistake, we monitor with grave concern continued hostilities and the satellite imagery reports of Israel pushing the yellow line further into Gazan territory, in clear contravention of the ceasefire negotiated by the United States and the partners and endorsed by the Council. Palestinians cannot be forcibly isolated in reservations beyond the yellow line. Gaza is not a no man's land. It is a Palestinian land. Thirdly, new Knesset legislation places the operations of international non-governmental organizations under severe threat, at a time when civilians across the occupied Palestinian territory are struggling to feed their families, send their children to school, or care for the sick and wounded. As confirmed by the highest judicial authority, the ICJ, the occupying power has a duty to guaranteeing full, safe, and unhindered humanitarian access and allow continued functioning of humanitarian actors, including UNRWA, in the occupied territory. And yet, no one has been able to adequately explain what will happen when Israeli ultimatum to the international NGOs sets in on March 1st. Doctors Without Borders, Save the Children, the Norwegian Refugee Council have all briefed the Council on the situation in Gaza. And yet, they and others may be soon forced to close their activities in OTP. Their only crime is helping Palestinian civilians, the same as Dr. Hussam Abu Safia's and so many other health workers' crime was being a doctor and helping those in need. In words of Deputy Special Coordinator Al-Akbarov this morning, banning these international NGOs will have a significant impact on the humanitarian response across the OPT. Who will feed and protect the children of Jenin, evicted from the refugee camp a year ago? Who will perform life-saving amputations for the victims of the Gaza war in Al-Rimal? Who will provide shelter to the people of Ras Ain al-Awiya when Israel settlers bulldoze their olive trees again? Is the Council going to watch in silence as tragedy of Gaza extends to the West Bank? Colleagues, the three topics should not be just discussed in this chamber. They are call for action of this Council. The Council's primary responsibility for international peace and security is neither a right nor a privilege. It is an obligation and reflection of the trust that all UN members have placed in it. Members of this Council should have this in mind when returning to this chamber. The world is watching and the history will be judging. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Slovenia for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Spain.
Señor presidente, España se alinea con la declaración de la Unión Europea y con la del Grupo de Compromisos Compartidos sobre UNRWA. Agradezco la oportunidad de dirigirme a este Consejo para reafirmar el firme compromiso de España con los esfuerzos internacionales para lograr el restablecimiento de la paz y la estabilidad en Oriente Próximo y para subrayar la centralidad de los principios universales de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, del derecho internacional y de las resoluciones relevantes de este Consejo de Seguridad sobre la cuestión. Por ello, damos la bienvenida al anuncio del lanzamiento de la segunda fase del Plan Integral de Paz, respaldado por la Resolución 2803 del Consejo de Seguridad de las Naciones Unidas para poner fin con la Declaración de Nueva York para la implementación de la solución de los dos estados, el conflicto entre Israel y Palestina. Confiamos en que la designación de un Comité Nacional para la Administración de la Franja de Gaza contribuya a la estabilidad y siente las bases para la restitución de la unidad del Estado palestino bajo una sola autoridad. España ratifica su firme apoyo a la Autoridad Nacional Palestina y reitera su papel esencial e indispensable en esta fase transitoria. España reitera además un llamamiento a la entrada rápida y urgente de ayuda humanitaria a gran escala, de conformidad con el derecho internacional humanitario para aliviar la catástrofe humanitaria que asola la franja. España reitera su firme apoyo a Naciones Unidas y a UNRWA. Condenamos la demolición de las instalaciones de UNRWA y en su sede en Jerusalén. Jerusalén Este por las fuerzas de seguridad israelíes en violación de los privilegios e inmunidades de la Agencia de Naciones Unidas que fueron reafirmados en el dictamen consultivo de la Corte Internacional de Justicia del 22 de octubre. España reconoce la esencial labor de las ONG humanitarias españolas e internacionales en la respuesta humanitaria en Gaza. A este respecto, instamos a Israel a revertir la normativa de registro de ONGs humanitarias que operan en el territorio palestino ocupado. Respecto a Cisjordania, asistimos a un aumento incontrolado de violencia de colonos israelíes contra civiles palestinos, así como de desplazamientos forzosos, la expansión de asentamientos y los anuncios de anexión referidos incluso a Jerusalén Este, que condenamos enérgicamente. Señor presidente, respecto al Líbano, España reitera su llamamiento a las partes para que cumplan íntegramente con la resolución 1701 de este Consejo y con el acuerdo de cese de hostilidades en noviembre del 2024. Reiteramos nuestra firme condena a los continuos e inaceptables ataques israelíes contra las posiciones de UNIFIL, el último de los cuales amenazó otra vez más la integridad física del contingente español, en una sucesión de acciones que representa una seria escalada contra el personal e infraestructuras de la misión. España seguirá apoyando al pueblo sirio para avanzar en una transición política pacífica e inclusiva y exige que se respete la soberanía e integridad territorial de Siria, sin interferencias desestabilizadoras de terceros países. Saludamos el acuerdo de alto el fuego alcanzado en Siria para poner fin a los enfrentamientos entre el ejército y las fuerzas democráticas sirias. Seguimos atentos a la situación en Irán. Condenamos la violencia ejercida contra las manifestaciones pacíficas y exigimos a las autoridades del país que se respete y garantice el ejercicio de la libertad de expresión y de manifestación pacífica. Instamos a las autoridades iraníes a poner fin a la represión de manifestaciones pacíficas y que se levanten de manera inmediata todas las sentencias sumarias, así como las restricciones a las comunicaciones. Por último, esperamos que la iniciativa de diálogo en Yemen logre avanzar hacia un proceso político inclusivo para el país y permita aliviar la situación humanitaria. Asimismo, instamos a la liberación inmediata del personal de Naciones Unidas. En ese entorno, España seguirá defendiendo el diálogo con los socios regionales y el respeto de los principios universales de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas para unar esfuerzos a favor de la paz y la estabilidad en Oriente Próximo. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
I thank the representative of Spain for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Poland.
Mr. President, thank you for convening today's debate and to the UN Deputy Special Coordinator for his valuable contribution. In my intervention, I would like to address 4 developments shaping the current state of play in the Middle East, which my country, Poland, continues to follow closely. First, we stand by our commitment to a peaceful and negotiated settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Since recognizing the State of Palestine in 1988, we have constantly supported the two-state solution, Israel and Palestine living side by side in peaceful and security. Recently, we have taken note of the President Donald Trump's plan for Gaza, endorsed by the Resolution 2803, and welcome the start of its next phase. At the same time, Poland stresses that the composition of and the mandate of any newly proposed peace-related mechanisms must be consistent with the United Nations principles and values. Yet the situation on the ground remains concerning. Hamas' disarmament is uncertain, Palestinian politics remain divided, and the growing opposition within Israel to a Palestinian state complicates the prospects for progress. Also, settlement expansion in the West Bank and actions targeting UNRWA risk undermining humanitarian work and violate Israel's obligations under the UN Charter. Poland calls for unhindered humanitarian access and will continue to cooperate closely with humanitarian partners, including non-governmental organizations, as Palestine remains among our top priorities with almost $20 million in aid since 2023. Our military contingent in UNIFIL will remain committed to its peacekeeping mission as long as it takes, with development projects as an integral element of its contribution. Mr. President, turning to Iran, Poland follows developments there with deep concern. Reports of widespread protests, arbitrary detentions, and excessive use of force are alarming. We strongly condemn any calls for expedited trials and executions of protesters, as such actions violate fundamental international human rights. Sustained international pressure, combined with diplomatic engagement, remains essential. We urge Iranian authorities to engage in genuine dialogue with their society and to act transparently on the issues related to their nuclear and missile programs within established global frameworks. Further destabilization of Iran, we stress, would serve no one's interest. Mr. President, Poland reaffirms its support for the unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of the Republic of Yemen. We condemn all forms of separatism and interference by external actors and reiterate strong backing for the UN-led efforts toward comprehensive and inclusive political settlements. Mr. President, finally, Syria. Poland acknowledges the significant challenges facing the new authorities in Damascus while noting positive political developments. We welcome the recent lifting of sanctions by the European Union and the United States, which could foster transition and recovery. Poland stands ready to share its transformation experience to support stabilization, reconstruction, and inclusive governance. We are, however, concerned by renewed clashes between the government forces and the Syrian Democratic Forces, and we call for swift and peaceful implementation of the recent agreement. And I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Poland for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The year 2026 started with a mixture of hope and unrest in the Middle East. The situation in the region remains fragile, and the international community must further strengthen our collective efforts to realize peace and stability. We welcome the continued general maintenance of the ceasefire in Gaza. However, sporadic clashes and military attacks persist. All parties must adhere to the ceasefire agreement and make every effort to prevent further casualties. Japan also welcomes the adoption of Security Council Resolution 2803, which endorses and calls on all parties to implement the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict announced by the US President in September last year. Based on our commitment to actively contributing to the realization of peace and stability in the Middle East, Japan has consistently supported President Trump's initiatives toward peace in the Middle East, including those concerning Gaza. In this regard, along with the sorrow, we note that the return of the last Israeli hostage's body was finally achieved. Japan pays respect to their earnest efforts to relevant countries, including US, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey. It is now necessary to steadily advance the second phase of the comprehensive plan. Japan is committed to playing a proactive role through concrete actions, including sending our experts. While some improvement in the humanitarian situation has been observed, the people of Gaza continue to face difficult conditions. We strongly urge Israel to take appropriate measures to ensure that humanitarian assistance activities by international organizations, including UNRWA and NGOs, can be carried out without hindrance. Japan has supported the two-state solution where Israel and Palestine coexist side by side in peace and stability. Settlement activities are in violation of international law, and we have grave concern that the expansion of settlements and the increased settler violence in the West Bank further destabilize the situation. Japan demands that Israel immediately cease any unilateral actions that run counter to the two-state solution. Mr. President, Japan is closely monitoring the developments in Iran that have been taking place since the end of last year. Any attempt to address peaceful demonstrations through the use of violence is unacceptable. In this context, Japan strongly calls for the immediate cessation of violence and strongly hopes for an early settlement of the situation. In Yemen, the security situation remains fragile and humanitarian conditions are only worsening. We take note of the Security Council decision on the mandate of UNRWA to cease its operation on March 31st. We call for a prudent transition to avoid security vacuum that would further destabilize the country and the region. We call for the immediate and unconditional release of the UN staff and other people detained by the Houthis. On Syria, in December last year, 1 year has passed since the collapse of the Assad regime. A high-level Japanese delegation visited Damascus and announced the resumption of bilateral cooperation for the first time since 2011. We believe our coordinated efforts support an inclusive, peaceful, and stable political transition led by the Syrian government, which has undergone a historic change. Mr. President, our shared goal is to maintain momentum toward peace and take action to prevent the Middle East from being drawn back to the vortex of war and turmoil. Japan will leverage its strengths and actively contribute to that end. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Japan for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Malaysia.
Thank you, President. Malaysia thanks Somalia for convening this meeting and aligns itself with the statements of the OIC, NAM, and SERB. President, despite the ceasefire declared in September 2025, the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza continues. About 500 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli attacks since the ceasefire. Many have also died due to the persistent dire humanitarian situation. At least 9 children reportedly died due to hypothermia. It is absolutely critical that the Gaza ceasefire be fully implemented. Killings must stop, and unhindered humanitarian access must be restored to ensure the delivery of life-saving assistance at scale. The role of the UN in Palestine, particularly that of UNRWA, which provides essential services to the Palestinians and is irreplaceable, must be defended and protected. Malaysia strongly condemns Israel's demolition of UNRWA's premises in Sheikh Jarrah on 20th January and the arson attack on those premises on 25th January 2026. The ICJ has unequivocally affirmed the mandate of the UN and its entities to operate in the OPT. Israel is under a clear obligation to respect the privileges, immunities, and inviolability of UN premises, property, and its personnel. We are also deeply concerned by the decision of the Israeli government to cancel the permits of a significant number of international NGOs that have been providing vital humanitarian aid in the OPT. Malaysia condemns the decision by the Israeli government to approve 19 new settlements in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem. We are deeply alarmed by the surge in armed settler violence and the forced displacement of Palestinians in the West Bank. These actions further entrench Israel's illegal occupation and undermine the prospect for a peaceful and sustainable settlement. President, Israel's increasing belligerence is due to the impunity that it continues to enjoy. The Security Council, as the custodian of matters concerning international peace and security, must ensure that international law and the UN Charter are upheld. All relevant UN resolutions must be fully implemented, and decisions as well as advisory opinions of the ICJ must be complied. In this connection, Malaysia recalls General Assembly Resolution ES 10/24, which calls for the establishment of an international mechanism for reparations for Israel's wrongful acts in the OPT. Reparation is a legal obligation under international law and an essential step toward justice, redress, and reconciliation. Malaysia underscores the significance of the New York Declaration adopted by the General Assembly in September 2025. It reflects the overwhelming will of the international community and reaffirms the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and the realization of a sovereign, independent state of Palestine based on pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. Malaysia urges all parties to translate this global consensus into concrete political action. The credibility of this organization rests on our collective willingness to uphold justice without selectivity or double standards. Malaysia calls for decisive actions by this Council to ensure accountability and justice and protect the world's rules-based order. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Malaysia for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of India.
Mr. President, I thank Somalia for convening the quarterly open debate on the situation in the Middle East. I also thank the briefers for their remarks. Today's debate is timely as different parts of the Middle East are marked by protracted conflicts, political divisions, and humanitarian distress. These issues are interlinked, and their implications go beyond the region and impinge upon the broader landscape of international peace and security. India hopes that sustained dialogue and diplomacy achieve durable solutions that could positively impact the lives of the people and the security of the region. Mr. President, India takes note of recent progress with regard to implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 2803 to end the Gaza conflict. India also takes this opportunity to express appreciation to the United States in addressing this long-standing issue. On the political front, India has always consistently supported a sovereign, independent, viable state of Palestine, living side by side in peace and security with Israel, within secure and recognized borders, which is at the heart of any lasting solution. In pursuit of its commitment, India became the first non-Arab country to recognize the state of Palestine in 1988. India has advocated that the means to achieve this end is through dialogue and diplomacy. The reconstruction and economic recovery of Gaza and the resumption of delivery of public services and humanitarian assistance is a Herculean task, calling for sustained support and commitment of the international community to alleviate the pain and suffering of the Palestinian brothers and sisters. At the same time, let us be clear that terrorism has no place in civilized societies and must be condemned in all its forms and manifestations. There have been incremental improvements in the humanitarian situation in Gaza. However, the harsh winter and scale of destruction continue to make the task difficult. Food and fuel shortages, lack of access to basic facilities for health and education, hygiene and sanitation impact all sections of society, particularly women and children. India reiterates its call for safe humanitarian access. Member states must support the yearning of the Palestinian people to lead normal lives. The scale of reconstruction required in Gaza is massive. UN Ops estimates that Gaza has 60 million tons of rubble. The rubble also contains harmful material. Therefore, traditional reconstruction models would have limitations in dealing with this unique situation. An innovative approach with technological rigor is required. India has sought to contribute meaningfully to humanitarian relief efforts, particularly bilaterally, as also in partnership with the UN. Over the course of the last 2 years, we supplied nearly 135 metric tons of medicines and supplies. There are ongoing Indian projects at various stages of implementation to the tune of $40 million. In cumulative terms, the extent of support to the Palestinian people currently stands at over $170 million. Mr. President, on Syria, political security and humanitarian dimensions must be considered in their interrelation. We support a Syrian-led and Syrian-owned political process that meets the legitimate aspirations of the Syrian people, in line with UN Security Council Resolution 2254. India remains fully committed to assisting the friendly people of Syria through provision of humanitarian support and supplies and capacity building. As the third largest contributor to UNDOF, Indian peacekeepers have demonstrated the will and determination in carrying out its mandate. Turning to Lebanon, India remains committed to peace, stability, and development of Lebanon. Over 900 Indian Army personnel are deployed in UNIFIL since 1998. We have emphasized that safety and security of peacekeepers are non-negotiable. The blue helmets cannot become targets or victims. Capacity building, technical assistance, and support to the Lebanese armed forces must be strengthened in order to equip them with necessary capabilities and resources by the end of this year so that they could meaningfully discharge their enhanced responsibilities. Mr. President, on Yemen, India enjoys strong bilateral relations and friendship with the people of Yemen. India calls for supporting unity and stability in Yemen. We would like to emphasize the focus on safety of Indian nationals in Yemen, as also the need for stepping up humanitarian operations to assist the Yemeni people. Our assistance of medicines, medical equipment, vaccines, and food supplies, along with capacity building and educational scholarships, have helped alleviate the hardships faced by the Yemeni people. In closing, India believes that the challenges facing the Middle East are interconnected and require comprehensive, inclusive, and sustained diplomatic engagement and humanitarian support. Guided by dialogue, diplomacy, and the spirit of international cooperation, India stands ready to work with all partners to promote peace, stability, and humanitarian relief in the region. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of India for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Thailand.
Mr. President, Thailand commends your leadership in convening this very important debate. Today, my delegation would like to reiterate three key points. First, the prolonged humanitarian crisis in Gaza must end. Thailand underscores the urgent necessity of protecting civilians and ensuring timely, safe, unhindered, and sufficient delivery of humanitarian assistance to all those in need. UNRWA, mandated by the General Assembly to assist and protect Palestine refugees until a just and lasting solution is achieved, must be safeguarded. Continued international support is essential to prevent any disruption to the agency's life-saving assistance and essential services for the Palestinian people. With this commitment, Thailand continues to make contributions to ongoing humanitarian efforts in Gaza, most recently with contribution of $100,000 in January 2026 through the International Committee of the Red Cross. Second, recalling the overwhelmingly supported New York Declaration on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution, Thailand reaffirms its unwavering support for a peaceful resolution based on the two-state solution, whereby the states of Israel and Palestine coexist side by side in peace, security, and mutual recognition, in accordance with international law and relevant UN resolutions. Third, any peace agreement reached will carry little meaning unless it's, of course, implemented fully and adhered to in good faith. Commitments on paper must be matched by concrete actions, and respect for agreed terms is essential to building trust, ensuring credibility, and achieving lasting outcomes to end the suffering of innocent civilians and restore peace and stability in the Middle East. In this regard, Thailand welcomes the progress made in the first phase of the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict, which led to the ceasefire agreement. We call upon all parties concerned to adhere to the agreed terms and engage constructively
in negotiations and the second phase of the plan with a view to achieving a peaceful and lasting resolution of the conflict. Mr. President, Thailand will continue to closely follow developments in Gaza and support our efforts to translate our collective resolve into meaningful progress toward lasting peace and security for Israelis and Palestinians. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
I thank the representative of Thailand for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Canada.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, Canada remains firmly committed to a two-state solution where Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side in peace, security, and dignity. Now more than ever, the two-state solution is needed and is the only just option for a lasting peace. Canada welcomes the progress made in Gaza, including the increasing the flow of humanitarian assistance, securing the release of all hostages, and commencing Phase 2 of the Gaza peace plan. We thank the United States, Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey for their critical work to make this possible. To be clear, Canada unequivocally condemns Hamas' horrific terrorist attacks on October 7, 2023, which took the lives of nearly 1,200 people, including Canadians. Political negotiations must lead to Hamas disarmament and removal from governance in Gaza. Canada will continue to support the Palestinian Authority's reform agenda so that it can play a role in governing Gaza. We note the launch of the Palestinian-led National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, which should be empowered to support the delivery of essential services across all of Gaza. Despite important advances, we remain seriously concerned that persistent humanitarian access restrictions are leaving Palestinian civilians without essential assistance. We are also concerned that the deregistration by Israel of key international NGOs has further undermined the lifelines that sustain millions of Palestinians. We continue to call for the increase of humanitarian assistance and reiterate that UN agencies and international NGOs must be able to operate in Gaza in a sustained and predictable way. Since the current conflict began on October 7, 2023, Canada has committed more than $400 million in international assistance. We stand ready to further support Gaza's recovery and reconstruction. We must also not lose sight of the situation in the West Bank, where settler violence against Palestinians has continued unabated. The government of Israel's unrelenting policy of settlement expansion violates international law, threatens the viability of a Palestinian state, and challenges the implementation of the comprehensive plan for Gaza. We call on Israel to reverse its policy of settlement expansion. Le Canada est également un donateur important aux
Islamic Republic of Iran. This is a calculated and familiar tactic aimed at diverting attention from the regime's ongoing grave crimes against the Palestinian people in Gaza and its continued destabilizing action across the region. Also today, the representative of Latvia made unfounded claims against my country. I remind the representative of Latvia as a new member of this council to act responsibly, refrain from being misled by false narrative and misinformation, and uphold the dignity and responsibilities of the Security Council member in accordance with the Charter. I also reject the political motivated allegation by the representative of Canada. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Turkey.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the Council, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the member states belonging to the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in my capacity as chair. At the outset, I wish to express our sincere appreciation to the Federal Republic of Somalia for convening this quarterly open debate on the Middle East and for the comprehensive briefings provided to the Council. Mr. President, the successful adoption of New York Declaration on the peaceable settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution by the UN General Assembly mandated high-level international conference and its overwhelming endorsement by the General Assembly on 12 September 2025 reaffirmed the long-standing international consensus in support of the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and the independence and sovereignty of the Palestinian state on the basis of the pre-1967 borders. The ceasefire agreement concluded in October 2025 marks a critical turning point towards ending the devastating hostilities. While the ceasefire has reduced large-scale violence and facilitated increased humanitarian access, it remains fragile with recurrent Israeli attacks, ongoing constraints on the humanitarian access impeding life-saving assistance from reaching the Palestinian population, including further deplorable measures against UNRWA and against international humanitarian organizations and other violations of the ceasefire agreement by the occupying power. We welcome the sustained efforts of President Trump of the United States to sustain the ceasefire in Gaza. However, we wish to draw attention to Israel's continuing aggression as the occupying power against the Palestinian people, especially in the Gaza Strip and West Bank, including violations of the historic and legal status quo at the holy sites of Jerusalem. These illegal actions obstruct the smooth implementation of the ceasefire agreement as stipulated in the Security Council Resolution 2803. We stress the need for full Israeli withdrawal from Gaza to enable recovery and reconstruction. We recognize that these conditions would enable the government of the State of Palestine to proceed with the exercise of all its statutory functions in the Gaza Strip, including opening of all crossings and ensuring the unimpeded and adequate delivery of humanitarian aid to all parts of the Strip. This phase would greatly contribute to the restoration of stability while alleviating the severe humanitarian sufferings of the Palestinian civilian population, including mass displacement, starvation, and famine. We reiterate the recent resolution of the Extraordinary Council of OIC Foreign Ministers held in Jeddah, which restated its repeated rejection of all plans aimed at the displacement of the Palestinian people, individually and collectively, within and outside their land, or forced displacement, exile, and deportation in any form and under any circumstances in grave violation of international law and international humanitarian law. Mr. President, in spite of the foregoing, the OIC Group welcomes the commencement of the second phase of the ceasefire agreement and the recent announcement of the formation of the Palestinian Committee to administer the Gaza Strip as a temporary transitional body, supporting Palestinians to oversee their own affairs in their territory. We wish to invite this Council to commence action on the implementation of its relevant resolutions, including Resolution 2834, with the aim of transforming the ceasefire into a just, durable, and comprehensive peace. Moreover, given the overwhelming recognition of the State of Palestine and commitments provided in the New York Declaration of 30th July 25, we reiterate our call for an expeditious action by the Security Council on Palestine's admission as a full member of the United Nations. This step is essential for a just and lasting peace and the credibility of the multilateral system. We further urge the Security Council to give due consideration to General Assembly Resolution ES-10/24 of 18 September 2024 and the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice of 19 July 2024, which collectively reflect the universal endorsement of a peaceful settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in line with international law. These legal instruments affirm Palestinian people's right to self-determination and to an independent state with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. We welcome establishment of the Emergency Alliance for the Financial Stability of the Palestinian Authority. We further call for urgent implementation of the Arab OIC Reconstruction Plan and encourage all states and partners to actively participate in these efforts. On this occasion, we stress the roles of the various UN agencies, particularly UNRWA, to ensure a coordinated humanitarian response. We welcome recent advisory opinion issued by the ICJ on October 22, 2025, and emphasize the importance of providing political, financial, and legal support to UNRWA. Accordingly, we reaffirm the statement of the UN Secretary General and the resolution of the Extraordinary Council of OIC Foreign Ministers condemning Israeli decision to disconnect water and electricity and other essential services to facilities operated by UNRWA, in contradiction with its obligations under international law, the UN Charter, the UN Convention on Privileges and Immunities, relevant resolutions, and the ICJ advisory opinions. OIC also calls upon the Council to compel Israel to cease the demolition of UNRWA's Sheikh Jarrah compound in East Jerusalem and return and restore the compound and other UNRWA promises to the United Nations without delay. We further strongly deplore the violent demolition of the UN compound in occupied East Jerusalem, from which UNRWA was expelled by the occupying power. This act of aggression and all Israeli violations against the UN must be condemned, and Israel must cease and reverse these illegal measures and be compelled to make reparations to the organization. We emphasize the crucial role of UNRWA in providing vital services to Palestinian refugees and for regional stability, and call on member states to continue to politically and financially support the agency. Mr. President, the OIC Group reiterates the lasting peace in the Middle East requires Israel's complete withdrawal from all occupied Arab territories, including the occupied Syrian Golan, and full compliance with Security Council resolutions 242, 338, and 497. We condemn Israel's incursions into Syrian territory since 8 December 2024 in violation of international law, the UN Charter, and the 1974 Disengagement Agreement. The OIC Group also condemns Israel's repeated violations of the cessation of hostilities in Lebanon since 27 November 2024 including aerial and ground attacks, continued occupation of Lebanese territory, establishment of so-called buffer zones, and restrictions on UNIFIL's freedom of movement. These actions constitute a flagrant violation of Lebanon's sovereignty and of Security Council Resolution 1701. We call on the Council to ensure Israel's immediate, full and unconditional withdrawal from Syria and Lebanon. In conclusion, the OIC Group urges the Security Council to act with urgency and unity to uphold international law, ensure accountability, and end the illegal Israeli occupation and the injustices faced by the Palestinian people. I thank you again.
I thank the representative of Turkey for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Morocco.
سيد الرئيس، في البداية أود أن أشكركم على عقد هذه المناقشة المفتوحة مشيدا بالرئاسة الحكيمة لجمهورية الصومال الفيدرالية الشقيقة لأشغال مجلس الأمن خلال هذا الشهر. كما أشكر السيد رامز الأكبروف نائب المنسق الخاص للأمم المتحدة للشرق الأوسط على إحاطته القيمة. السيد الرئيس، تماشيا مع الالتزام الصريح والثابت لجلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله رئيس لجنة القدس، وانشغال جلالته الدائم بالأوضاع في الأراضي الفلسطينية، يجدد المغرب دعوته اليوم إلى تعبئة أكبر للمجتمع الدولي لإخراج منطقة الشرق الأوسط من الأزمات والتوصل إلى سلام شامل وعادل. وقد أكد جلالة الملك أعزه الله في الرسالة السامية التي وجهها بتاريخ 21 نوفمبر 2025 إلى رئيس لجنة الأمم المتحدة المعنية بممارسة الشعب الفلسطيني لحقوقه غير القابلة للتصرف بمناسبة اليوم العالمي للتضامن مع الشعب الفلسطيني، وأقتبس: التزام المملكة المغربية الراسخ والثابت بالدفاع عن القضية الفلسطينية والمساهمة البناءة والفعالة في إيجاد حل عادل لها باعتبارها الركيزة الأساسية وحجر الزاوية في بناء أسس السلم والاستقرار في منطقة الشرق الأوسط. انتهى قول صاحب الجلالة حفظه الله. السيد الرئيس، ترحب المملكة المغربية بإعلان دخول المرحلة الثانية لوقف إطلاق النار في غزة حيز التنفيذ، وفي هذا الإطار بتعليمات من صاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله رئيس لجنة القدس، وقع وزير الشؤون الخارجية والتعاون الإفريقي والمغاربة المقيمين بالخارج السيد ناصر بوريطة يوم 22 يناير 2026 بدافوس في سويسرا على الميثاق المؤسس لمجلس السلام، خلال الحفل الذي ترأسه رئيس الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية فخامة السيد دونالد ترامب. ويأتي هذا التوقيع على إثر موافقة صاحب الجلالة حفظه الله على الانضمام كعضو مؤسس إلى هذه المبادرة التي اقترحها فخامة رئيس الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، والرامية إلى المساهمة في جهود السلام بالشرق الأوسط واعتماد مقاربة جديدة لتسوية النزاعات في العالم. السيد الرئيس، تجدد المملكة المغربية التعبير عن تقديرها البالغ للمساعي الحثيثة والانخراط الشخصي لفخامة الرئيس دونالد ترامب، والتي أفضت إلى هذه النتيجة الباعثة عن الأمل. كما تثمن المملكة الجهود الدؤوبة لكافة الوسطاء، وتدعو المملكة كل الأطراف إلى تنفيذ كامل لهذا الاتفاق بما يسمح دخول المساعدات الإنسانية بشكل سريع وكاف وبدء عملية الإعمار وفق آفاق لحل عادل وشامل ودائم من القضية الفلسطينية. وتشدد المملكة المغربية على أهمية وقف الاستيطان وخطط الضم واختراق باحات المسجد الأقصى المبارك. سيد الرئيس، تؤكد المملكة المغربية التي يترأس عاهلها صاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله لجنة القدس تمسكها الراسخ بحل الدولتين كأساس لا محيد عنه من أجل تحقيق سلام عادل ودائم في المنطقة، عبر إقامة دولة فلسطينية ذات سيادة على حدود 4 يونيو 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشريف، وغزة جزء لا يتجزأ منها، تعيش جنبا إلى جنب مع دولة إسرائيل في أمن وسلام. وتؤكد المملكة المغربية استعدادها التام للمساهمة الفاعلة في كافة المراحل والمسارات المتفق عليها بما يضمن حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق ويدعم الاستقرار في منطقة الشرق الأوسط. إن هذه التطورات التي نرحب بها تقتضي انخراطا فاعلا في فتح آفاق مفاوضات تفضي إلى حل سياسي وفق جدول زمني دقيق بما يضمن الحقوق المشروعة للشعب الفلسطيني. وفي نفس الوقت بات لزاما دمج البعد الاقتصادي في عملية السلام باعتباره عاملا أساسيا لتحقيق الاستقرار والتنمية، كما أنه لا بد من تعزيز الدعم للسلطة الفلسطينية بقيادة فخامة الرئيس محمود عباس أبو مازن لتقوية مؤسساتها والاستجابة لتطلعات الشعب الفلسطيني في الأمن والكرامة. ومن جهة أخرى فإن المرحلة المقبلة تقتضي دعما سياسيا وماليا لوكالة إغاثة اللاجئين الفلسطينيين في الشرق الأدنى الأونروا يمكنها من الاطلاع بمهامها الحيوية لتقديم الدعم الإنساني للفلسطينيين. سيد الرئيس، ختاما يؤكد المغرب التزامه الثابت بالدفاع عن الأماكن المقدسة خاصة المسجد الأقصى المبارك الذي يحظى بمكانة خاصة لدى جلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله بصفته رئيسا للجنة القدس. ويتمثل هذا الالتزام في المبادرات والبرامج والمشاريع التي تنجزها وكالة بيت مال القدس الذراع التنفيذية للجنة القدس، والتي تروم صون الوضع القانوني والتاريخي للقدس وحماية هويتها ودعم الحقوق والتطلعات المشروعة للشعب الفلسطيني وحقه في إقامة دولته المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية على حدود 4 يونيو 1967. وشكرا السيد الرئيس.
I thank the representative of Morocco for this statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jaime Hermida Castillo, Vice Chair of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People.
Señor Presidente, distinguidas miembros del Consejo, felicitamos a Somalia por su presidencia del Consejo de Seguridad. También damos la bienvenida al Consejo a Bahrein, Colombia, la República Democrática del Congo, Letonia y Liberia. Hoy, 28 de enero, cuando la comunidad internacional celebra por primera vez el Día Internacional de la Convivencia Pacífica, se nos recuerda que la convivencia no es un ideal abstracto, se construye o se rompe, con decisiones concretas que se toman cada día sobre el terreno. Se sustenta en los pilares de respeto al Estado de Derecho, a la dignidad humana y al derecho igualitario de los pueblos a vivir en seguridad y libertad. En este contexto, los acontecimientos que se han producido en el territorio palestino ocupado en los últimos 3 meses son contrarios a la coexistencia pacífica y a los pilares en los que se sustenta. La aprobación por parte de Israel, la potencia ocupante, de 19 nuevos asentamientos en la Cisjordania ocupada, incluida Jerusalén Oriental, y el restablecimiento de asentamientos evacuados en el 2005, constituyen otra grave violación masiva y representan un grave retroceso. Estas acciones coloniales ilegales buscan abiertamente destruir la contigüidad del territorio palestino y excluir la posibilidad de un Estado palestino viable e independiente. La expansión de los asentamientos no tiene ninguna validez jurídica. Los asentamientos son ilegales, como ha dictaminado recientemente la Corte Internacional de Justicia, nuestro más alto tribunal. Los asentamientos erosionan la confianza que aún queda en que las negociaciones puedan dar un resultado justo para el pueblo palestino. Mientras tanto, la violencia de los colonos en la Cisjordania ocupada, incluida Jerusalén Oriental, siguen intensificándose, aterrorizando a los civiles y a comunidades enteras. El patrón es claro, también lo es el impacto. el miedo, desplazamiento y erosión constante de la vida cotidiana, coacción sistemática que causa un sufrimiento incalculable y socava el presente y el futuro. La rendición de cuentas es esencial, pero inexistente bajo la ocupación ilegal de Israel. Igualmente, espantosas son las recientes medidas dirigidas contra la UNRWA. Las leyes que despojan a la UNRWA de sus privilegios e inmunidades permiten la incautación y destrucción de sus instalaciones y ordenan la suspensión de servicios esenciales. Todo esto son incompatibles con las obligaciones de Israel en virtud del derecho internacional, incluida la carta de esta organización. La UNRWA no es un actor opcional, es un salvavidas para millones de refugiados palestinos. Es un órgano subsidiario de la Asamblea General, cuyo mandato cuenta con el apoyo abrumador de la comunidad internacional como parte de la responsabilidad permanente de esta organización con respecto a la cuestión palestina, hasta que se resuelva de manera justa. La Corte Internacional de Justicia lo reafirmó claramente en su opinión consultiva. Socavar su capacidad de funcionamiento agravará el sufrimiento humanitario y desestabilizará aún más una región ya de por sí muy frágil. Mientras tanto, la situación humanitaria en Gaza se ha vuelto aún más desesperada. Las lluvias invernales, las inundaciones y las temperaturas bajo cero están azotando los refugios improvisados y destruyendo las frágiles tiendas de campaña. Cientos de miles de personas, toda una población de desplazados, están expuestas al frío extremo, privadas de refugio y sustento. Muchas ya han muerto, incluidos bebés y niños. También nos preocupa profundamente y asimismo rechazamos firmemente la decisión de Israel de cancelar los permisos de decenas de ONG internacionales, impidiendo que continúen operando en el territorio palestino ocupado y privando aún más a la población de la asistencia que tanto necesita. Restringir a los actores humanitarios que actúan con principios en un momento de necesidad apremiante en Gaza está convirtiendo una vez más una crisis humanitaria en una catástrofe aún mayor. Señor presidente, el Comité de las Naciones Unidas para el Ejercicio de los Derechos Inalienables del Pueblo Palestino recuerda la resolución de la Asamblea General aprobada el 12 de diciembre del 2025, que apoya firmemente la opinión consultiva de la Corte Internacional de Justicia sobre las obligaciones de Israel en relación con su presencia y sus actividades en el territorio ocupado. La resolución reafirma principios fundamentales que siguen siendo tan urgentes como siempre. La inadmisibilidad de la adquisición del territorio por la fuerza, la centralidad del derecho internacional y la necesidad de una solución de dos estados basada en las fronteras de 1967, con Jerusalén Oriental como capital del Estado de Palestina. No se trata, señor presidente, de eslóganes, son obligaciones. Distinguidos miembros, distinguidas miembros, en este día dedicado a la coexistencia pacífica, el mensaje debe ser claro. La paz no puede coexistir con la anexión y la opresión. El acceso humanitario no puede coexistir con la obstrucción y la coexistencia misma no puede sobrevivir sin justicia y sin rendición de cuentas. La elección que tienen ante ustedes no es complicada, es defender la ley, proteger a los civiles, proteger a Palestina, exigir la paz que anhelamos, una paz justa y duradera, Si no lo hacen, la alternativa desastrosa es un futuro de sufrimiento humano y conflicto cada vez más agudos que ninguno de nosotros aceptará. Muchas gracias.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Castillo for this statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Stavros Lambrinidis, Head of Delegation of the European Union to the United Nations.
Thank you, Chair. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The candidate countries Montenegro, the Republic of Moldova, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as Andorra and San Marino, align themselves with this statement. Colleagues, the situation in the Middle East requires our continued attention and active engagement. The European Union welcomes the announcement of the launch of Phase 2 of the Comprehensive Peace Plan to end the Gaza conflict, endorsed by UNSC Resolution 2803, and the nomination of a Palestinian National Committee for the administration of Gaza with the support of the Palestinian Authority. The EU will continue to support peace in Gaza and looks forward to the implementation of the peace plan in its entirety, including the permanent decommissioning of weapons from Hamas and other non-state armed groups, the delivery of humanitarian assistance at scale, and the reconstruction of Gaza. We reiterate that Hamas can have no role in Gaza's future and must never again be a threat to Israel. The European Union is ready to work together with the United States on the implementation of the Comprehensive Peace Plan for Gaza, with a Board of Peace carrying out its mission in accordance with UN Security Council Resolution 2803. The EU reaffirms its strong commitment to international law and to a comprehensive, just and lasting peace based on the two-state solution in accordance with relevant UN Security Council resolutions where two democratic states, Israel and Palestine, live side by side in peace within secure and recognized borders. In this context, we recall the high-level conference for the two-state solution in New York, co-led by France and Saudi Arabia. The European Union is committed to contributing to the implementation of the comprehensive plan, including through the European Union Border Assistance Mission for the Rafah crossing and the European Union Police Mission for the Palestinian territories, as well as through engagement in the CMCC. The EU stresses the need for the rapid, safe and unimpeded delivery of sustained distribution of humanitarian aid at scale into and through Gaza, including via the Cyprus Maritime Corridor, in accordance with international humanitarian law, and also stresses the need for the UN and its agencies and humanitarian organizations to be able to work independently and impartially. In this respect, it calls on Israel not to implement the NGO registration law in its current form and allow international NGOs to operate and deliver life-saving aid to civilians in need in the OPT. Building on the first meeting of the Palestine Donor Group, the EU will engage with all partners to contribute to recovery and reconstruction efforts and continue to support the Palestinian Authority, including in its ongoing reform agenda. We call on Israel to urgently release withheld clearance revenues and extend the correspondent banking services between Israeli and Palestinian banks, both necessary to ensure the proper functioning of the Palestinian Authority and the delivery of essential services to the population. The European Union strongly condemns the massive increase in settler violence against Palestinian civilians and the policies and threats of forcible displacement and annexation in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, as well as terrorist attacks against Israel. The EU calls on Israel to halt the E1 settlement project and to reverse the expansion of settlements, which are illegal under international law and further undermine the two-state solution, with Jerusalem as the future capital of both states. The EU stresses the essential role of the UN and its agencies, including UNRWA. Allow me to turn to Syria. The European Union remains committed to supporting a peaceful and inclusive transition in the country, which meets the aspirations of all Syrians. We will continue engaging with the Syrian transitional government to address the challenges facing the country and to support the political transition, national reconciliation, respect for fundamental rights, and socioeconomic recovery and reconstruction. The role of Syrian civil society is crucial to ensure the success of all these efforts. The EU reiterates its call for an end to violence across Syria. The new ceasefire between the Syrian Transitional Government and the SDF is a positive step to stop the escalation in northern East Syria. The EU urges all external actors, without exception, to fully respect Syria's unity, independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity. We welcome the Syrian Transitional Government's renewed commitment to fighting ISIS and their cooperation with the global coalition. We expect that the Syrian Transitional Government will effectively fulfill this commitment also regarding the camps and detention facilities in the northeast Syria. We call on the Transitional Government to continue and further enhance cooperation with the UN bodies and agencies and all humanitarian actors, and to grant them access to all areas of Syria. On Lebanon, Mr. Chair, we welcome the efforts of the Lebanese government to stabilize the country and stress the need to safeguard Lebanon's stability. We reaffirm our support for Lebanon's security, economic recovery and reconstruction efforts. We also reaffirm our support to the government's efforts to establish the state's monopoly on holding weapons. We also reiterate the essential role played by UNIFIL and condemn attacks against UN peacekeepers, which constitute grave violations of international law. The EU urges all parties to fully respect the 2024 ceasefire agreement and to implement UN Security Council Resolution 1701 in its entirety. The EU will continue to support Lebanon's sovereignty, territorial integrity and state-building efforts, including through its long-standing assistance to the Lebanese armed forces. In this regard, we welcome the announcement of an international conference to be held in Paris on March 5th. The EU reaffirms its full respect to the sovereignty, unity and territorial integrity of Yemen and reiterates the need to avoid any further destabilization in the country. We call upon all the parties to engage constructively in an inclusive Yemeni-led and Yemeni-owned political process under the auspices of the United Nations. And finally, Mr. Chair, we also reiterate the importance of maritime security and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea and the role of the EU NAVFOR Aspides in this regard. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Lambrinidis for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Majid Abdelaziz.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. اسمحوا لي أن أستهل كلمتي بتهنئتكم على رئاستكم المتميزة لأعمال المجلس لهذا الشهر بكل كفاءة واقتدار، ونتوجه بالشكر للسيد رامز أكبروف على إحاطته، وأن أرحب بانضمام الأعضاء الجدد بالمجلس وبمشاركة معالي وزير خارجية كل من ليبيريا واليونان في هذه الجلسة، وأن أدعم بيان الأردن نيابة عن المجموعة العربية. سيد الرئيس، انتهى عام 25 وبدأ عام 26 ولا تزال الحالة في الشرق الأوسط مصدرا ثابتا للتوتر والمعاناة الإنسانية المنقطعة النظير وساحة لانتهاكات جسيمة لكافة القوانين دون محاسبة أو مساءلة في ظل تحديات مؤسساتية خطيرة تواجه منظومة الأمم المتحدة من الداخل والخارج على النحو الذي أوضحته بجلاء المواقف الحادة والمتضاربة المعرب عنها في جلسة النقاش المفتوح الذي نظمته الرئاسة الصومالية مشكورة حول دور القانون مطلع هذا الأسبوع وما تضمنه البيان المتميز الذي أدلى به السكرتير العام جوتيريش في هذه الجلسة. فقد تأثر الشرق الأوسط شأنه شأن مناطق أخرى من العالم بهذه التطورات، فرغم نجاح الجهود الوساطة في التوصل إلى اتفاق لوقف إطلاق النار العام الماضي والبدء في تنفيذ المرحلة الأولى من خطة الرئيس ترامب، فما زال قطاع غزة يخضع لهجمات عسكرية إسرائيلية مكثفة، وما زالت إسرائيل تعيق دخول المساعدات الإنسانية بما يعرض الشعب الفلسطيني لمأساة إنسانية غير مسبوقة، ويؤكد إصرار إسرائيل على ارتكاب جريمة الإبادة الجماعية رغم الرأي الاستشاري لمحكمة العدل الدولية. كما تواصل إسرائيل إعاقة تنفيذ المرحلة الثانية من الاتفاق رغم تنفيذ كافة متطلبات المرحلة الأولى، بل وتواصل تحدي المحكمة باستهدافها مقر وكالة الأونروا وهدمها لمقرها في الشيخ جراح واعتداءاتها على مسؤولي الأمم المتحدة في انتهاك صارخ للقانون الدولي وتعميق للمعاناة الإنسانية للاجئين الفلسطينيين دون أدنى مساءلة أو محاسبة. سيد الرئيس، أن استمرار الوجود العسكري الإسرائيلي في قطاع غزة وغياب أي مؤشرات على انسحاب إسرائيلي حقيقي يؤكد أن الترتيبات التي تفرضها إسرائيل حاليا ليست مؤقتة، بل تهدف إلى ترسيخ وضع قائم جديد على الأرض بالقوة العسكرية، في تعارض صارخ مع خطة السلام التي اعتمدها هذا المجلس بناء على مبادرة الرئيس ترامب، والتي نصت بوضوح على تلازم مسارات نزع السلاح مع الانسحاب الكامل من قطاع غزة. ويتزامن ذلك مع الخطر المتزايد لسياسات اليمين المتطرف في إسرائيل المدعوم من الحكومة اليمينية المتطرفة، والمتمثل في التوسع الحاد في تنفيذ المخطط الاستيطاني بما في ذلك في قطاع غزة، إلى جانب التصاعد الحاد في إرهاب المستوطنين في الضفة الغربية وفي الأماكن المقدسة الإسلامية والمسيحية، في ممارسات تهدف لتهجير الشعب الفلسطيني المرفوض تماما من أرضه وتقوض أي أفق سياسي للتسوية. من ناحية أخرى تمعن إسرائيل دون رادع في توسيع نطاق عدوانها العسكري ليشمل سوريا ولبنان واليمن في مسعى واهم لفرض هيمنة إقليمية جديدة مرفوضة دوليا وإقليميا وعربيا، كما تجاوز كل ذلك بعدوانها العسكري على دولة قطر وباعترافها المدان مؤخرا بإقليم صومالي لاند في جمهورية الصومال الفيدرالية في تحد صارخ لسيادتها ووحدتها الإقليمية وسلامة أراضيها، وفي تهديد مباشر لأمن البحر الأحمر وخليج عدن، وفي ظل إدانات دولية متزايدة لكل ذلك لا تجد صدى يوقف كل هذه الانتهاكات، بما ينذر بانفجار إقليمي واسع على جميع الجبهات ستكون عواقبه وخيمة على السلم والأمن الدولي. في هذا الإطار تؤكد جامعة الدول العربية أن تنفيذ أي خطة سلام لن ينجح بدون المشاركة الفاعلة والرئيسية للسلطة الفلسطينية، ودون الحفاظ على الوحدة الجغرافية لأرض الدولة الفلسطينية في القطاع والضفة الغربية وتحت قيادة السلطة الفلسطينية وسيطرتها. وفي هذا الإطار تعرب الجامعة عن دعمها الكامل للجنة الوطنية الفلسطينية لإدارة قطاع غزة وغيرها من الآليات التي يتعين أن تعمل بالتعاون الوثيق مع السلطة الفلسطينية صاحبة السيطرة الحقيقية على الأرض. وفي هذا الصدد تدعم الجامعة العربية الجهود المضنية التي يبذلها تحالف حل الدولتين والهادفة لتنفيذ إعلان نيويورك الذي صدر من مؤتمر الأمم المتحدة لتسوية القضية الفلسطينية وحل الدولتين، وأقرته الجمعية العامة بأغلبية كبيرة، والذي يتعين العمل على تنفيذه جنبا إلى جنب مع تنفيذ القرار 2803. تعبر الجامعة العربية عن ثقتها في أن الإعلان الصادر عن 8 دول عربية وإسلامية متضمنا قرارهم المشترك الانضمام إلى مجلس السلام لغزة الذي تدعمه الولايات المتحدة يشكل دفعة عربية قوية إسلامية قوية تتوازى في قوتها مع مشاركة هذه الدول 8 في صياغة واعتماد إعلان نيويورك في الأمم المتحدة، مما يؤكد على حتمية الاستثمار في الدعم الدولي للمسارين بالتوازي في الجمعية العامة فيما يتعلق بإعلان نيويورك وفي مجلس الأمن فيما يتعلق بقرار 2803، وعلى نحو يقود إلى إقامة الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة تنفيذا لحل الدولتين ويقضي في نفس الوقت على أطماع إسرائيل التوسعية الواهمة في المنطقة وعلى ما ستجلبه على المنطقة من خراب ودمار. سيد الرئيس، تابعت جامعة الدول العربية الإحاطة الإيجابية الشاملة التي قدمها سعادة السفير المندوب الدائم للجمهورية العربية السورية لمجلسكم الموقر في جلسة سوريا الأسبوع الماضي حول الجهود السورية الوطنية المبذولة في مجالات الحوار الوطني والإصلاحات الدستورية والعدالة الانتقالية وحماية النسيج الوطني السوري. وتثمن الجامعة في هذا السياق المرسوم الرئاسي بالاعتراف بالحقوق اللغوية والثقافية للمواطنين الأكراد في إطار الوطن السوري الواحد. تجدد الجامعة العربية في نفس الوقت دعمها لسوريا في مواجهة الانتهاكات العسكرية الإسرائيلية لسيادتها في خرق واضح لقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة على النحو الذي توضحه تقارير الأمم المتحدة التي تسجل انتهاكات من جانب إسرائيل فقط لقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة. وبالمثل تعاود الجامعة العربية تأكيد دعمها لأمن واستقرار لبنان وسيادته ووحدة أراضيه، وترحب بتولي القوات المسلحة اللبنانية السيطرة العملياتية على جنوب البلاد، وتؤكد مساندتها للحكومة اللبنانية في استكمال تنفيذ خطة حصرية السلاح بيد الدولة في خطوة تعزز حضور الدولة ومؤسساتها وتسهم في تثبيت الاستقرار وتعزيز المؤسسات الشرعية. كما تشدد الجامعة على ضرورة التنفيذ الأمين لقرار 1701 بما يكفل وقف كافة الانتهاكات الإسرائيلية للسيادة اللبنانية في مواجهة الصراع المحتدم في السودان وما يخلفه من تداعيات سياسية وإنسانية خطيرة تهدد وحدة الدولة وسلامتها الإقليمية. رحبت جامعة الدول العربية بخارطة الطريق التي طرحها رئيس الوزراء للتوصل للسلام المنشود باعتباره أساسا يمكن البناء عليه، وتؤكد الجامعة على ضرورة الوقف الفوري لإطلاق النار والانخراط في مسار سياسي سوداني شامل بدعم من الأمم المتحدة والجامعة العربية والاتحاد الأفريقي وصولا للتسوية السلمية المنشودة في أقرب فرصة. ختاما سيد الرئيس، تتطلع جامعة الدول العربية إلى دور فاعل لمجلس الأمن في التعامل مع هذه القضايا وغيرها من القضايا العربية المحورية بعيدا عن الصراعات الجيوسياسية، وتقف على استعداد لدعم أي وكل جهد للقضاء على بؤر التوتر في العالم العربي في إطار يحفظ مصداقية الأمم المتحدة والنظام الدولي متعدد الأطراف. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Majid Abdelaziz, Permanent Observer of the Permanent Observer Mission of the League of Arab States to the United Nations, for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last year, amid the 2-year-long instability and violation in the Middle East, we witnessed a glimmer of hope. The ceasefire in Gaza through President Trump's comprehensive plan for Gaza. It was noteworthy that President Trump's comprehensive plan for Gaza has garnered overarching support from the international community, including Council members and relevant regional countries, as endorsed by the Security Council through Resolution 2803. It is encouraging that the ceasefire in Gaza has been largely upheld so far. Moreover, we welcome the return of the last hostage and hope that this will pave the way for the next phase of the peace plan. However, at the same time, the continued volatility and humanitarian suffering remind us that Gaza and the region will have a long way to go. The Republic of Korea warmly welcomes the launch of Phase 2 of the comprehensive plan to secure the hard-won ceasefire. These include the formation of the Board of Peace and its subsidiary entities as a transitional governing administration to oversee and supervise the implementation of the comprehensive plan. We hope that the Board of Peace, recently launched by President Trump, will be a crucial step to establish a durable peace and security in the region. We also hope that other parallel measures, including the formation and deployment of the International Stabilization Force to stabilize Gaza's security environment, will be subsequently implemented. In the same vein, the Republic of Korea stresses the importance of the constant delivery of the humanitarian aid at scale throughout Gaza. As Gaza is suffering through a harsh winter, the unhindered entry of critical items such as shelters and blankets must be ensured. On the other hand, to realize the arduous process of the reconstruction of Gaza and forge peaceful existence between neighbors, the duty of the relevant parties must also be fully observed. It is dismaying that daily reports of airstrikes, shelling, gunfire continue to across Gaza. We call on all parties to the conflict to strictly abide by the ceasefire agreement. Turning to West Bank, it is deeply disturbing that severe instability, violence, impunity, and injustice continue unabated. We express our ongoing concern over the consistent expansion of the Israeli settlement, demolition of homes, and violation by settlers, as well as deadly attack by Palestinians against Israeli civilians. We also shocked to witness the forcible destruction of UNRWA headquarters in eastern Jerusalem last week. We call on Israel to strictly respect its immunity and privileges and refrain from any action that further deviates from its core obligation. Mr. President, we must not forget what would constitute the end game of the conflict between Israel and Palestine. Along with the vast majority of the international community, the Republic of Korea strongly believes that the two-state solution remains as the only just and durable resolution to the Palestinian question. The Republic of Korea will continue to support global efforts to bring peace in the region and charter a brighter path for all. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Namibia.
President, just over a week ago, the world witnessed the demolition by Israel of several buildings inside the UNRWA compound. This comes after the Israeli government stripped UNRWA of its privileges and immunities and seized UNRWA's offices. The UN Secretary General condemned the demolition in the strongest terms. Indeed, these were unprecedented attacks against inviolable UN premises that should enjoy protection by all states as prescribed under international law. Meanwhile, military operations continue in Gaza, further exacerbating the already fragile situation. The killing must stop as men, women, and children continue to fight for their survival under harsh weather conditions. UNRWA remains indispensable in the provision of much-needed humanitarian assistance and essential services to millions of Palestinians. Undermining UNRWA's operations threatens the very lives of those who depend on it. Namibia therefore joins the international community in calling on Israel to uphold its obligations under international law and to immediately return all UNRWA-occupied offices into the custody of the UN. With the return of the last hostage, we call for an immediate and genuine ceasefire, unhindered humanitarian access to all affected civilian populations, and the protection of civilians in accordance with international law. Namibia also reaffirms its support for the central role of the United Nations in seeking a peaceful resolution to the conflict, in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations and relevant international human rights and humanitarian law, and including the Geneva Conventions. The UN Security Council must therefore be kept abreast of developments on the establishment, functioning, and operations of the Board of Peace in line with the UN Security Council Resolution 2803, which did request the Board of Peace to provide a written report on its progress every 6 months. President, despite the many challenges against a rules-based order that we are all witnessing, for peace to prevail, we believe that international law must be upheld, the rule of law respected, and multilateralism strengthened. Palestinians must be enabled to build a future free from dependency and despair.
I thank the representative of Namibia for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Thank you. Mr. President, Sierra Leone commends Somalia for its diligent conduct of the presidency. And we thank you for convening this open debate on the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. About 3 months into the implementation of the ceasefire agreement, we note the positive developments attributable to sustaining international engagement, including mediation efforts and the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict endorsed by Resolution 2803. These bold actions have helped to reduce hostilities, enabled humanitarian operations, and supported the release of hostages. We welcome the announcement of the retrieval of the remains of the last hostage in the Gaza Strip. While the ceasefire is largely holding and there are signs of stabilization in Gaza, Reports from the West Bank of demolitions, displacement, and movement restrictions remain deeply troubling. As we examine international efforts to advance the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict, Sierra Leone would like to emphasize the following. First, we reiterate the obligation to facilitate safe, rapid, sustained, and unhindered humanitarian access at scale. We stress the duty to respect and protect United Nations and humanitarian personnel, medical workers, and journalists, including UNRWA and its premises and other UN agencies, whose humanitarian mandates and immunities must be respected. On this note, Sierra Leone expresses its concern about the incident at the UNRWA compound in East Jerusalem on 20th January 2026. This represents a flagrant violation of international law. UN promises are inviolable. In this regard, we fully align with the statement of the UN Secretary General on this issue. Additionally, on the humanitarian front, we note the commitment by Israel to the partial opening of the Rafah crossing and urge the reopening of critical entry points into the Gaza Strip. Third, we reiterate that Security Council resolutions, including the recent Resolution 2803 of 2025, must be implemented in good faith and in line with international law. We note the joint statement by Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey announcing the formation of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza and a signing ceremony for the establishment of the Board of Peace in Davos. Fourth, we stress the need for the early recovery and reconstruction of the Gaza Strip to restore basic services and livelihoods, support the safe, voluntary, and dignified return of civilians consistent with international law, and advance unified and legitimate Palestinian governance within an agreed time frame. Fifth and finally, it is thus critical to advance the political process of achieving a two-state solution that will create conditions for a credible pathway towards Palestinian self-determination and statehood. We therefore reiterate our support for a just and lasting peace in the Middle East, grounded in international law, the protections of civilians, and a negotiated two-state solution with an independent, viable, and contiguous state of Palestine living side by side with Israel in peace and security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Sierra Leone for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Norway.
President, the humanitarian situation in Gaza remains catastrophic. On 17 November, this Council adopted Resolution 2803, expressing clear support for the US-initiated 20-point peace plan for Gaza. It is vital that all parties respect the agreement and that humanitarian relief and reconstruction can proceed. The announcement of the plan's Phase 2, the release, finally, of the remaining hostage, and reports of the reopening of the Rafah border provide hope. In line with the Security Council resolution, the full resumption of aid into Gaza is essential. The UN, the ICRC, and humanitarian organizations, including international NGOs, must be allowed to enter Gaza and operate safely and without obstruction. International law and humanitarian principles must be upheld. This was also emphasized by the International Court of Justice in its advisory opinion of 22nd October 2025. Norway looks forward to working closely with the new bodies established to promote security, peace and stability, including with High Representative Mladenov and the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, to follow up on Council Resolution 2803. Norway stands ready to contribute, drawing on more than 30 years of experience in Palestinian institution and state building through our leadership of the International Donor Group for Palestine, the AHLC. President, rebuilding Gaza will require a major collective effort. Everyone must contribute, and Israel must assume its shared responsibility. Palestinian ownership must be at the core of all efforts going forward. Our common objective remains a unified, independent, and viable Palestinian state, so that Israelis and Palestinians can live together in peace and security. President, Norway is deeply concerned by the unacceptable developments in the West Bank, where the continued expansion of illegal settlements and settler violence persists with impunity. Israel has an obligation, according to international law, to prevent and prosecute such actions. Israel's demolition of large parts of UNRWA's headquarters in East Jerusalem last week is a clear violation of international law. The ICJ clearly stated in its advisory opinion of 22nd October last year that Israel is obliged to ensure full respect for the inviolability of UN premises, including those of UNRWA. The destruction of United Nations premises is the latest examples of the systematic obstruction of UN operations in Palestine. It's not only a violation of international law, but also a direct attack on the UN as a whole, and thus sets a very dangerous precedent. President, let us work together to fully implement Security Council Resolution 2803 and to realize a two-state solution that offers hope of a peaceful future for both Israelis and Palestinians. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Norway for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Australia.
Thank you, President. This debate comes as tensions across the Middle East remain high. Today, I reiterate Australia's calls for peace and stability in the region, including our strong condemnation of the Iranian government's brutal crackdown on its own people. We urge Iran to protect and respect the rights of its citizens. The killing of protesters, use of violence, raids on healthcare facilities, telecommunications blackouts, and mass detention of citizens seeking fundamental rights and freedoms must stop. Australia stands with the brave people of Iran in their struggle against oppression, and that's why we have taken strong action to hold the Iranian regime to account, including through sanctions. President, we all want to see an end to the devastating conflict in Gaza. Australia has consistently advocated for unimpeded and sustainable humanitarian assistance in Gaza, including calling for the removal of restrictions on humanitarian partners that are preventing the delivery of life-saving assistance. Australia welcomes President Trump's diplomatic efforts towards a lasting peace in Gaza, including the Council's adoption of Resolution 2803 and the announcement of the launch of Phase 2 of the 20-point comprehensive plan. We remain committed to working with partners to support the implementation of this plan. It's the most viable pathway available to end the suffering in Gaza and bring stability and an enduring peace. We continue to urge all parties to uphold the terms of the ceasefire and work towards implementing the plan in full. Hamas must be disarmed and play no role in a Palestinian state. Aid must flow unimpeded and civilians must be protected. Australia is under no illusions that the work ahead will be anything but complex and difficult, but we must all contribute to securing long-term peace in Gaza and building the Palestinian state. President, we must not forget the situation in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. As does so much of the international community, Australia objects to Israel's demolition of the UNRWA headquarters. Such actions set a dangerous precedent and undermine the multilateral system. UN facilities must be protected. Australia is part of the international call on Israel to reverse its December decision to approve 19 new settlements in the occupied West Bank. We've been clear that Israeli settlements are illegal under international law and risk fueling further instability. Together with the international community, we continue to underscore that a two-state solution remains the only avenue for enduring peace and security for both Israel and Palestine. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Australia for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Tunisia.
Mr. President, we thank Somalia for convening this meeting. Since the last open debate on the situation in the Middle East held in this Council on 23rd October 2025, nothing has really changed in the occupied Palestinian territories. The ceasefire remains repeatedly violated by attacks from the occupying power. Restrictions on humanitarian access continue, aggravated by the recent operations of destruction against UNRWA. There is no implementation of what is to be the second phase of the ceasefire agreement. At the same time, we have witnessed the decline in international media interest about the situation in Palestine, particularly with regard to the humanitarian situation in Gaza. The chaos in the region is the result of decades of occupation by force, manipulations, and unilateral military unsuccessful interventions. Today, this trend is only dangerously increasing in a context where multilateralism is less effective than ever. This is in line with our progression towards a new world shared between few members whose aim is to extend and secure their respective zones of interest. This can only increase the risks of much bigger conflicts between them, but affecting all of us as it has happened in the past. We in Tunisia appeal for those historical tragedies not to be repeated again. Unilateral approaches cannot solve our world's problems. They can only deepen them. Tunisia reiterates its unconditional support for the legitimate struggles of the Palestinian people against colonialism and to regain all their inalienable and imprescriptible rights over their entire territory, with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Tunisia for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Iraq.
سيد الرئيس مجلس الأمن، أتقدم لسعادتكم بجزيل الشكر على فسح المجال للمشاركة في هذه الجلسة، كما أشكر أعضاء المجلس على الجهود المبذولة لمواصلة عملهم في سبيل تحقيق مسؤولية الأمن في حفظ السلام والأمن الدوليين. السيد الرئيس، لا زالت القضية الفلسطينية تعتبر من الاختبار الأخلاقي للمجتمع الدولي بأسره، وقد بدأت المنظومة الدولية تتسم أحيانا بالازدواجية والانحياز، وإن واجبه هو أن يدعم السلام، والذي يكون من خلال وقف إطلاق النار الفوري وغير المشروط في قطاع غزة، وإيصال المساعدات الإنسانية بأمان إلى المحاصرين والمحتاجين من الجرحى والمصابين دون شروط ودون عوائق، ورفع الحصار وضمان الحماية الكاملة للمدنيين. سيد الرئيس، يقوض الكيان الإسرائيلي الجهود الإقليمية والدولية لإحلال عملية السلام تعم المنطقة وجعل المنطقة ساخنة بدلا من إحلال السلام والاستقرار فيها، وذلك من خلال الهجمات العسكرية الإسرائيلية غير المبررة على الشعب الفلسطيني وسياسة العقاب الجماعي والإبادة الجماعية. إن اتفاق شرم الشيخ في 13 من أكتوبر الماضي يمثل نقطة تحول في المسار الأزمات في الشرق الأوسط، لأنه وضع أساس لوقف دائم للعمليات العسكرية في قطاع غزة بعد سنوات من النزاع والدمار، وتعزيز التعاون الدولي بحضور أكثر من 20 دولة، مما يعكس رغبة إقليمية ودولية واسعة للتعامل مع الأزمة، وهذا التعاون يمكن أن يدعم استدامة للسلام. ويرى العراق أن الاتفاق الذي تم التوصل إليه في شرم الشيخ ليس غاية بذاته، بل خطوة أولى نحو إحقاق الحق الذي لا يكتمل إلا بإنهاء الاحتلال واحترام قرارات الشرعية الدولية ووقف الاستيطان وتوفير ضمانات حقوقية وسياسية للفلسطينيين. كما يدعو العراق المجتمع الدولي إلى تحمل مسؤوليته في ضمان تنفيذ المبادرة بشكل كامل، بما يفضي إلى تهدئة شاملة وفتح الباب أمام مسار سياسي عادل ودائم للقضية الفلسطينية. كما ندين القرارات الصادرة عن الكيان الإسرائيلي فيما يتعلق بوكالة الأونروا ووقف نشاطاتها الإنسانية في إيصال المساعدات الإنسانية إلى الملايين اللاجئين الفلسطينيين الذين يعيشون تحت وطأة برد الشتاء، وكذلك إقحام سلطة الاحتلال لمقرات الأمم المتحدة وهدمها واستيلائها على الممتلكات ورفع علم الكيان الإسرائيلي عليها. وهذه الأعمال هي انتهاكات جسيمة وخرق واضح للأعراف والقوانين الدولية. ختاما، يجدد العراق موقفه الثابت في دعم حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني ورفض كل أشكال العدوان على غزة وأهلها، مؤكدا أن الحل السياسي العادل القائم على إنهاء الاحتلال هو السبيل الوحيد لتحقيق الأمن والاستقرار في المنطقة. ويشدد العراق على أن السلام الحقيقي لا يتحقق إلا بحل عادل من القضية الفلسطينية، بما يشمل إقامة دولة فلسطين مستقلة عاصمتها القدس وضمان حقوق الفلسطينيين المشروعة في أرضهم وعدم التنازل عن هذه الثوابت. وشكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank the representative of Iraq for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Cuba.
Gracias, señor presidente. Señor presidente, apoyamos las intervenciones que pronunciarán Uganda en nombre del Movimiento de Países No Alineados y Venezuela en nombre del Grupo de Amigos en Defensa de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, así como la realizada por Nicaragua en su condición de vicepresidente del Comité para el Ejercicio de los Derechos Inalienables del Pueblo Palestino. La región de Oriente Medio atraviesa un periodo de profunda inestabilidad como resultado de la aplicación de la doctrina estadounidense de la paz mediante la fuerza, lo cual socava el multilateralismo. El genocidio contra un pueblo entero, los conflictos prolongados, las ocupaciones y acciones unilaterales contra la soberanía y la integridad territorial de los estados de la región constituyen una afrenta a la paz y una violación del derecho internacional y la Carta de las Naciones Unidas que amenazan gravemente la seguridad internacional. La complicidad histórica de los Estados Unidos y su respaldo político, diplomático, militar y financiero irrestricto a Israel han sostenido durante décadas una política criminal y anexionista, en flagrante violación de las múltiples resoluciones de este Consejo sobre la cuestión palestina. Los ataques de Israel contra la población civil y las infraestructuras esenciales en el territorio palestino ocupado, que han privado al pueblo palestino de los servicios más elementales para la vida, obstaculizado la entrega de ayuda humanitaria y utilizado el hambre como un arma de guerra, constituyen crímenes de lesa humanidad, apartheid y genocidio por los que Israel debe rendir cuentas. Con una actitud deleznable, Israel continúa violando el cese al fuego. En noviembre de 2025, tras la firma de un plan de paz tardío y frágil, la potencia ocupante llevó a cabo incursiones militares en el norte de Cisjordania que dejaron varios heridos y cientos de detenidos. Estos hechos no son aislados, forman parte de una estrategia sistemática de ocupación, colonización y castigo colectivo del régimen sionista para impedir por la fuerza el establecimiento y reconocimiento del Estado independiente de Palestina. Denunciamos la declaración israelí de la línea provisional de alto al fuego, conocida como línea amarilla, como la nueva frontera entre Gaza e Israel, lo cual constituye una violación adicional del plan de paz y del derecho internacional. Al propio tiempo, demandamos la retirada de las tropas de ocupación israelíes del territorio palestino ocupado. Condenamos enérgicamente el ataque perpetrado por Israel el 20 de enero de 2026 contra las instalaciones y el personal del Organismo de Obras Públicas y Socorro de las Naciones Unidas para los Refugiados de Palestina en el cercano Oriente, UNRWA, en Jerusalén Oriental. Esta acción obstaculiza la prestación de asistencia vital a millones de refugiados palestinos. Atacar a trabajadores humanitarios y a instituciones de la ONU es un acto inaceptable que socava su labor humanitaria y agrava el sufrimiento de la población civil. Señor presidente, Cuba reafirma el derecho inalienable del pueblo palestino a disponer de un Estado independiente y soberano sobre la base de la solución de dos Estados dentro de las fronteras anteriores a 1967, con Jerusalén Oriental como su capital y que garantiza el derecho al retorno de los refugiados. Urgimos la admisión inmediata de Palestina como Estado miembro de pleno derecho de las Naciones Unidas. Hacerlo es el primer paso para avanzar hacia la tan anhelada solución de dos estados. Señor presidente, las políticas de agresión de Israel encaminadas a reconfigurar Oriente Medio por la fuerza perpetúan el ciclo de violencia e inseguridad en la región. Cuba condena la usurpación territorial de Israel en el sur del Líbano mediante la construcción de muros ilegales que limitan los accesos a terrenos libaneses y la continuidad de los asesinatos selectivos contra personalidades del país en grave violación del derecho internacional, lo que constituye un ataque a la soberanía y la integridad territorial en esa nación. Asimismo, nos unimos al rechazo, en particular de la Unión Africana y otras organizaciones regionales y subregionales, a la acción unilateral de Israel contra la soberanía, la unidad y la integridad territorial de Somalia. Esta nueva agresión genera inestabilidad regional e internacional, puede tener profundas implicaciones para la paz y evidencia el doble rasero de Israel que continúa impidiendo el reconocimiento de Palestina como Estado independiente. Urge la retirada total e incondicional de Israel del Golán sirio, territorio reconocido como parte integrante de Siria y de todos los territorios árabes ocupados. Llamamos a evitar una irresponsable agresión contra la República Islámica de Irán y nos oponemos firmemente al uso o amenaza del uso de la fuerza en las relaciones internacionales. Reafirmamos que la paz verdadera no se puede alcanzar mediante la fuerza, sino a través del diálogo y la negociación entre iguales, no bajo amenazas, presión o coerción. No será posible alcanzar una paz justa y duradera en Oriente Medio sin una solución amplia y definitiva a la cuestión palestina. Resulta imperativo que la comunidad internacional actúe con firmeza y determinación. La impunidad no puede prevalecer y la defensa de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas debe guiar cada acción del Consejo de Seguridad en aras de cumplir los objetivos fundacionales de esta organización. Muchas gracias.
I thank the representative of Cuba for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Kyrgyzstan.
Mr. President, my delegation thanks to Somalia for convening this open debate. Thanks all briefers for their contributions. We also welcome the high representatives who presented today in the morning. According to the latest reports provided by the OCHA, we note some positive dynamics. The opening of the Rafah border crossing will allow more humanitarian assistance to enter, which means that more aid will reach civilians in need. These steps are important and should continue. Since the ceasefire, UN agencies and their partners delivered hundreds of thousands of aids, reaching thousands of children, families, and vulnerable communities. These efforts reflect the unwavering dedication of humanitarian actors working on the ground under extremely difficult circumstances. UN personnel must be protected under international law. However, the humanitarian situation remains grave. UN agencies report severe shortages of food, clean water, medicine, and fuel across Gaza. The UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs notes that clean water access is limited and water systems remain damaged. Medical supplies are at the critical levels, threatening life-saving procedures. These conditions leave hospitals overwhelmed and families in desperate need. Over 1 million people still require urgent shelter support. Children are especially vulnerable and need urgent assistance. Kyrgyzstan stressed that protection of civilians must be ensured at all times. All parties must fully respect the international law, including international humanitarian law. We call for full, safe, and unhindered humanitarian access to Gaza. Aid deliveries must be predictable, consistent, and sufficient. The Security Council has the responsibility to support the de-escalation and the build on positive dynamics. All sides must exercise restraint. Mr. President, Kyrgyzstan believes that military solution cannot bring a lasting peace. Dialogue and diplomacy remain the only viable path forward. Killings must stop. As stated by the President of the Kyrgyz Republic during the UN General Assembly in September, the only way to establish lasting peace is to implement the principles of two states for two people. Palestine must gain independence based on the 1967 borders. This must be based on the relevant UN resolutions, including the New York Declaration and international law. Kyrgyzstan calls for continued humanitarian access. We urge further de-escalation. We call for concrete steps toward a just and lasting peace in the Middle East. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Kyrgyzstan for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Thank you, President. I thank Somalia for convening today's meeting and thank Mr. Alakbarov for his briefing. President, I delivered a statement on behalf of members of the core group of the shared commitments on UNRWA, namely Algeria, Brazil, Guyana, Indonesia, Ireland, Jordan, Kuwait, Luxembourg, Norway, Palestine, Portugal, Qatar, Slovenia, South Africa, Spain and Turkey. We express our deep concern and condemn the further actions taken by Israeli authorities over the past couple of weeks against UNRWA's premises in occupied East Jerusalem. We likewise express our deep concern about the grave impact these actions have on the agency's ability to deliver its mandated education, health, relief and social services to Palestine refugees. These most recent grave attacks are the latest in a series of unprecedented and systematic measures imposed by Israeli authorities against UNRWA, which seek to challenge its legitimacy, obstruct its operations, and ultimately to dismantle its work across the occupied Palestinian territory. The actions undermine UNRWA's UN mandate, which has just been renewed for another 3 years by the General Assembly by an overwhelming majority. They violate international law, the UN Charter and relevant UN resolutions, and run counter to the findings of the International Court of Justice advisory opinion of the 22nd of October 2025. Israel, as occupying power, is obliged under international law to ensure full, safe and unhindered humanitarian access and to enable the continued functioning of UN humanitarian operations in line with international humanitarian law and relevant international legal obligations. We call upon Israel to abide by its obligations under international law, including under the UN Charter and the UN Convention on Privileges and Immunities, to cease the unlawful actions and forcible closure of UNRWA premises and to fully restore UNRWA's demolished Sheikh Jarrah compound and return it and other UNRWA premises to the UN without delay. The core group stresses that Israel has no sovereign rights in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, and that any application of its laws or claims seeking to alter the status of UN premises are unlawful and without legal effect. The group also called upon Israel to stop impeding UNRWA's indispensable work in the Gaza Strip as a provider of life-saving humanitarian relief and essential basic services ranging from education, healthcare and psycho-social support to water and waste management. UNRWA has the network, the expertise and the acceptance of the local communities to deliver at scale. In just one of numerous concrete examples, over the past 10 days, UNRWA, together with UNICEF and the World Health Organization, has been implementing an immunisation catch-up campaign for children under 3 to address vaccination gaps after over 2 years of conflict. In the face of enormous political, operational and financial pressures, UNRWA continues to provide an indispensable lifeline to Palestine refugees across the region and contributes tangibly to regional stability. The work of UNRWA, together with other UN agencies and humanitarian organisations, is essential to confront the catastrophic humanitarian situation and to deliver life-saving assistance and essential services to the civilian population in Gaza, the West Bank including East Jerusalem, and the wider region until a just and lasting peace is reached through the implementation of the relevant UN resolutions and a two-state solution. The core group of the shared commitments on UNRWA reaffirms its support for the agency and its General Assembly mandate and reiterates its call for a halt to all attacks and measures against UNRWA and ensure that it is allowed to carry out its indispensable work in line with its mandate. President, now let me make some remarks in my national capacity. Ireland aligns itself with the statement of the European Union. President, Ireland welcomes ongoing efforts to implement Phase 2 of the Comprehensive Plan to End the Gaza Conflict, including the formation of the 15-member National Committee for the Administration of Gaza. We are relieved that the remains of the last Israeli hostage held in Gaza has now been recovered. We extend our deepest condolences to the family of Ran Gavili, and to echo the words of Special Coordinator Alek Barov, we also hope that the process of healing for the families and all those impacted may now begin in earnest. President, moving forward to the second phase of the plan is essential for the people of Gaza to begin to rebuild their lives and for peace and security in the region. We share concerns that the scope of the border peace that is now envisaged would appear to be wider than the mandate provided by the UN Security Council. Ireland, together with EU colleagues, remains ready to work with the US on implementation of the comprehensive plan in accordance with UN Security Council Resolution 2803. As the second phase begins, we must ensure that all parties adhere to their commitments in full and desist from any actions inconsistent with what has been agreed. Ireland is deeply concerned that humanitarian access has not materialised to the extent set out in the comprehensive plan, and that humanitarian aid continues to be severely restricted by Israel, including through restrictive registration measures against INGOs. Ireland's Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade, Helen McEntee, witnessed such restrictions on so-called dual-use goods during a visit to the Rafah crossing earlier this month. She also witnessed the impressive operations and readiness of humanitarian workers to deliver at scale. Israel must immediately remove its restrictions on aid and facilitate essential supplies and services to access all parts of the Gaza Strip. Ireland is deeply concerned by the further destructive actions taken by Israeli authorities last week on UNRWA premises in East Jerusalem. These measures come in addition to wider concerted efforts on the part of Israel to dismantle UNRWA operations. Ireland reaffirms its support for UNRWA's mandate, as has announced an additional €20 million in funding to the organisation. We call on Israel to halt all attacks and measures against the agency. Israel must respect international law and the privileges and immunities of the United Nations. President, we must not lose sight of the situation in the West Bank, where Israeli military operations have caused widespread destruction and significant displacement. We also strongly oppose the approval of the E1 settlement plan, which is a flagrant breach of international law. We call for release of tax revenues owed to the Palestinian Authority. Such unilateral actions violate international law and risk fueling instability. The West Bank, including East Jerusalem, must be central to efforts to reach agreement on a durable peace plan based on the two-state solution. Ireland is an active member of the Global Alliance for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution. Today, Ireland is hosting a meeting of the Global Alliance in Dublin, where we will share elements of our own experience of inclusive and ultimately successful peace process in Northern Ireland. With our colleagues, we look to transforming commitments outlined within the New York Declaration into concrete and timely actions. Turning to Lebanon, we welcome the efforts of the Lebanese authorities towards disarming non-state actors. All parties must abide by their commitments under the 2025 disarmament plan. Israeli violation of Lebanon's sovereignty continue to endanger these efforts. Ireland wholeheartedly supports the continuing work of the UNIFIL peacekeeping mission, in which we are proud to serve. President, today we stand at a crossroads with an opportunity to implement necessary measures for lasting peace and justice for Israelis and Palestinians alike, to build upon existing processes that centre on human rights, international law and accountability. It is in the interest of each and every one of us to seize this opportunity. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ireland for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Vietnam.
Mr. President, I thank Somalia for convening this important open debate. Vietnam aligns itself with the statement made on behalf of the non-aligned movement. At a time when the world is witnessing complex and simultaneous crises across region, it is imperative that the Security Council remain fully seized of the development in the Middle East, particularly in Gaza. The volatility of the current situation and its far-reaching implications for regional and international peace and security demand sustained attention and engagement. Vietnam welcomes the progress achieved thus far in the implementation of Phase 1 and the commencement of Phase 2 of the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict, which represents a constructive step towards reducing violence, alleviating humanitarian suffering, and advancing the political track to achieve durable peace. Vietnam also notes that the Security Council Resolution 2803, adopted over 2 months ago, reaffirmed the Council's responsibility to ensure that the comprehensive plan is carried out in full conformity with international law, including the UN Charter. It also underscores the expectation that all relevant parties will implement their commitments in a consistent and responsible manner. At the same time, Vietnam remains deeply concerned by the fragility of the ceasefire, which continues to be tested by sporadic violence, allegations of non-compliance, and even destruction of UN premises. While humanitarian conditions in Gaza have seen limited improvement, the overall situation remains dire, marked by massive destruction, prolonged displacement, and the continued disruptions of essential services. Humanitarian access is still constrained, and food insecurity remains severe. Vietnam opposes all actions that heighten tensions or undermine the prospects for peace. We call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint and to fully respect the UN Charter, international law, relevant UN resolutions, and the provisional measures rendered by the International Court of Justice. The protection of civilians and civilian objects, including essential infrastructure, must remain an overriding priority. Safe, sustained, and unhindered humanitarian access must be ensured alongside efforts to restore basic services. Mr. President, Vietnam consistently supports collective international efforts to address conflicts through peaceful means, in accordance with international law and with full respect for sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. We emphasize the central role of the United Nations, including this Council, and reaffirm our support for the work of relevant UN entities, including UNRWA's indispensable role in coordinating and delivering humanitarian assistance in Gaza. Vietnam reiterates its unwavering support for the Palestinian people's right to self-determination and for the two-state solution. We support relevant international initiatives to this end, including the UN High-Level Conference co-chaired by France and Saudi Arabia and the resulting New York Declaration of September 2025. Guided by its long-standing principles and consistent position, Vietnam's decision to participate in the Board of Peace reflects our commitment to contributing to a peaceful settlement of the conflict and the reconstruction of Gaza and to a lasting and comprehensive resolution of the Middle East peace process, in line with international law, the UN Charter, and relevant Security Council resolutions, including Resolution 2803. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Vietnam for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Esta sesión trimestral del Consejo de Seguridad tiene lugar en un contexto particularmente delicado para el Medio Oriente. A pesar del cese al fuego alcanzado en octubre de 2025 y reafirmado por este Consejo de Seguridad mediante la resolución 2803 del 2025, México expresa su profunda preocupación por la muerte de casi 2,000 personas palestinas en los últimos 2 meses, así como la continuación de operaciones militares, ataques de colonos, desplazamiento de familias enteras y la destrucción de viviendas e infraestructura civil. En Gaza, la mayoría de la población continúa desplazada. En pleno invierno, la carencia de viviendas adecuadas y de asistencia suficiente ha provocado muertes por hipotermia. Resulta alarmante que aún bajo un cese al fuego formalmente vigente, la asistencia humanitaria siga siendo insuficiente y severamente obstaculizada. Como comunidad internacional debemos respaldar la labor de la UNRWA. Los acontecimientos recientes relativos a las instalaciones de la UNRWA son muy graves por la limitación a la asistencia humanitaria resultante, así como las implicaciones sobre el estatus protegido e inmunidad de las instalaciones de un organismo como las Naciones Unidas. México condena la demolición de las instalaciones de la UNRWA en Sheikh Jarrah, cuya labor resulta indispensable para cerca de 6 millones de refugiados palestinos. Además, resulta especialmente preocupante que en el terreno confiscado se proyecte la construcción de nuevas viviendas para colonos en abierta contradicción con el derecho internacional. México observa con alarma la decisión de prohibir el acceso a Gaza a organizaciones no gubernamentales internacionales que operan en el territorio palestino ocupado. La notificación realizada a 37 organizaciones humanitarias, equivalentes a aproximadamente el 15% del total que operan en el terreno, representa un golpe severo a la ya dramática situación humanitaria. La desaparición de esta asistencia augura una profundización de la catástrofe humanitaria. Ante este panorama, señor presidente, México subraya que el Consejo de Seguridad no puede ni debe permanecer indiferente. Garantizar el acceso humanitario sin trabas no es opcional, es una responsabilidad directa de este órgano. Estos hechos reafirman la urgencia de avanzar hacia un horizonte político claro, la solución de dos estados, Israel y Palestina, viviendo lado a lado en paz y seguridad dentro de fronteras seguras y reconocidas sobre la base de las fronteras de 1967, parámetros que fueron refrendados claramente en la Declaración de Nueva York. El derecho del pueblo palestino a la libre determinación debe ser respetado plenamente. Reconocemos los esfuerzos desempeñados por los Estados Unidos de América, el Estado de Qatar y la República Árabe de Egipto para transitar hacia la segunda etapa del plan de paz. Es necesario avanzar sobre las modalidades y los plazos para la desmilitarización, el retiro escalonado de las fuerzas israelíes, la composición y mecanismos de supervisión de los nuevos arreglos de gobernanza. Y de conformidad con la Resolución 2803, la recién establecida Junta de Paz deberá coordinar el plan de financiación para la reurbanización de Gaza de manera compatible con los principios de derecho internacional hasta que la autoridad palestina haya completado satisfactoriamente su programa de reformas. México estudia su participación de conformidad con su Constitución y el principio de autodeterminación de los pueblos, así como en el reconocimiento de México al Estado de Palestina. Este Consejo debe velar porque haya una verdadera implementación conforme a las provisiones de la Resolución 2803, y ello a su vez implica coordinación y participación de la ONU para supervisar los aspectos relacionados con la gobernanza, la reconstrucción y el desarrollo de Gaza. Igualmente, consideramos que el eventual despliegue de la Fuerza Internacional de Estabilización debería beneficiarse del asesoramiento del Departamento de Operaciones de Paz de las Naciones Unidas. Señor presidente, concluyo reiterando que la paz en Medio Oriente no será posible mientras se normalicen el sufrimiento humano, la ocupación prolongada y la negación de derechos fundamentales. La comunidad internacional debe actuar con determinación para proteger la dignidad humana, preservar el derecho internacional y sentar las bases de una convivencia pacífica y duradera entre palestinos e israelíes. Igualmente, debemos sentar y afianzar las bases para una coexistencia pacífica a través de narrativas que hablen de paz y de prosperidad mutua. Muchas gracias.
I thank the representative of Mexico for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Mr. President, Brazil aligns itself with the statement made by Ireland on behalf of the core group of the shared commitment on UNRWA. The gravity of the situation in the Middle East and risks of regional escalation demand that the Security Council does more in accordance with its responsibilities under the UN Charter. Selective application of international law or paralysis deepen instability and undermine the credibility of the UN. I shall concentrate on the situation in the state of Palestine, particularly in Gaza, which requires intense international attention. It is unacceptable that since the ceasefire, almost 500 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza by Israeli actions, that Israel arbitrarily expands its illegal control, forcibly displaces civilians, and maintains illegal restrictions on humanitarian aid, with deadly consequences. The guarantors of the ceasefire must ensure its full implementation. The protection of civilians and the unimpeded delivery of humanitarian assistance are legal obligations and must be fully respected. Only a political solution grounded in international law and on the two-state solution can deliver sustainable peace. This entails an independent, sovereign, and viable Palestinian state living side by side with Israel in peace and security within the pre-1967 borders, including the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, with East Jerusalem as its capital, in full respect for the Palestinians' right to self-determination. Strengthening Palestinian institutions and restoring the political geographical unity of the State of Palestine are crucial. The New York Declaration reiterated the international commitment to translate long-standing promises into concrete action for peace. This organization, and this body in particular, offer the only legitimate and internationally accepted framework for the resolution of all issues involving international peace and security. It is crucial to implement Resolution 2803. Brazil strongly suggests that the State of Palestine be invited as a member of the Board of Peace, which should focus its work on the situation in Gaza. That situation cannot be dissociated from the whole context of occupation. In the West Bank, the actions and statements of Israeli authorities are unlawful and unacceptable. The continuous illegal expansion of settlements aims at preventing the implementation of the two-state solution. Brazil condemns in the strongest terms the incursion by Israeli security forces into UNRWA premises in East Jerusalem, as well as the demolition of UNRWA buildings. Those actions are flagrant violations of all Israel's obligations to the international community, to international law, and international humanitarian law. As chair of the UNRWA Advisory Commission, Brazil reaffirms its strong and unwavering support for the agency. We also underscore the 2024 and 2025 advisory opinions of the ICJ on the Israeli occupation and urge Israel to vacate UNRWA installations and to fully respect the agency's mandate. Excellencies, we stand at a crossroads. Continued inaction or half measures perpetuate violence and suffering while weakening this Council. Brazil calls on the Security Council and the UN, guided by international law and the UN Charter, to act with unity and a renewed sense of responsibility. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Brazil for this statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to commend Somalia for its leadership of the Council during these months. For the first time in many years, the Middle East stands at a moment of real opportunity. Kazakhstan joins the international community in welcoming the sustained ceasefire in Gaza and tangible steps taken toward ending large-scale hostilities. We also welcome the recent return of the remains of the last Israeli hostage, which represents an important humanitarian step. We note with appreciation the decisive diplomatic efforts led by the United States under the leadership of President Donald Trump, with the support of Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey, which made this progress possible. Kazakhstan also welcomes the adoption of Security Council Resolution 2803, which endorsed the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict and supported the establishment of the Board of Peace as a mechanism to accompany the post-conflict phase. We consider this initiative an important attempt to mobilize international engagement, stabilize the situation on the ground, and advance reconstruction efforts. In this context, President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev of Kazakhstan has accepted the invitation of President Trump to participate in the Board of Peace, guided by Kazakhstan's firm belief that all credible diplomatic avenues must be used to achieve lasting peace in the Middle East. Mr. President, we attach great importance to maintaining a balanced and inclusive international approach. In this regard, we welcome the successful conclusion of high-level conference on the two-state solution and the adoption of the New York Declaration under the joint leadership of France and Saudi Arabia. Kazakhstan supports diplomatic initiatives aimed at regional reconciliation, including the Arab Peace Initiative, the Abraham Accords, and other efforts that contribute to dialogue, confidence building, and normalization of the situation. We reaffirm our principled position in support of a just, comprehensive, and lasting settlement based on the two-state solution, with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security within internationally recognized borders and in accordance with international law. The humanitarian situation in Gaza remains extremely fragile. Unimpeded humanitarian access, early recovery, and reconstruction are urgent priorities. Kazakhstan underscores the indispensable role of UNRWA in alleviating human suffering and supporting the Palestinian people during this critical transition. We also believe that peace in Gaza must serve as a catalyst for broader regional stability, including in Lebanon, Syria, and Yemen. In conclusion, Kazakhstan reaffirms its readiness to contribute constructively to international efforts aimed at achieving readiness to contribute constructively to international efforts aimed at achieving a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East in full accordance with the UN Charter and relevant Security Council resolutions. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Kazakhstan for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Arab Emirates.
سيد الرئيس، بعد مرور أكثر من عامين على الصراع المدمر في غزة، بات لدينا أخيراً إطار عمل صادر عن هذا المجلس بموجب القرار 2803 يوفر مساراً واقعياً ومتكاملاً للاستجابة الطارئة وإعادة الإعمار، تمهيداً لتسوية سياسية مستدامة. وفي هذا السياق ترحب دولة الإمارات بإطلاق مجلس السلام وتشكيل اللجنة الوطنية لإدارة غزة، وتؤكد التزامها بمواصلة التنفيذ الكامل لخطة السلام الشاملة، بما في ذلك من خلال عضويتها في كل من مجلس السلام والمجلس التنفيذي لغزة. وقد برهنت دولة الإمارات على مدى عقود التزامها الراسخ تجاه الشعب الفلسطيني، وخلال الحرب على غزة تصدرت بلادي الجهود الدولية لتقديم المساعدات الإنسانية للقطاع، وما زالت تلك الجهود مستمرة، وكان آخرها نقل أكثر من 7300 طن من الإمدادات الإغاثية إلى غزة عبر سفينة الشيخ محمد بن راشد الإنسانية. إلا أننا ندرك تماماً بأن المساعدات الإنسانية وحدها لا تكفي لإعادة بناء ما دمر، وفي المرحلة المقبلة لا بد من الوفاء الكامل بالالتزامات التي تم التعهد بها وتسريع تنفيذ المرحلة الثانية من خطة السلام الشاملة، بما يتضمن التزام إسرائيل بالانسحاب المتفق عليه وتكفل نزع سلام حماس وغيرها من الجماعات المسلحة، وعودة الخدمات الأساسية وتمكين جهود إعادة الإعمار. ومع اكتمال استعادة جميع الرهائن نشدد على ضرورة إعادة فتح معبر رفح بالكامل وفي كلا الاتجاهين، بما يتيح استئناف حركة الأفراد وتدفق المساعدات الإنسانية والسلع التجارية. ونؤكد على أهمية تيسير وصول المساعدات الإنسانية دون عوائق لجميع من هم في أمس الحاجة إليها، خاصة في ظل الاحتياجات الإنسانية الهائلة، وفي الوقت الذي يعيش فيه ما يقارب 800 ألف شخص في مناطق معرضة للفيضانات، ويواصل البرد القارس حصد الأرواح. وفي هذا السياق نجدد دعمنا لجهود الأمم المتحدة الإنسانية في الأرض الفلسطينية المحتلة، بما في ذلك وكالة الأونروا. السيد الرئيس، تعرب بلادي عن بالغ أسفها إزاء التدهور المستمر للأوضاع في الضفة الغربية المحتلة، فموافقة مجلس الوزراء الإسرائيلي مؤخراً على إنشاء وتقنين 19 مستوطنة في الضفة الغربية تعد تصعيداً خطيراً وانتهاكاً للقانون الدولي، من شأنه أن يفتت الأرض الفلسطينية ويقوض آفاق السلام. وفي الوقت الذي يستمر فيه عنف المستوطنين بلا هوادة، فلا بد من وضع حد لهذه الممارسات غير القانونية ومحاسبة مرتكبيها. ومع قرب حلول شهر رمضان المبارك نشدد على أهمية ضمان الوصول الآمن للمصلين إلى المسجد الأقصى وبقية الأماكن المقدسة في القدس، واحترام دور المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية في رعاية هذه المواقع. ختاما السيد الرئيس، فأمامنا اليوم فرصة لتحويل وقف إطلاق النار إلى سلام دائم، وذلك عبر التزام حقيقي ومشترك بالتنفيذ الكامل لخطة السلام الشاملة وإطلاق عملية سياسية واضحة لا رجعة فيها، تهدف إلى إقامة دولة فلسطينية مستقلة ذات سيادة وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية، تعيش جنبا إلى جنب مع إسرائيل في سلام وازدهار. وتؤكد دولة الإمارات استعدادها لدعم جميع هذه الجهود. وشكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank the representative of the United Arab Emirates for the statement. There are still a number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting. I intend to with the concurrence of the members of the Council to suspend the meeting until tomorrow afternoon, directly following the adjournment of the 10,099 meetings concerning Haiti. The meeting is adjourned.